And we are live. E Street Mopar's in the house. Welcome, brother. How's it going tonight? One-eyed cat Dawn. How's it going, brother? Dougster's in the house. Have no fear, the Dougster is here. Your Pontiac Garage. Welcome, my friend. Rapid Transit J. Welcome, welcome. Give everybody a few minutes to filter in here. We're back after a 4-week hiatus. Justin Hill is in the house. Welcome. The deplorable. Hey, JB, how's it going? That shit's just funny right there. NSB Outfits. Welcome, you guys. Smoke Wrench. J-Bo, how's it going, brother? Hey, John, long time no see. Like about 30 seconds. Yeah. So I'm literally still recovering from that 80 hours plus on the road. No Name National sure was a blast. And it was worth every bit of it. $1,254.29 I spent on diesel fuel. We won't talk about what the stupid brake parts cost. Who'd have thought that a caliper and a rotor would cost almost $300? It's crazy. But we got there. We had fun. We got home and we're whole. That's what matters. I got next to no footage. I was so busy running around, shooting shit with everybody, checking out everybody's stuff. If I had any sense at all, I'd had a camera running, but never really did. My wife got some footage that I haven't really filtered through yet, catching up on crap around the house. We got in at about 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. JB's headed up to Beach Bend tomorrow. Got to hit the Ford Fest. Take that Chevy up there and a blown 2.8 and show them what a fast truck really is. Dean Stevenson, don't listen to anything I say, but hello. So yesterday, I fired up the truck, put it in the garage, and had a stupid exhaust leak on it. Sounded like a header leak. What the hell's going on here? Passenger side leaking. Hey, Scott, welcome. Passenger side header leaking at the flange. So I got to take the damn header off of it. I was having trouble with the driver's side header, even when I had it on a run stand. There's something that wasn't quite right with it. 2 or 3 different types of gaskets, never could get the thing to seal. And passenger side one never gave me any trouble, so I didn't even take it off the engine. Put it in the truck with that header on, and put the driver's side one back on with a Remflex gasket, and it's held solid. So now I guess I got to pull the other side off now and put the other Remflex gasket on it. Kind of kicking myself in the ass. I should have just put them on both. Heathens assemble. How about it, Blake? How you doing, man? It was. It was very nice hanging out with you guys. A lot of fun. That whole crowd there, that whole no name crowd is just a blast. It's worth every mile, worth every gallon of fuel, worth everything. Only trouble with it is it ended too quick and it only happens once a year. One Eyed Cat says, "Hey, John Wilburn, what year of Jeep did you say I could get rear end parts out of?" ASO's in the house. Well, you probably already know what's going on in here. Just a bunch of bullshit. But now we're just chit chatting about our time at the No Name Nationals. Now that it's behind us, we get to look forward to 2024 and what we're going to do to make our crap go faster. Dougster says, "Last weekend I had a scuff and shoot party for Lady Dougster's Super Beetle. She got a fresh layer of primer sealer, and we have a car complete back together, save for the license plate, light, and visor. Very nice." Bad Tree Blake says we should push in a spring and fall event. That'd be fun. John Wilburn says, "I think the Jeep Cherokee ran the 8.25 up to 2004. I think you're right about that, John. NSB says, "I'm still not ready to look at the fuel bill." Right. You know, last year, fuel got progressively less expensive as I crossed the country. You know, it was high here in Arizona, got a little lower and a little lower, a little lower. As I got into Sikeston. I was just looking at it the other day. I saved a receipt from South Haven, Mississippi, when I bought fuel. It was the cheapest I found fuel last year. Gasoline was $2.81 a gallon. Now, although I was buying diesel fuel this year, I wasn't paying attention to what gasoline costs. I never did see it under about 389 or 379 ish. It was a full dollar higher than it was last year. This country's in trouble, boys. That's drying now. Fault black. Evans Mopar Scott says, "I'm glad we have these lives. That way we get to hang out all year. It's hard to make the rounds and catch everyone at the event." That is no lie. I missed a lot of people last year, and I tried really darn hard to at least spend a few minutes with every single person there at the track this year. And I think I still missed a couple. I know I missed Thumper, but I ended up running into Thumper on the road and we got to chat anyway. So that was cool. He happened to stop at one of the same fuel stops I did, and we got to BS for a few minutes. I thought that was cool because I missed him at the track. Lars is still giving me crap about not manual shifting. Who knows what I have to say? Something like this, JB, I'd be willing to bet. Never fear, Dougsters. What model of Dana was the Cherokee that got the aluminum rear axle? I'm not sure, Doug. Turbo Tom 416 says my total fuel cost was $425. I'll trade you. John Wilburn, that was my number. Hey, Peckerwood, how you doing, man? Paying $2.30 a liter for diesel. Now times that by 4 for a gallon. That just sucks. That's terrible. I think the cheapest I found it on the whole trip was $3.99 a gallon. I had a 40-gallon slip tank on the back of that truck I used, and I filled it up there, so I at least got to carry that cheaper price a little bit further. ASO, you have to get there to get a car number. Right, John? I like my number 6. Yeah, the highlight of the whole event was seeing Troy put John Cope out. I tell you what, that little S10 of Troy's is a fast son of a gun. Bump wasn't at the track for very long. That's not too bad hauling one, right? 872 a gallon down under. Screw that. 6.5 miles an hour times a little over 6.5 miles a gallon times a little over 1,000 miles. Ouch. It's a killer, John. Yeah. Rub it in, Jay. Let's see here. I'll look for something real quick. That right there, picture I snapped of the dash of the truck after I dropped off the U-Haul trailer. 3,239 miles in total, 12.9 average miles per gallon for that trip. I guess I could divide that and figure out my average cost per gallon, but I ain't going to bother. Figured out how much I spent, and that was enough for me to know. Like to thank everyone for getting videos out. Like Tony, I didn't get much shot either. Yeah, I was too busy running around, having fun, meeting with everybody, and taking a truck down the track a few times. Would have liked to have got a lot more track time on it, but I just couldn't get it to hook. It was fun. It was fun, but it was kind of wasn't getting anywhere. So I think we made about a dozen passes across both days. I was able to. I did let some air out of the tires, and my best run was an 851. And I know I've got that truck's got a lot more in it. Now it was launching in second gear, real soft on the throttle, just trying to keep it from spinning. And that right lane was a complete piece of crap. I couldn't get it to do nothing in it. But I will have slicks on it next year, and I've got some plans. I want to redo the whole rear suspension of it. probably going to go with a set of those split monoliths that Caltrax puts out, along with the Caltrax setup. That's going to help a lot. Get the shocks vertical under it rather than at the angle they are, and I think it should be a lot faster. Get some tubs under it, and thinking about like a 32 1450 tire. 32 1450, 32 1350, something like that. I got plenty of room under it once I tub it. Super glad a lot of folk got video out. I've had to live vicariously. That's US miles per gallon is 20% better when you're in Australia. My living room gets better mileage than yours, I bet. Right? Having AC in a spot to lay down made it possible to drink until 4 a.m. Yeah, I didn't, I drank like 3 beers all weekend because, I wanted to hang out and drink beers and converse with everybody. But I had to drive back to the hotel. So nobody wants a freaking DUI, especially 1,500 miles away from home. Still got to protect that CDL, even though I don't use it much these days. I do work on trucks and have occasion to drive them. Dougster says I might be getting some intake spacers custom made so I can run my 33 tunnel ram on the 413 unless someone knows of a place that offers them. I think you used to be able to buy them from places like Indy and Mancini Racing. Hughes Engines might have something. Gotta love Bidenomics. Yeah, it's no shit. Wouldn't piss on that bastard if he caught fire. One-Eyed Cat says, I made a total of 10 runs, ran a 10.1 twice, looking for mid-9s next time. I think you can get that car in 9s real easy, Don. Real easy. Especially with that 440 in it. Damn, I've got bed sores on my rear from Wilburn's life. Better take care of them, Jable. Peckerwood Custom says, One-Eyed Cat, even half a second is an improvement. That's right. Hell, I picked up a half a second by letting air out of the tires. Really sucks. I didn't really get to use my new trans brake because launching in first gear just was not an option. Tried it once, tried it twice, sat on the line both times, just boiling tires. I started using the line lock and foot braking it to launch in second. We put the split monos and sliders on the B. It helped out a lot. Yeah, I definitely want to go with the Caltrax. I've already got the plans laid out for ordering the custom ones that's going to be needed to go on the truck. I'm really not 100% satisfied with the ride height in the rear as how it came out after the axle flip. I really like it to be a couple inches higher than it is. Get a little more travel there. I've only got like 3.25 inches of travel before the axle hits the frame. Haven't had any trouble with it hitting the frame, but I haven't driven it much yet either. But I would like to have a little more rise in the back. And I was thinking about some just custom re-arch springs, to get a couple inches more ride height out of it. And I thought to myself, well, shit, if I'm going to spend the money for custom springs, why not go with the split monos? Let's see. Dean's doing math. US miles per gallon is a lot tougher on the economy. Car looked on point, NSB. That car was an animal. Those guys definitely brought it. Great people, too. Sure enjoyed the hell out of hanging out and chatting with them. Let's see. One of the cats is next year planning on another motor and running gear and tires. Yeah, see, all that's going to make it faster, too. I'll tell you, who surprised me was Mohawk's car. That silly thing was quick. Beautiful car, too. 20.08 less fuel and a US gallon, an Aussie or Kiwi one. And Speed says, thanks, Aaron. We fought the track all weekend. I think everybody did. The track just wasn't very sticky. Last year, you couldn't hardly walk on that track without stepping out of your shoes. 8 1/4 is an overlooked axle. Yeah, it is, J-Bull. Those things are actually pretty tough. We used to run one in the dirt, a circle track car. Beat the hell out of that thing. Never did break it. This beast is very welcome, Blake. I'll have a cold one ready for you next year. That's why we stay at the track. We don't want to lose that Class A. Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to step up the accommodations, we'll say. I really don't want to go the motorhome route because those things just eat gas. No way in hell. It was bad enough footing the bill at almost 13 miles to the gallon this year. I couldn't imagine halving it or less. I mean, come on, $3,000 in fuel. I ain't doing that. If shit don't change, fuel's just going to keep going up. But I'm thinking of a enclosed trailer with living quarters in it. I mean, hell, the track's got showers and shitters. All I need's a bed. Some air conditioning to hide out in would be nice. I'll have a different 440 in it next year. Evan says, I would love to work on a 62 Valiant for this year and challenge myself building it in time, but the fuel costs there and back from Spokane is a killer. Yeah. I mean, you got a few more miles than I did. What is it from your place to Sykeston, Scott? And I showed you guys, 32, 39 round trip. I mean, that was all in. That was everything I did with the truck in the name of going to No Name Nationals, including going and picking up the U-Haul trailer and crap. But, almost 3,300 miles. Definitely worth it. But I'd sure like that potato out of the White House and get us back on some energy independence and maybe not have to pay so damn much for fuel. It's asinine. How did the truck hook up for you, Tony? Not for shit. Track wasn't great, and there's just too much power, not enough tire. Street tires are not the answer when you're pushing that kind of power in a truck. Long wheelbase, long bed truck. Yeah, definitely got some work to do to get it to hook. But boy, on the big end, she was an animal. But it was hell getting off the line. Then you'd hit third because I was launching in second, and she'd get crazy on me again. Had to pedal at half track. It just didn't want to hook. Scott, you could get a couple of guys together and get a holler between the two of you. I may still try to put something like that together too. I'm kind of on the fence. as long as fuel prices are what they are, and I really don't have much interest in getting back in the truck and doing over the road crap anymore. I may sell the semi, turn it into cash, and buy a truck and trailer, or I may look into registering the semi non-commercial and maybe buying a trailer I could put 3 cars on. And if we could do something like that, we could split fuel expense and get a couple guys across the country that way. I will definitely keep everybody updated if something like that comes into play. Because that would help guys like Scott out a lot. He could get the car as far as Arizona. That wouldn't be that expensive. And then hitch a ride, split the fuel. At 12.7 and that semi just hauling a couple of cars is going to get roughly 10, maybe even 11 miles a gallon. Ain't going to do much worse than that Cummins did. That's hauling 2 cars. Hell, I get 8 miles a gallon with that truck hauling 80,000 pounds. So you get 2 or 3 guys to split it 3 ways, and pretty quick, 1,200 becomes about 500, 400. Dean still wants your pulley set up. I had flip flops on the starting line, right? And they probably didn't even come off your feet. We have tents, extra tents and mattresses. Ask Scott. Chevy Nova hatch hutch fellas with a chainmail cloth. Dougster says there's a standard visible gas pump for sale near me, complete minus the pump globe and glass cylinder, $2,200 firm, unrestored but presentable. Wish I had the loot. The Wolverine garage needs a gas pump. That would be so awesome. You probably get a bunch of views fixing that up too. Sorry about that. Something was setting the dogs off outside. Peckerwood says, is it legal to double up the trailers? You could half the fuel with a buddy. I don't know about all states. Here in Arizona, you can, but the first trailer has to be a fifth wheel. You can't just run a train with a bumper pull. How much would it cost to have a car delivered? From where to where? Evans says it would be cool to see what you do with it, Don. Putting a stroker 344 speed in mine with a 10-inch wide, 15-inch Mopar rally wheels out back. Chopped, it will be my winter project, Lord willing. That's going to be cool. That is going to be super cool. I'm going to enjoy seeing that come together. We totaled 1,950 miles for the weekend. Brother Brian was closer to 2,300. Still got you beat by 1,000. Planning to fit one to my 81 Mustang. Rapid Transit says, I'm trying to get a couple Wisconsin boys together to go down with a 413 Duster. Nice. That would be badass. $1,936 miles to Sykes and 3872 round trip. And that doesn't count all the farting around in between. You always got a little bit for that. I was, map says 1492 from the house to Sykeston. But, you know, like I said, I wound up with 32 and change. Evans, I'm just glad we got a year to get it done, right? Trying to get a couple of Wisconsin boys, one to come down with a 12-second 413 Duster and an 11-second 69B. I would love to see those cars there. That would be awesome. The USA is either LA Compton or someplace on the East Coast. Blake, not much to get a 20-foot container in the US. Just some extra time due to delays. Tony vaporized. I had to get up and yell at the damn dogs. Quality of staff, I'm packing the container, Dean. Yeah. I want a pump done in Sunoco livery because it's white, blue, and gold, much like my beloved U of Michigan maize and blue. That would be cool. Hey, Dakota. Welcome, welcome. You can void bag the container. We did it for the Mark II Jag and Mini 1275 GT. We sent it to California. Nat. Thanks for hooking me up with a tent, mattress, pillow, and blanket, Blake. It made my weekend more enjoyable. Stuff like that definitely does help, doesn't it, Heavens? Yeah, that is going to be a cool project. Scott says, I traded the Duster Blake to my buddy Rich. He's building a 340 stroker as part of the trade is going in the 62 Valiant. Thing's going to move. I'm going to rock a low compression 413 motorhome engine with Whiplash 444 source, Whiplash cam 440 source heads, and a tunnel ram. It should be fun. That ought to run really well, actually. Junkyard D says, Tony look great on the top end. When you get it to hook, do you have an ET goal in mind? Yeah, low sevens. It was good meeting you out there too, man. Supply the free gangster rap music for the team unloading it at LA. On English says, if you ever need a driver from the shipping dock, let me know. Big Block 402 says, I'm putting the Super B in the burnout next year. That's going to be badass. Scott says, it's roughly about 1,500 average one way to have it shipped from Spokane to Sykes, and about 3K-ish. Damn. Better off trailering it yourself. Wouldn't cost you that much. Doug, we got a 440 motorhome motor with 440 source heads in the B. Can't complain. Wait, Tupac back? Howdy again. 426 stroker. Sounded great. Nice meeting you too. Thanks, man. 2 Glocks strapped. 440 source heads are really cool. I like the stock look. Yeah, they actually flow pretty good too for being a stock like head. Ron English says, I'll do it for half. Big Block says, Doug, for now it'll be a 3D3 with cam upgrade and 4-speed. I may build a stroker later. You really can't beat that 383, Steven. Those things are just good, solid engines. Try Five Guy Imports if you guys want GM Holden parts. 383 is a great engine. I agree. Bigfoots and Mopars. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man? I'd like to sell the Edelbrock heads off the Jack Pine Savage and switch to trick flows. I have not had the opportunity to run the trick flows yet, but I have seen the numbers on them, and they are quite ahead. Which heads are on the Jack Pine, Mark? Are they the RPMs? You don't want to sponsor an orange drag car that needs a new engine? You guys put out good content. You wouldn't think it'd be that hard to pick up a sponsor. Only trouble with sponsors is once you start getting in bed with them, now they're running the show on you, telling you what you got to do and crap like that. I wouldn't mind having some help that way, but I kind of skeptical. Peckerwood asks if you're not happy with the Eddies, Mark. Probably just looking for more. I don't disagree. I think the trick flows will bring it. Cat has 440 coming out soon. Make room for an upgrade. Mark says they are the RPMs. Yeah, I think you'll definitely see a nice gain with the trick flows. It's actually been mentioned in the past that the trick flows could potentially outperform those Victor heads that I'm running. Even though they're not real Victors, they are now for the most part. Junkyard D says, Blake, I think Bud Light wanted to sponsor you. I wouldn't take that sponsor for nothing. I raced Bigfoot Mopars in my red Trans Am. Gave him 2 car lengths and still beat him. I would like to see that video. I missed that race. If that actually happened, I'd like to see that video. Of course, it'd be all right. All family here and friends, right? Track flows flow way better. Would bump my compressor from 11.1 to about 12.5. Yeah, no, they're a good head. I've actually done a lot of research on them and kind of wish they would have been around when I built my engine. If I have any trouble moving forward with these heads that are on it, that's definitely what they'll get replaced with. But man, I got a pile of money in them damn things. See that, but I like mountain water more better. Stipulations, obligation, requirements. Yeah, exactly. My maximum effort engine, hopefully have my max wedge parts, right? Well, you can put max wedge ports in them Victor heads. In fact, that was actually an option when I had mine done at Hughes. Phone died when I went to record. Right? Bullshit. That Firebird was cool, but it didn't take down that jack pine. No way. Junkyard D says, hey, a Crown Royal logo would look good on the side of the pumpkin. Damn right it would. I'd get on board with that. Death Pumpkin ran 827 with the front float hung and flooding down the track. That thing dumping that much fuel down the cylinders like that, Blake, you know, that glitter you found in the oil might have just been rings. Ron English says, gotta go, fellers and lady folk. Well, you have a good evening, Ron. Thank you for stopping in. It's not funny. Oh, Tony's 1977 455 block almost dominated. Almost. No, I ain't hating on a Pontiac. Don't get me wrong. I've probably my second favorite car in the world, next to a Mopar's Pontiac. If I would have found my Firebird when I was shopping for a car when I was a kid, and I bought my Charger. That was my first choice. Was the first gen Firebird, so I always wanted. To this day, if I could find one, it'd be kind of, I guess you could call it a bucket list car for me. Definitely do like the Pontiacs. Dakota's quick build. Driving home, I thought I should have used Joe's extra carb and put new oil in it. Hell, I would have. The thing had oil pressure and wasn't knocking. It wasn't going to scatter. If you know, like I said, you dump that much damn fuel through it, I'd be willing to bet that sparkles was just washed rings. You know, not to say they don't need replaced. The thing ain't going to burn oil now, but it may and it may not. How fresh was that engine? Hey, Clint, how's it going, man? Pontiac has addictive torque. That is no lie, Doug. Mainstream Mopar says I was thinking about getting a set of Elbrock E Street heads for my 440. They look like a decent head for my 440 build. They are a very decent head for what they cost, too. Someone bought my stroker out of the jack pine. Jeff has a spare low deck 500 with 700 horsepower for sale. That would move it right down the track, that's for sure. Look what happened to Joe. Thought he was going to play the old sneaky Pete with that 512. Would have been cool if he could have hooked. Heavens Mopar Scott says, I've never topped a top before, but I'm willing to face my fears and bring it. I have a friend who might give me some pointers. YouTube, here I come to learn. It will be some good content if I goof it up. Well, and goofing up is how we learn. I learned every damn thing I know from a goof up here or there. This car has 269 gears and 225 74 teens. It kept the RPMs real low. It's a real high compression 389 with custom ISKI 224, 224, 110 LSA cam, Rhodes lifters, and Comp 152 roller rockers. He spent 3 weeks and he ran out of room. Actually, sounds like a healthy little 389. That's a great engine. 389 tri-power. Spent about 3 weeks porting the heads on a 389. That's easy to do. To do good port work takes a lot of time. That's why it costs so much. Hey, Mr. Foot, can I interest you in a motorcycle and a 400 low deck with a fresh oil change? Hope you had fun at NNN. Oh, I did. I did have fun. Just a little disappointed in the track conditions and the way the truck ran. Truck ran too good. Let's put it that way. Thing runs great. You just can't put the power on the fucking track. A little rear suspension tuning and some slicks, and that problem will solve itself. 323, 342 gears and a positive rear. His car would have done a lot better. Bad tree, you drive a hard bargain. You'll find traction. Oh, I will. It's just money and time, that's all. Like I said, I already got the plan. I just got to implement it. Maybe I'll be able to start screwing with it over the winter. But I got a lot of shit to do around here, a lot of catching up to do. Whole lot of everything got put on hold to get that thing where it was, get it to no name. Got weeds outside my door here, 3 frickin' feet tall. Got to get some money in the old kitty. Wanted to race Testa, but he wouldn't go for it. That would have been a cool race. Bird on bird. Pontiac on Pontiac. I would have liked to have seen that. Hoping to make it next year. I hope you do make it, Mater. Patrick Blake says we treated the track like April in Iowa. Green and no tack, pump up the tires, 2022, small burnout and hook. Yeah, everybody kept telling me to burn the shit out of the tires, but street tires just turn to grease when you fry them like that. So I just wiped them off, stayed out of the water to do it. Water's another killer for street tires because they hold it. Stay out of the water, wipe them off, and I had them all the way down to 16 psi, and it helped a lot. I still couldn't hook in first gear. Couldn't run the engine up where it wanted to. I mean, I was launching it like $3,000 in second gear. My grandma. Those last couple of runs, I got an 851 and 861 were my 2 best times. All the others, I just sat there and spun 9s. That sumbitch got a lot left in it. It'll definitely turn some heads next year. Just got to get that rear end worked out. Yeah, Clint, at the end there, that was after I let the air out of the tires and grandma'd it off the line. Mark said it was really a 500 plus CI stroker. Talking about Joe's car? Lee, that would be a cool class. I would have to race my 76 Club Cab Granny Gear 4 speed. That would be cool. That wouldn't be so bad. Just second gear launch. 2, 3, and 4 ain't so bad. Be a little hard to shift it very quick, though. Pretty hard to break those MP435s, though. What's your best in the 8th? You talking to me, Mater, or someone else in here? Best I got out of it was an 851. Spinning tires all the way down the track. Talking about test speech, I was 69 Firebird. Hey, Mohawk. How's it going, bud? .440 source, 400 512 kit. It's not a dart. Test has bone stock, 350 Pontiac 4-barrel. So we said screw it on Saturday and went for that 590, turned it up, and the best we got was a 625, crappy 660 foot, spinning in third on the top end. Yeah. Yeah, that track wasn't very sticky. John mentioned that in his live tonight, too. They're definitely going to have some changes to be made in that respect next year. It was a lot better last year. Yes, that's not much slower than my truck running 920s in the 8th. Well, that was a problem. I couldn't get any traction. I spun the tires all the way down the track. Finally get it to hook, and they break loose and have to pedal it again. Truck's got a whole lot more left in it. Like I said, it'll get deep in the 7s when I get it to hook. No question in my mind. Duster Dart. The Duster Dart was killer, Mohawk. The swinger. He might throw something at you right through this computer screen, Blake. Damn straight, all the dark goodness is my favorite A-Buddy knows, right? Where the hell did JB go? He disappeared. Buddies. I think it's about beer 30. 445-12 will be a beast and a light dart, right? Per Ron Ward, it was a notchback duster. Yeah, half of them are still calling my 451 a stroker, too. Beer time, right? It's all good, though. 451 inches, 451 inches. Just the luck of the draw, track prep, and the right hand lane did fatal crash. Site skid resistance testing, one bad bottle of VHT, some other residue on the asphalt, and you can lose a lot of traction, right? Howdy, Mohawk. Looks like you had a good time at the No Name Nationals. I think he did. I know his car surprised a lot of people. That thing's quick. It's got just the right stance. It's just a good looking freaking car. I certainly wouldn't lie. It was definitely a good looking car. So we got about 360 days to regroup and get these things back together for next year. Hey, doorbell's ringing. Who could it be? Oh,
What's
shit.
our plot, Chuck?
We're in trouble now. How's it going, Blake?
I'm good. How are y'all?
We're doing good. We're just sitting here bullshitting about our time. No Name National.
Cool. Now, is my volume's too loud? Remember, we changed that tower, and let me know and I'll turn myself down.
That actually sounds pretty good.
All right, cool. Hey, everyone in chat.
Mark says I sold my turn 440 crank Noah Forge pistons for a 451 stroker to the back performance kids in the north last week. Back 10. It's Blake. Blake squared.
Blake 2, the shit.
Blake C10.
How are you, Peckerwood Custom? So, how was John's live?
It was good.
Good. Well, I got air again, so my fat ass is happy.
That's good. Gotta have air.
Yeah.
Freaking hot.
What's up, Bad Tree Blake? Wish I could have met you at the No Names, man. We were there, but I was hiding in the shade. The evil Blake.
The evil Blake.
I don't know where that one comes from.
I wouldn't call him evil. Hey, my wife put on that purple shirt today, man. It sure looked good on her.
That's good. Cool. Dean Blake, meet Blake.
Clint says, I missed you too, C10.
Yeah, we made it by, and we actually saw the brat up front, but he wasn't around it when we went by there. So I never made it back up to that direction because how bumpy the damn parking lot was. But we'll remedy that next time because we will be back. Hopefully with the truck.
Hey, Silver's in the house.
Silver's here?
He sure is. Hey, guys, he says. How you doing there, buddy?
Oh, you know why? I don't have the YouTube chat up. I'm just seeing what's in here. So I don't even see Silver. Hi, Silver. Good to meet you, man.
You should be able to pull the chat up.
You got to remember, I'm a dyslexic motherfucker when it comes to this shit.
Now this stream is going to have a bad attitude with him in here, says Mater. Get it come up?
No.
Should be on the right side of your screen. You can turn it on, or hell, you got the horsepower now. Just pull it up in regular YouTube chat, run 2 windows. Some asshole helped you pick out a pretty good computer.
Oh, I hear you. Hey, at least it streams faster now. It is a lot faster. I didn't even think about telling you we should have gone on earlier so I could, reset everything up because I didn't have the audio on this mic for this new tower or anything. So that's why I was saying, if it get loud, y'all just tell me to shut the hell up and I'll turn it down.
Oh, it sounds good. Good hardware helps with that. It's not all over the place and works good. Turn your light off?
I opened another window. Hang on.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, I was trying to open a second window and get it going. Hang on 1 second. I was going to your tent, but you had a line. Sorry, I missed you, bud. Shit, the biggest line we had was like 4 people. I guess there wasn't enough shade.
It was a hot son of a bitch out there this year. It was a lot warmer than it was last year.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to deal with this. If I miss somebody, just let me know because we'll have to figure out a way to get the other window open later. I don't want everybody waiting on me. Hell, everybody waits on me already.
Dean Stevens says, yep, I'm doing that. B2, you'll find the pegs hanging in the line, holding up your undies and your shirt. What do you get? Dougster says, what do you get when you cross a dyslexic and agnostic with an insomniac? Someone who stays awake all night pondering if there really is a dog.
What the hell?
Evans Mopar Scott says, hey, Silver, glad to have chatted with you there at the No Name Nationals.
I think Silver made a pretty good hit with everybody. He's a good kid.
Yeah, he is.
Mohawk did really good.
And that car of his, I just love that thing.
The Scamp. Oh, you mean the Dart? No, don't. It's a Scamp. I know. Silver told me Mohawk gets mad anytime somebody calls it a Dart. So every time I saw him, I called it a Dart.
Well, he's got that sticker on the back of it. I just might have to make him a bigger one.
Yeah.
Not a Dart.
Silver popped up now. I see him now. I like it better when I can see the YouTube chat.
Well, get it open.
I'm trying. Hang on. I'll be right back again. Let me do this. This way y'all ain't trying to figure out where the hell I went.
Just open the YouTube, mute it, and watch the browser window. You can do the pop-out chat, too, if you want, off your YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Mater had gone over and told me how to do that, and it's the 3 dots, I thought, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, you hit the 3 dots on the YouTube chat, and it'll give you the option for a pop-out and have its own window, a mini window. Dean says it's a song from Nanas in Pajamas. Thought that sounded familiar. Main Street says, I'll see you guys later. I have to get up for work in the morning. Well, don't have too much fun at work. Get yourself some rest, man. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, that's just too many. Need to keep scooting and needed the airflow and 2 kids at the track, right? Like Silver says, hey, Scott, Heavens Mopar. Yeah, man, I'm glad to have met y'all too. Dean Stevenson's a corn fuses family.
What the hell? Hey, Mohawk, say I see him there now. Hey, I got my little pop-up chat, but now it will not let me view it while I have the StreamYard picture up. That's weird. Do I need to open a secondary browser to do it?
No.
Okay, because I have the pop-up, but it's listed, and if I pop the pop-up up, I lose the StreamYard. Hang on.
Hey, just have both windows open at the same time.
Yeah, told you. This is my illiterate technology bullshit. I'm just going to say like this. I mean, I got the pop-up. It's listed on my deal, but anytime I hit the pop-up, my StreamYard shuts off, and it goes to the miniature pop-up window only. We'll figure it out next time. I'll be all right. If I don't answer y'all when you say something in chat, I apologize. Just repeat it, I guess.
Oh, hey, Don, thanks. I wish I would have got more videos, though. Yeah, you and me both. I didn't get shit. Evil Blake, he's just got thick skin and a soft heart. I can see through all of that. Dougster says, stand by. Bad tree. Evil Blake laugh.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I could share what I'm talking, but I'd have to package it as something else because Blake squared it really is something else.
Dean is a character, period.
Yeah, he is.
Moo ha ha ha.
Well, you're seeing the chat now.
I'm just seeing the one in the StreamYard portion. I'm still working on trying to pop that other one up.
Well, if you're seeing it in StreamYard, you're seeing it all.
Okay. Because I just finally saw Silver's. I think the first one I saw from Silver was like $10:05. Yeah, like I said, I don't care. They'll just have to deal with me being slow. And if I miss something, hopefully they realize I'm not trying to ignore them or anything. But
they all know better. So I fired the truck up yesterday, and now I got to pull a header back off the damn thing.
Shit, I wish I could fire mine up. I did get the transmission dropped off.
Nice.
He didn't tell me that he was still in a boot and on crutches for another week and a half.
Oh,
but crap. He said he's going to have his son tear it down. That's why he didn't want us to film it getting torn down. So he's saying by the end of the month we'll have it back. But the only bad thing about that, since they rescheduled sick week to the end of January instead of doing it in February next year, there's no way I'm going to be able to finish it at all. So I guess I'm going to be skipping sick week again too.
Well, that sucks.
No, that'll be all right.
I was kicking the idea around to trying to make duct tape. It was all sold out. I couldn't get a pass. So I wasn't going to go down there just to sit in the fucking stands.
Well, so did they say what the attendance and everything was this time, as far as how many cars did show up, or is all that going to be washed out down the line?
At No Name, you mean?
Yeah.
He did not mention the actual car count. But he did say that it was up from last year.
Cool. Dean is with the CIA. That's ridiculous.
Sand Mountain's in the house. Welcome, man. Oh, we've been on 69 minutes and we still got 21 in here.
That's cool. How many transferred in? Did you start right off or did you wait?
Yeah, I fired up right as John was shutting down. We had 30 some in here for a minute.
Oh, I just saw NSB. Which is it? Dean Lee? Which one is it?
I think it's Lee. Yeah, he's been in here. He come over from John's. He's been in here all night.
Cool.
And that dart of his sure is an animal.
I like both the cards that they had there.
Oh yeah, but who doesn't love a Linko?
Yeah, I watched his video earlier, and he was talking about the seat.
Right.
He's sitting there rolling through the gears, and the seat's getting hurt every time. But yeah, them are great people over there. They're very nice too. I like them both.
Blake says it's Lee, the nice one. Bad tree, Blake says that.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, now I forget we got 2 Blakes in here now.
I was about to say, you put words in my mouth? No. Now I'm reading it whenever you're reading it at the same time. He said, yep, it's Lee.
Yep, it's Lee. Dean
Tacos.
hit the liquid tacos early tonight, so I think he's snoozing.
That is crazy.
I'm not to say silver.
So Mohawk, Mohawk, what did your car run? I never got to see any of the numbers.
I thought I heard somewhere it got in the 7s. Sand Mountain says salad bar foot still in here. He was a minute ago.
Salad bar foot? Well, I was hoping Mohawk would post it. Oh, so he didn't get into the 7s.
No, best. Let's see, Blake. Bad attitude or bad tree. Blake says Mohawk's car. Yeah, and what's worse is they both start with bad. Mohawk's car will be 3 or 4 tenths faster next time at the track. Mohawk says best was 842. He knows who he is, C10.
I was just curious. I'm always left out of the loop on everything. It's kind of cool. Le Mans. Oh shit, the Punisher Le Mans.
There he is.
Sand mound balls. Yes, oh my goodness. Okay. Sand mound balls. Good Lord.
Wendy says, hello, everyone. I just got off the phone with the boss.
Hey, Wendy, it was nice meeting you at the No Names, by the way. Everybody we met there was polite, so that was a real benefit. It's actually the first race, or I guess you could say it's still going to be considered a race, even though that's what a lot of people say it's not there for. It's probably one of the most laid-back events I've ever attended.
JB seemed to talk up Mohawk about his time, though. Hopefully next year we could just say JB was predicting the future. I wouldn't put that past JB. Mound balls, what's that supposed to mean?
Mound balls.
Dean, do my light work and take salad bar out. Shit's gonna hit the fan here in a minute. Question is, who's going to get the freckles?
I sat here trying to go backwards through your chat and see if there's anything I missed.
Oh, well, come in an hour late. You're going to miss a
Well,
bunch.
I told you I had to wait for the air conditioner to get fixed.
I know.
My fat ass has been sweating. Good thing is I didn't have to pay him anything. He needed another barrel for his AR-10 to 308. So I had plenty of them here, so I gave him one of them, and we called it even. So
Nice.
Yep.
Dean has been deputized. Uh-oh, we're in trouble now.
Did you give him a blue wrench?
No.
JB's got a she truck.
Who said that?
Wendy.
Somebody must have put the eyelashes on it or something.
Oh goodness.
Like
that's right. They put a wig on the carburetor. I remember
Right,
seeing.
yeah, they put the eyelashes on it and a wig on the carburetor, and they put the eyelashes on Shane's Charger too, remember?
Mm.
Dawn with that wig on. Hey, doorbell's ringing. What's happening, Scott?
What up, gents?
That is fun.
Just talking shit like we normally do.
Yeah, well, you know, it happens.
Don't
Makes
make
time
me
go
come
by.
to
So how you doing tonight, man?
Just working on crap and editing videos. Figured I'd stop and get ready to go to bed, and I saw you were on. I figured I'd come in for a few minutes.
Right on. Appreciate it.
I have a ass load of No Name Nationals footage I'm trying to go through, so.
Nice. I didn't get crap.
Me neither.
I spent way too much time BSing with everybody.
I did a lot of that. I think I'll live stream probably more next year because that seemed to be better. And then no editing, no BS. Just walk around, talk to people, and live stream. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, the lives really help with the watch hours too.
Oh, everybody was asking about them, so I figured, hell, I knew Buck was doing them, and I figured I'd give it a shot, and it worked. So.
Yeah. Clint says, I got almost no footage. Yeah, I didn't get shit. I put the GoPro in the truck when I made the runs down the track, and it didn't. That damn GoPro only got 2 of the runs. That stupid thing overheated like it does so well. My wife got some stuff. That's really about it.
It was enough fun that I'd record a little and not record for quite a while, record a little, not record, just try to meet people and put names to faces. And
yeah, that's what I was doing mostly, running around. I spent so much time last year recording and getting footage that I missed out on meeting half the people there. And I was going to be damned if that was going to happen again this year. So I spent more time mingling and less time recording. And of course, this year I actually had a truck to run too. So
yeah, not having a car to run kind of made it a little easier to mingle and record.
Right.
No, I know there's probably 20 people I didn't meet or met and didn't realize I met them.
Really?
Yeah.
Later, Mater.
Oh, hey, Mater.
Heading to bed. I've got a memorial ride tomorrow. I need to leave around 9. I need to put the saddlebags back on and get gas along with a few other things. Right on. Well, enjoy the ride, Mater. I got to go work on dump trucks tomorrow. Yay, me.
That sounds exciting.
Never.
Battery's asking, what time did the 4.0 Jeep run?
Unfortunately, it ran at nothing because they wanted me to drain the cooling system, and after all the trouble I had getting there, I wasn't gonna touch anything I didn't have to touch.
Gotcha.
And Mountain said I got about a 26-minute video thrown together. I'm just having trouble getting it exported. That sucks. 26 minutes, that'd be a nice video, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Joey Bo just said 116 cars. That's not bad.
Luckily, Ryan Bars filmed my passes. My GoPro failed every time. Yeah, typical GoPro. You know, I love the damn thing when it works, but problem is it fails more than it don't.
I've been looking at getting something so I can get some driving footage. But one thing I've heard is that they overheat real easy. Is that accurate or?
That is very accurate. That is actually my only gripe about the thing. I mean, it takes beautiful video, you know, and of course I've got the media mod for it, so I can run my external mics and shit, and you know, it makes a great video.
I don't know if y'all can make this little fucker out or not. It's like a little Amazon knockoff.
Here, let me full screen you real quick so they can see it.
Y'all see that little fucker?
Is
He
that
kept having GoPros overheat, and we're picking these up on Amazon for like $87. And the battery life kind of sucks on them, but they do offer external or extra batteries you can get for them. We have not had them heat at all or shut off due to the heat. And dude, I live in Texas, so our shit stays hot. But the battery life is its drawback. So what I usually do is I plug it into an external battery and just let it run off that, and it doesn't drain the regular battery down.
Okay. Is there a brand for that, or is it just kind of
like ASCO? Hang on, let me see if I can read this little fucking thing. It is a AKASO EK7000 Pro. So I don't know if you'll be able to read it in the very bottom down there or not. Can you see the?
Let me full screen you again. Try and hold it steady, maybe the.
All right, can you see that? And then up
Yeah,
there in the top corner,
it was clear there for a minute. AK.
Yep.
Come on, I need to smoke a cigarette or something. I'm shaking. Horrible. Oh, there
it goes. EK7000
Pro. But they come with a detachment kit and everything.
Well, it stayed clear long enough that anybody can go back and watch the live later and see it. Now that's the objective.
Yeah, but those are a hell of a lot cheaper than the GoPro, and they got an ISO setting on them and everything just like them. The only bad thing is if you're night racing or anything at a track that doesn't have good lights or street racing somewhere where it's dark, the footage isn't real good. But if there's minimal lighting, it's usable. Mm-hmm. But and the mics suck. So we buy the little external mics you can plug in for it. But $87 plus an external mic, I mean, that's way cheaper than
a freaking GoPro starts out at $400 plus batteries. I got 3 batteries for mine and more freaking accessories and you could fill a dump truck with. You know, I'm kind of stuck with a GoPro now. I got all the damn accessories for them.
The other thing, if you have one of those on a suction cup on the outside of your car and it comes off, gets damaged, I mean, you're not out $300 or $400. So
I use my phone for most of the stuff in the garage. I've got a Sony ZV-1F for the shop tours and stuff like that. But
that's actually the camera that I wished I would have bought instead of the damn GoPro. Is that Sony ZV-1?
It's nice. It does well for the static shots, but it has little focus issues here and there.
Does it?
And I don't want to use it in the garage because grinding and all the crap. I don't want to get it all nasty. I want to save it for the stuff where it's a clean environment.
Right. Because those ain't cheap either.
No, they're 500-ish.
Something like that, yeah.
That's the battery for it, Rapid.
Yeah, it actually looks like a freaking GoPro battery.
But what we do is we usually will just hook a USB cord up to it and use an external battery. That way you don't have to worry about fighting these little bastards all day long.
Yeah, see, I've done that with the GoPro too. You run the GoPro without a battery and externally power it, and it does last a lot longer without overheating. Because the problem is the battery. But
And I don't think they recommend using the 128 SD cards on it, the 128 gigabytes, but that's what we put in them. And during sick week, we get between 10 and 11 hours of footage before the card fills up. So you can pretty much put it somewhere on a tripod and just leave it sitting at the finish line wherever you want it. And as long as you go back and the battery stayed up, get a video. So
yeah, well, that's all dependent on the resolution. I've got a 256 in my GoPro, and I've yet to fill it up in one shot because the camera shits the bed before it fills up.
No, it was very nice to meet you both this last weekend as well.
same thing. Nice meeting you.
Yes, for sure.
That other fucker, he wouldn't come hang out with me at all.
Which one? That one?
What about you, Tony?
I hung out for a little bit.
I know, I'm just fucking with you. He keeps telling me every time he talks to me, he's like, I didn't hang out that often. I should have been over here more, but I was fine in my own little world. I got out for all about 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm on antibiotics still. So every time I got in the sun, it was like an instant sunburn. So I just hid. So kind of sucked, but who cares? I still got to meet I think we met people from 26 different channels. So I don't know how many channels were represented, but that's still, meeting 26 people face to face that we hadn't had a chance to meet before. So I'm
pretty sure there was over 100 channels there.
Yeah, it was a lot. There was at least 80, if not more.
Yeah. The only part that sucked for us was we brought home 3/4 of the goodie bags that we took to give away for free. So we were hoping to be, having that shit gone. So we had to unload that shit too. So I'm going to donate it. There's a guy doing a benefit car show next weekend here outside of Waco. So we're going to donate all the goodie bags to them. That way they got a good start on their car show.
Right on. NSB says, I wanted to see a video of my last pass with Dallas from the starting line. I wanted to see just how crossed up I got at the big end.
I believe I caught that on my second live stream. I believe I caught the race, the 28 1050 races. There was so much going on. I was losing track of what was going on half the time, unfortunately.
Might go back and give that live stream a look then. It might have the footage he's looking for in it. Tiny Chambers. Mark, I just made a Bigfoot folder. As I work through these, I'll get them out for you. That's the other thing that's so cool about this community, willing to share and help each other out.
No.
I have to run at least 93, and my engine really doesn't even like 91. We can't even get 93 around here anymore. You have to buy race gas. $22 a fucking gallon.
Holy shit.
$107 for a 5-gallon can of VP 110.
Jeez. The last time I bought race gas, it was, I think, $9 a gallon, so it's been quite a while.
Well, I used to sell the VP 110 back in like 2016. It was $50 a can.
Hey, Rabbit Transfer Garage, the batteries that you buy for them suck. They're just, I don't know. I can't even explain it to you. I use an external battery pack. So anytime we're doing long, videos or something like that, we do not depend on the little shitty batteries you can get. But I showed a picture just a second ago. Let's see. I just got that thing back in there, but I'll pop it up there one more time. You said it looked just like the GoPro one, though, didn't you, Tony?
I've got the GoPro, yeah. This fucker.
Yeah. But that's what the battery looks like. But the battery life on them, it's hit and miss. Depends on how old the battery is and everything else. I have like 6 of these. And the first time I went sick week, it was every night we had to recharge them. And the charger port we have for them only can hold 2 at a time. So between that camera and the handheld camera that we also took with us, we had 16 batteries. And when you get to a hotel and you want to crash for the night, you spend 3 hours trying to charge batteries. It gets old. So now we just battery pack everything and go with it.
Hey, did anybody see how Skip's Dark Hollow had his GoPro setup and his Tempest? That I was just impressed with his setup. I did not see that.
No, I didn't. I saw his car and I spoke to him for half a second, but there were definitely quite a few people I only got a minute to talk to here and there.
Yeah, I didn't stay in one place very long. There's just so much going on.
And then I didn't really know almost anybody, so meeting all new faces and
Yeah, yeah, you were wearing the boots I was wearing last year.
yeah, I definitely need a tent, at least one of the the like you had, bad attitude, something like that, because I got a nice sunburn fix in my Cherokee the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Where are you located, Peckerwood? I'm not even going to attempt to go to Amazon and look it up. Because he's in the States, is he not, Peckerwood Custom?
No, he's I want to say he's in New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You're in New Zealand, right? You're a Kiwi. And I could be wrong too. Throw tomatoes at me if I am.
No, I think Dean's saying Brisbane.
Well, hey, Peckerwood, my email address is on my page or my YouTube channel in the About Me section. Send me an address or a location, and I'll see what it costs to ship one to you. And if I can ship you one cheaper, you can buy one there, I'd be more than happy to. You'll have to, of course, buy it. But
Bad Tree Blake says, Jay, I'll hook you up on a GoPro. Don't let him talk you out of it.
Now,
he's trying to talk him out of it. If he's got the pocketbook, he's more than welcome to buy them.
Because the footage they got in their video was damn nice from the burnout that I saw on one of their videos this week. It was super clear and nice looking, but I've just heard so many weird things. I don't want to invest that much money into something I'm just not sure of.
You just got to have patience with the thing. I mean, I use mine. I do. And I muddle through it. And the good thing is when it overheats and shuts off, it makes noise and lets you know that it's doing it. But it's a piss off when you're, if you're filming a burnout competition or something, you're just fucked. Because the burnout competition ain't going to stop. The drag race ain't going to stop because the camera did. But like if I'm building something here and filming and it takes a shit, well, I just can stop and wait for it to come back on. But, I do make it work, and it does make bitchin' video. I mean, it really does. It takes good video, and it just pisses me off because it gets hot. And if you run it in 1080p, it'll last a long time. It'll go a long time. But the thing is, I didn't buy a fucking 4K camera to film in 1080p. It's actually quote unquote a 5K camera, and I never use 5K. I do 4K because who the hell uses 5K? But a 5K camera that you got to run in 1080p to keep shutting down. It pisses me off, and 1080p is fine for YouTube. It's more than fine for YouTube, but it's just kind of the principle of the thing. I spent top dollar so I could make first-rate videos in 4K, and damn Samsung phone works better.
Yeah. What model do you have? 9, 10, however that works.
Mine's a 9.
Because my phone fell off the stand and broke the lavalier or the lapel mic, so I gotta order one of those tomorrow. So look for the one that Bad Attitude is talking about. But if I can find a GoPro used, I might do that as well.
The newest GoPro just came out like 2 weeks ago, so you're probably going to start seeing an influx of the last year's model ones showing up on eBay and crap. What the hell is? I want to say the new one's the 12. Might be the 12.
Okay.
I'm gonna look up that camera that NSB's talking about. He said they tried a DJI. I haven't heard one of those yet.
Oh, DJI. That's
They make a lot of drones.
yes. Now DJI is very high end stuff, and it's not cheap either. It's right up there with GoPro in price, but it's high end stuff.
Yeah, Clint says NSB's camera is badass.
Yeah, I wished I would have got to see it. Actually, I didn't know he had a DJI because I've actually looked at the DJIs. I don't know what that drone is that Travis has. I don't know if it's a DJI or not. But did you guys see his drone videos?
Not yet. I've been working on
Man, there's
that's
some good quality shit right there. That camera on that drone did a bitchin' job.
Blake
was
says the
thoroughly
DJI is killer,
impressed.
but you don't want to tape it to your oil pan.
probably
Do what?
Blake said the DJI is killer, but you don't want to tape it to your oil pan.
I must be way behind because here's NSB's comment. We tested out that little DJI camera at No Name and it worked pretty well.
Yeah. Friend here who does drone stuff on his YouTube channel let me fly his drone, and that thing is amazing how well the camera works for as little as everything is. It's extremely clear.
Yeah, I see Bad Tree Blake says, I never use 4K. 1080p is it for me, even on the Hero 11. And that's why you're not having a lot of problems with it. I might just have to give in and start, doing 1080p, but it's not going to make me not pissed at the camera. Like I said, I didn't buy a 5K camera, so to record in 1080p. But 1080p really is more than sufficient for YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of guys are still doing 720 and it looks all right. Manifolds perform almost as good as 3-tube headers. 4-tube just regular steel headers for my car are like $800. I said, screw that. But one day I would like to get some cast iron headers. Shit's gotten so expensive.
Well, yeah, and then he doesn't have an LS or 350, so you're not seeing the high volumes, so you're not getting the price reductions.
Oh, same thing with my Mopar stuff.
Well, that you're getting the Mopar Premium because everything that says Mopar on it's now worth twice what it was 20 years ago.
Right. DJI is killer, but you don't want to tape it on your oil pan, right? Sure is cute. A picture of some Mopars. Now go hit South. Mavic Pro by DJI. Ain't that the drone?
I believe so. I think he's trying to sell. Yeah, I thought he was trying to sell a drone, and I might have misread the comment.
Oh, anybody want to buy my old DJI? How much you want for it, Blake?
He said it'll take 250 or big block Mopar parts.
Even trade for big block Mopar parts. 1080p 60 kind of channel. Yeah, I do everything in 60 FPS. It looks so much more clear.
Are you paying attention to the Sand Mountain and Bigfoot's?
I am.
Bigfoot's hilarious. I remember my first 400 horsepower. Did your mom let you take it to school?
Funny. The old Pontiac Guru custom made 8-barrel intake with 8 dual Weber progressives for the 428. It would bolt into place as 8 carbs with linkage down to a single pull. Never made the intake. Wow. DJI Spark. My kid's got one. He's got it's I forget what the hell brand it is. He paid like $4,000 for that sumbitch. Drone. And he bought it. He got a good deal on it for that too.
Yeah, my channel had to be way bigger before I start doing that kind of shit.
Right? Yeah, I'm kind of liking the 250. Does it take pretty good? Does it film pretty good, Blake? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about, Clint. That video those videos that Travis did with his drone were freaking killer. Yeah, it was kind of funny how when he did that the low flyover, and he was flying right up to people with it and shit. That was cool. Yes, and it has auto tracking. Nice.
That's pretty cool.
My wife says no. Mohawk says my wife says no. I would just fly it into a tree and be out 250. You know, it's funny because, like you said, my son's got that expensive son of a bitch that he bought, but he actually went to school for flying them and got his license to fly them and all that shit. And we wanted my younger son wanted one, and we all got them $59 ones off of frickin' Amazon, you know, piece of shit ones. And I flew mine too far away one time, and some bitch never came back. I don't know what happened to it. This fucker just never came back.
And the DJI that I flew actually had proximity sensors you could set up, so you couldn't wreck it other than landing.
Right. Yeah, the nicer ones that have got some, well, like that one. My son's got that thing lands itself.
Hey Jeff, what's up? Two Hexes in the house.
Hey Jeff,
Yeah.
thanks for stopping in, man. Side polishing my turd content, and the drone is cool, but it really never gets used. Your content's better than mine, Blake. At least you actually get some.
Tall Hex in the
All
house.
hacks in the house.
I really wish I would have known Jeff better than I do, because I've only talked to him a couple of times. But the video where Blake and Jeff are driving in the car and Jeff leans forward and says, I beat you by a head. I said, at least you did count the foot, because Blake's feet would have been in front of his.
Spent a lot of hours. I didn't get to hang out with Jeff much this year. I spent a lot of hours shooting the shit with him last year, though. Jeff is good fucking people.
I ended up hanging out a ton with LNA Auto Works. He helped me get parts for the Cherokee the first day, and his wife and kids were there. And Jim's Fastback Garage. We talked quite a bit back and forth. It was fun to kind of hang out with them and shoot the shit.
Foot was in the rad. Sure was cool to see that bird in person, though, man. I was kind of jonesing for that. That T-bird is badass.
It's clean, very clean core.
Yeah.
He did a bitching job with that thing.
That he
Too
did.
bad the starter had to go and fuck him. But it's like Wilburn was saying in his life, the worst oil down was a leaky valve cover. Nobody blew up. Nobody broke real bad.
Yeah.
It was actually
Did,
it's damn fast for a heavy car.
didn't Square Body stuff shit a drive shaft or something, or is that old footage?
That was last year.
Was it okay? Because I know I went to his channel and was watching some of this stuff, and I get, dude. I guess sometimes whenever it shows it out of order. But
Yeah. Did he? Yeah, I think he broke it. He didn't break this year. I think he broke a drive shaft last year.
Yeah, he couldn't run Saturday. There was something wrong, but I can't remember what he mentioned.
Oh, he was broken.
yep, he didn't run Saturday.
I didn't realize that. Maybe he did break a drive shaft. I don't know, Dan. I could be wrong. I have to go watch his videos.
I want to say it was something with fuel related, but I might be wrong. I
Oh.
might be crossing that up with somebody
I know
else.
two guys broke. Two guys were having some drive shaft problems last year. Travis Perpetual Projects was one of them, and I thought the other one was Chad. Last year was a wrench fest. Yeah, it was. Jeff the third is a little taller, but barely cooler. A little. That kid grew like a frickin' weed.
Hey Scott, did you see Dugster asked you a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Let me go try to find it. Okay, here we go. 6%. Maybe you know what year Cherokee got the aluminum Dana rear axle.
I'm not actually sure. I'll have to look because because the Cherokees really only had the Dana 35s, and they went to the Chrysler 8 1/4, which is a beefier axle. I'm not sure on the aluminum. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure.
Peckerwood says, "Damn it, guys! Now I'm surfing Amazon with money burning a hole in my pocket." Blake, he's taller than me. Oh shit! Here we go. I hear a salad bar waiting to put an LS in his car. Oh jeez. I don't think that.
LS's, y'all. Damn it to hell.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing. Ain't
Sand
shit
Mountain
wrong with. Go ahead, Scott.
Sand Mountain is an old soul trapped in a young body.
Right. There ain't nothing wrong with an LS, Blake. Just don't put that sumbitch in a Mopar.
Anything you can get that kind of horsepower out of for basically a junkyard motor.
Yeah. Well, mine's far above a junkyard motor though, but
Yeah,
it was
you
just
know what I
was
mean.
better. Yeah, no, I got you. I know what you're talking about. I just it was better suited for me. I mean, the days of me trying to stand up and hang my one-legged ass over a hood and work on a carb and stuff like that is out the window. So this is actually the first time I've ever touched an LS or even ran EFI, because the only injected stuff I ran in the past was mechanical injected, and that's internally top hat and on alcohol. So this truck is a first for me, period. So I'm hoping it works out all right. We'll find out.
All right, Silver. Get some rest.
I never even saw
Hey,
it.
Raker's in the house. Welcome, Raker.
Have a good night, Silver.
Glad to have you here, man. Shit, we still got 22 in here.
I don't even know how many. I got to flip over my other window to see that.
Yes. Well, we're getting, Raker just popped in. We had a couple others pop in. Some of the guys are going to bed, but we're getting them in as they're leaving, so that's good.
Yeah, my streams always start off good, then taper off a little bit. Then that last hour, everybody seems to pop back in. I don't know if it's time zone stuff or what. But
yeah, I started out with a little over 30, but hell, we've held a steady 20 plus all night.
That's good.
Good for the old watch hours.
Good.
Oh, here we go. Most LS engines are only fast because they have a turbo or supercharger, but those idiots don't realize there's a little more work. They can have a bladder engine that's still correct for the car. I wasn't going to tell you sandballs, but Chris in Dakota was his favorite.
I am not brand loyal. I give zero shits. If I like a car, I like a car, and if I can make it make power, I'm going to do it.
Oh, I'm the same way. Izzy sure had a handful of problems, but he got them fixed. No, Annie, we're not making fun of Jeff anymore. Damn this talk to text. What does it say?
I don't know. How can you knock, all in for $2,000, you can have a motor that makes 700-800 horsepower. Now, granted, who knows how long it'll survive, but you can go get another one as long as you got the parts.
Right?
I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at.
Oh, yeah, there is no arguing. They're cheap fucking horsepower.
I'm always one for quirkier stuff or stuff that's, takes some effort, but cheap horsepower is cheap horsepower.
Exactly.
And you can get parts for them basically at any place, so that's another advantage.
Sure do put a lot of words in Testa's mouth. Coming out of the closet now. First he wants to put LS in his Mopar, and now kiss face to get him out of here. Dean, get him.
He is a spicy youngin'.
Jeff says, I'm ready for a rematch with NSB and Blake.
I know they were talking about having two hacks in Dallas's Thunderbirds lineup. Did that ever happen? I think I missed it if it did.
No, I don't think it did because Saturday Jeff's starter took a shit on him.
Yeah. Because I saw him at half track for a little bit, then I saw him running, and I thought he was okay again after that.
Did you get that starter fixed, Jeff? Jeff's looking like a 440, but would love to stroke the 400. 400 gonna fit a lot nicer in that dart. Everybody keeps calling my 451 a stroker, and I actually wish the hell it was because it'd fit better in the truck. And I fired it up, put it in the garage yesterday, and I heard a damn header gasket clack, and it's that frickin' right side one where the header's right up against the frame, so that's gonna suck. Wouldn't be a... I'm actually pissed about that because I left that header on when I took it off the run stand because that one never leaked, and I was having trouble with the other one leaking, and I bought a set of Remflex gaskets, and I swapped out the one on the driver's side. It was giving me shit, and it's just a defective flange. I mean, those headers are brand new, but the Remflex solved the problem, and I should have just put them on both sides. I should have done it, and I didn't. In a hurry, being lazy, wasn't leaking, so I just left it on the engine, stuck the engine in the truck, and get back from No Name, and the bastard's leaking, so now I got to pull a header off. Deal with scraping frickin' burned header gaskets off when you can't get in there to work on it. Put the other Remflex in there, and the problem would be solved, but I'm kind of pissed about that. Pissed at myself. But that engine, it grew not only wider but taller, and it's just a freaking tight fit. The driver's side header actually fits in there pretty good, but the passenger side one's right up against the freaking frame rail. I may notch the frame since I got to take the damn thing out anyways. Starter should be here tomorrow. Right on.
Oh my goodness.
I still got to.
Look at your chat, Tony.
Which one?
Mama Hawk.
Mama Hawk. Hey, Raker, Jeff, 2 hacks. I'll never make fun of your kid being taller than you. Know he's gotten huge just last year. You're still taller in person.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, well, hell, you're taller in person. I thought you were going to be there, Tony. So,
Oh,
you know who wasn't was Thumper the sweaty fat guy. Damn, he's short. Holy shit.
yeah.
Who is that?
Thumper the sweaty fat guy.
Oh, yeah, I didn't meet that.
Well, it was funny. You know, those of us that met Jeff, 2 hacks Jeff last year, all thought that he'd be taller than he is.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. Mama Hawk, I find it funny. SMB was out of warranty. I must be talking about the starter was out of warranty. That sucks.
Yeah. All I know is I need to get my stupid project finished before car show season's over because it needs to get out and about before I have to put it away for the winter.
Hey, Mark, glad to see you made it home safe. He made his no-name national trip a week-long excursion.
Well, mine was a week. Mine was over a week. I was gone for 9 days.
Now, you had a lot more problems than I did, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I had the fuel line going there, fix that, and then I was going to take my time and get back probably Monday, and my friend, her van took a shit in my driveway, so I had to kind of come back and get her van fixed, so.
That sucks. Yeah, I actually, I didn't have any trouble at all getting home except for staying awake. I was just so freaking tired. We made it to first night. Where the hell did I stay? I was barely into Oklahoma. I forget what damn town we stayed in Oklahoma. And we actually stopped pretty early. I was in bed at freaking 10 o'clock in a hotel room, and I slept until 9 the next morning. I slept like a freaking rock for the first time in like 8 days or 7 days.
Later,
And
Clint.
we made it all the way back to Flagstaff. I drove straight through to Flagstaff, and I just couldn't freaking stay awake. And we pulled over in a truck stop and took a nap in the truck for a couple hours, and rolled into the house about 2:30 Tuesday morning. Jeff says, I'm 6'3" on camera, right? Jeff,
Yeah.
you sure you're gonna make it a race? And we do. Brad humbled me. T's Good Time Garage and I were 1-1 a lot of races. Right on. Yeah, T's car was freaking cool. That some bitch was quick.
Yeah. On Sand Mountain, what I'm going to bring next year is not what I was going to bring this year, but it's going to be something completely different. So, of course, I have to start working on it at some point in the near future, but I got to finish the first thing first.
Blake says, I would like to think my new gray beard hair makes me seem more trustworthy. Anyone want to buy a low deck Mopar? Always has fresh oil.
Take it easy, Dexter.
Good night, Dougster.
Later, Doug.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take off in a minute. It's almost midnight. All right, hell, it is midnight here.
You're 3 hours later than I am.
Yeah. Are you going to hit that duct tape drag thing this weekend, Tony?
I was gonna, but I couldn't get a pass. It was sold out. I ain't gonna go just to be a damn spectator.
Okay, because I know there's quite a few people that are out there.
Oh, I know. Buff made the drive.
I think Buff, Irish, and Pole Barn are. I thought I saw a post on Instagram. They were all together in a picture there.
Yeah, I heard Irish was going. Jay and Dalton was supposed to be there. I know Derek from Vice Grip Garage is going to be there. He's always there. Yeah, I wanted to go. I was thinking it was next weekend. When we got home, I slept a few hours, not much, because I had to take the damn U-Haul trailer back. And I got to check, and I seen it was this week, and I'm like, fuck. So I'm going to try it anyways. And I tried to get a weekend pass, as a participant's pass, and they're fucking sold out. So, it's about a 4-hour drive from the house.
Okay, so I figured it was pretty local to you, but I wasn't sure. So
yeah, it's semi-local. They're down at I'm at the top side of the state. They're down at the bottom side of the state. But it's before I moved back to Prescott. When I was down in Casa Grande, it's like an hour away. It used to be about an hour away, but it's like 3.5 hours now. And I got freaking customers belly aching. They need their shit fixed, so I suppose I should make some money.
NSB said he's bringing a no prep car next year.
Those U-Haul rigs suck. Sorry I had to use one. Yeah, it was kind of a pain in the ass and expensive.
how much did it end up costing you?
$600.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because when I figured, oh hell, I'll rent a truck, a trailer, and tow the car down there. At least it'll be there, and it priced out at least $2,000 for me to do that.
Yeah. Oh shit! You rent one of their damn trucks, they get you 50 cents or some shit a mile.
Yeah, it would have been truck rental, trailer rental, mileage, and fuel. It would have easily been $2,000. I don't have that cash.
I mean, as it was, I spent $1,254.29 on diesel fuel.
Thanks.
Yeah. Plus, I did a full service on my buddy's truck for him, and I paid for it. Usually he pays for it, but I bought the parts and paid for it for thanks, man, for letting me use your truck, kind of deal. Yeah. That was, I don't know, $350. And the brake job that I otherwise would have charged him for, I didn't. I did make him buy the damn caliper and rotor. Yeah, but I of course did the work and didn't charge him for it. And the bill would have been like $700 that I gave him for thanks, man. Obviously, it didn't cost me $700. That's a retail bill, but
yeah.
What else? The U-Haul trailer, $600. It was a $3,500 trip, all the way around ish.
Yeah. Well, hell, it cost me about $310 in gas there and back.
Yeah, you did good then.
Well, those Cherokees are not fuel efficient.
Right. I was actually impressed with that Cummins truck, that 6.7, being a big quad cab 4-wheel drive truck. That sumbitch averaged 12.9 hauling the truck.
Later, Blake.
For the whole duration of the trip. Sometimes it wasn't, because we were going to run. It was our transportation while we were there too, but without hauling. But the average fuel economy for the trip was 12.9.
What were you paying for fuel, Tony, on your way there?
Well, take 3,200 miles and divide it by $1,254.29 and get your average.
Was it higher when you left Arizona and got lower as you went, or was it pretty steady the whole way?
It went down some, but not much. It's over $5 a fucking gallon here.
Damn.
Right outside of Sykeston, I did find it for $3.99, but that was an isolated incident. For the most part, it was about $4.50. Last year, we saw a greater decline in gas prices across the state, across the nation, than we did this year. As I was mentioning earlier before you guys came in, I saved a receipt for nostalgic purposes from South Haven, Mississippi last year, where I paid $2.81 a gallon for gasoline. Even though I was buying diesel fuel this year, I still was paying attention to the gasoline prices, and the cheapest I saw it was about $3.50, $3.60. So, gasoline and fuel across the board was exponentially higher this year than it was last year by fucking near $1, and more steady across the country. It declined a lot more between here and there last year than it did this year.
Yeah, it was about 50 cents a gallon cheaper in Sykeston for me.
Yeah.
But it bounced back and forth because I went through Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio.
Yeah.
To get to Michigan, and it bounced 20 cents up and
Oh,
down,
yeah.
and down and up and down.
Yeah, I saw that, all the way across the country, and stay away from the truck stops. They should change, the Loves and the Flying J. They should change their name to just fucking Rapes or Us or something. Their fucking fuel across the board is 50 cents, 60 cents higher than a regular gas station right across the street from them. It's like, do people must pay it because they stay in business, but it's like, shit, you got to be stupid too. I see the signs. I like, do you really sell any fucking gas?
I think the cheapest we paid was $3.12 a gallon right in Missouri when we first
For
called
gasoline?
Yeah, and the highest we paid was somewhere in Arkansas. Whenever the GPS put us off in the fucking sticks and we're driving through all the area that was burning, we paid $3.69 a gallon. I was like, what the hell? But
it's $3.85 a gallon where I'm at in Michigan right now. The cheapest I got it was $3.39 at the gas station by the hotel when I left Sunday morning.
2X Jeff says race fuel is expensive. Fuck, I know. I got VP 110 is freaking $107 for a 5-gallon can of it. $21 a gallon. 21 and change is what that works out to. It's fucking ridiculous.
Expensive.
I've been running the truck on 91 with octane booster, but that fucking that VP octane booster is $30 a can, and it only treats 10 gallons. But it's been real happy. I haven't heard any detonation out of it, so I'm gonna try. When I need to put gas in it again, I'm gonna try it on just the 91. The trouble is, all the 91 octane shit around here is 15% ethanol. I'd rather find ethanol-free shit to put in it, but hell, the only thing I can find ethanol-free is 87, and it ain't gonna like that without booster.
Is it worth trying to convert it to 85 or?
85 is not very readily available around here.
Okay. Yeah, because it's everywhere here. And most of the parts in Rust that stuff he had smelled like goddamn grain liquor.
Yeah.
Right out of the still. That shit was potent.
Yep.
I'm like, goddamn, I remember drinking shit like this. What the hell's going on here?
Yep. Moonshine.
It smelled just like it.
Sam outside tried octane booster and ended up just getting a gallon of 110 while I was at the track, so it brought my octane up to around 93. Yeah. See, that's the other thing. I'd like to put an AFR gauge in the thing, but I've still got a lot of tuning to do on it. It ran good, but it's fat. It does have tuning still that I need to spend time with it. And I'd like to put an AFR gauge on it, and you can't run anything with lead in it with a fucking O2 sensor.
Yeah.
I prefer the leaded fuel, but it's a double-edged sword. Do I want the AFR meter or do I want the leaded fuel? Don't get your cake and eat it too with that. Wipe out a $200 fucking sensor.
Yeah.
C10 is $21.50 a gallon here.
Did you see what NSB said toward the end of the NNNs? They were selling it for $10 a gallon at the track.
Really? I missed.
That would have been a good thing to stock up on before you went home.
Yeah. Shit, I would have had him fill up my 22-gallon fuel cell with it if I'd known that.
Yeah, I missed a lot of stuff. I don't know if it was the announcer cutting out or too much noise or what was going on, but there were definitely I didn't know where the hell anything. I didn't know where the hell you were
Who, me?
until the end. Yeah.
Well, they announced it twice on Friday. We actually had people come by Saturday and said whenever they said you were at the end of the track, we thought you meant the starting line. And I'm like, I would have said at the starting line. But it's all good. Hopefully next year we'll have the truck. And that's what I told John whenever I decided to go ahead and come anyway. I told him, I said, without the truck being there, it's just another pop-up canopy, you know? People just walking around, nobody's going to care. You have a car over there, or people see you make a pass, then they want to come and check out your ride. But when you don't have your car with you, you basically draw less attention. The only benefit I had for me is there weren't many one-legged fat guys running around in a wheelchair out there, period. So I figured I'd be pretty easy to find.
Yeah, years ago, Dean, I used to buy avgas.
Me too.
A lot of the airports, they won't just sell it to you if you roll up in a car with a gas can anymore. I've thought about, we do have an airport, you know, a municipal airport here local to us. Been thinking about going and hitting them up, seeing if they'd sell me some, you know, like 100 octane low lead or something.
Yeah, that's what we used to run a lot of was Blue Dot. And we'd
Yeah,
have
100 octane low lead.
Yep. Just don't keep that shit in a clear fuel jug. It'll knock the lead out of that shit real quick.
Yeah, I don't use clear fuel jugs. And the lead is what increases the octane.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll, you know, get some more time on the engine, see how it behaves. Jeff says, yeah, C10 is unleaded 100 octane, right? And that's what's $21.50 a gallon there. Holy shit. 100 octane unleaded gas.
That's nuts.
That's insane. Yes and no, Sand Mountain. There's been more and more unleaded race fuels coming out in the last 10 years or so. I mean, I think there's probably about as much unleaded available as there is leaded now. Used to be mostly leaded. Just as long as the gas looks punk to the police. Fucking cop wants to look in my gas tank, you better have a goddamn search warrant.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to head out, guys. It was good to talk to you guys tonight. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, right on. Appreciate you dropping in, man.
See you guys later.
Have a
All
good
right,
night.
later.
Take it easy, guys.
Gas is better. That's better in my opinion. Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
More than helps them, it saves them. You know, you run, you know, non-hardened seats, non-hardened exhaust seats, it'll pound them right down into the cylinder head. I've seen valves recess this freaking deep in the old cylinder heads from running unleaded gas, and then you got to cut the seats, put hard seats in them. You know, I got a set of 906 big block Mopar heads on the shelf out there that I put a bunch of money into many years ago, putting hard seats in them. And that's honestly the only reason I still have them, you know, because can't get the money out of them. I had in them, and they ain't hurting nothing sitting there. So fuck it, I'll build something with them one day. Lower performance. I want to fool around with performance LPG, liquid propane gas, but it's getting harder to buy here now. Really? That sucks. We got there's a lot of over the road trucks, big trucks around here that run either LNG or LPG. Putting some medical grade nitrous into the LPG. Nice. Two hacks, Jeff says Illinois fucking sucks, man. It ain't much better over here anymore. Fucking politics. My machine shop guy said you can get away with not having hardened seats by having a three-angle valve job done. He says it just kind of softens the valve. Not sure if it's true or not. It does help, but long-term use, and you're still going to see problems. You're going to see seat pitting, but it does help. You know, I've even done 5-angle valve jobs that really, that really soften the way the valve sits into the seat. You know, every little bit helps, but when you're running a soft iron seat, it beats the shit out of them no matter what. I still knock you out wearing boxing gloves. I just might have to hit you a couple more times than I would otherwise. It's kind of the way you look at that. Medical grade nitrous would go straight into the cabin. Right?
Mm-mm.
That would be a laugh.
That's funny.
That is funny. NSB is calling night. You guys have a great weekend.
You have a good weekend, NSB.
Definitely appreciate you being in here, and we'll see you next week. Take it easy, man.
He said they're going to bring a no prep car next year to the No Name Nationals. I'd like to see that.
I'd like to see that. Those guys don't build bullshit. Whatever it is, it's going to bring it. I can tell you that much.
Well, I was kind of happy to see as many trucks that were there this year.
Yeah.
And I hope there's a few more next year.
Yeah, well, Outfits. Russell, he was new to the truck game at No Name. Last year he brought a circle track car. That was cool. That was cool. Where else can you see a circle track car go down the drag strip? But he brought a truck this year. Candy Cane was there last year. Square Body stuff. Square Body was there last year. Travis from Perpetual Projects, he was there last year. Travis Mopar Garage was there last year, but the truck was not. And it was this year. Of course, my truck was there this year. Mr. Haney was there last year and this year.
What did Mr. Haney run this year? Do you know? Time wise?
820s. He was in the 820s. John took the engine out of it, the one that was in it, and because he's putting that one in his Coronet, and the one that was in Haney this year is a bone stock 6.4 Hemi. That in itself is pretty impressive, running 820s with a
Yeah.
bone stock
So it
friggin'
didn't have a cam in it at all?
It didn't have nothing in it. Bone
It sounded
stock.
kind of healthy. That's why I was curious if it had a camera.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was just bone stock with exhaust on it, really. Those Hemis, they are healthy. They do sound healthy. You know, I'm sure the tune in it wasn't stock, obviously, but you know, past that, internally, his engine was completely stock. Speaking of Mr. Cope, I'll show you this. Show that to the camera that he had made for me.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Turn off the light, maybe you can see a little bit better. Change
I actually had one of those as well whenever I had my gun shop open for Accurate AR. The guy that the guy that used to do my Cerakoting used to do our laser engraving.
Nice.
And, he was making those too. Does your base have the deal where it changes colors so you can select which color it is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and them are cool, dude.
Yeah.
I saw one where you had them on a table in one of the videos. They had a whole bunch of them in a row. And I was like, that's pretty cool. I didn't see yours on the table. I saw one for Bad Tree. Oh, shit. There was somebody else there.
Who did the video that had him on a table?
Dude, I don't want to lie to you. If I find it again, I'll tell you. Because it's in one of the videos that I watch, and I've been watching everybody's shit. I've been trying to go on and, you know, watch as much as I could and like as many people's stuff as I could just to help. But John's sitting at a table, and there's a white table in front of him, and there's, I don't know if there's 3 or 4 of the lights, and I think there was something in the description under that said something about cope and lights or something. But like I said, I don't know.
I'll have to look for it. But yeah, no, he actually did those for several of us guys, you know. And,
yeah, Peckerwood said he saw it too, so I wasn't dreaming.
Right. Oh, I believe it.
Oh, no. I know. I wish I could remember who it was. Oh, speaking those other people we were talking to on the phone, you know, about, and you went and watched some of the stuff.
Yeah.
They had another video with the other guy you were talking about is back.
Oh, fucking Cabral.
Yep. I was like,
yeah, I heard he's back too. You know, that fucking turd came back up the toilet.
Yep.
That truck is wild.
Which truck?
I'm guessing he's talking about Haney.
That did just pop up, that comment, right?
Yeah, Jeff said the truck is wild.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't know if I was behind because I was like...
No, it just popped up. 2 hacks. Jeff just put it up. Yeah, that truck is fucking wild. Mofo.
Now, was Dr. Art, didn't he have a truck last year?
He did. It's an LS-powered Ranger. A turbo LS-powered
Was it
Ranger.
there this time?
It was not.
Okay.
Cream flows to the top, Tony. So do turds in water. Yeah, the turds with no substance are the ones that float.
Like a father.
Fucker is definitely a floater, that's for sure.
That's funny.
Yeah, I never did go back and finish watching Shane's video where that shithead was in there talking shit. You know, I don't get it. I just don't get why they got to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. So, Jeff, are you going to bring the Thunderbird next year too to re-race these guys, or are you bringing something else? Because if he brings it,
we all float down here.
That's funny. I think we lost him. Oh,
Wait, what? Cabral is back?
Yeah,
That's what I've heard, Sand Mountain. I haven't seen him yet, but I have heard he's back.
yeah. I was scamming around last night looking through stuff, and up he popped. And I was like,
I
what?
know there's floating water. I know Mr. Will still stands behind him. Just seen a channel with a bunch of videos. Yeah, Uncle Brian or some bullshit. Yeah, he's back, unfortunately. Yeah.
Now,
Fucking
who had
sad.
the red truck with the tunnel ram with the velocity stack sticking out the hood?
That was Travis from Perpetual Projects. He's from Alabama. You're talking about the red Dodge truck, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he joined the Tunnel Ram Mafia this year. It was not tunnel rammed last year. Guess I'll have to start trolling again, right? Yeah. God knows them sons of bitches are going to troll us.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, like I said, I still need to go back. I got a phone call right about. I was watching Shane's live the other night, right about the time that fucking Mopars or everything came in there and started cussing them out and stirring shit up. So I didn't really get to see all of it. But if you don't like the event, don't freaking come. So what? I don't see the need to go out there and try to drag everybody down. That's just chicken shit. Was I the only one in the Cross Ram Mafia? I think so.
His is a Pontiac, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think I saw it at Lambert's. I think I did. I might be wrong. I told you. I hear it all the time. I get emails on that other email I set up that's on my YouTube channel. Even that, actually, Syntec C10 Club here that's local to me, we donated a whole bunch of shirts and hats to their car show they had like 2 weeks before the No Names. And, actually, it's 3 weeks because the week before is when I had my emergency appendectomy, so I couldn't go to that car show. And, dude, them guys are like purists when it comes to C10s. So a lot of them have bone stock, plain original trucks. And the guys that have stuff that have motors that aren't correct, stuff like that, catch a lot of hell. When they found out about the truck getting an LS in it, dude, they were pissed at me. And I was like, man, I got to do what I got to do.
At least it's still a Chevy. It's not crossbred.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's your answer, Blake. Yep, sure am. He's bringing more than one car, and the bird is getting some major upgrades.
Cool.
And yeah, he was at Lambert's, Blake. That was that badass Pontiac that was there, remember?
Yep. I'm thinking he's in the video. I think, well, not the whole car. I think I got a picture of his, but I don't know if I saved that picture.
But he was the only, as far as I know, he was the only cross ram car at all that was.
I saw there's a white cross ram car there that was a Pontiac that was like the second row over.
Yeah,
but
big with the white 8-lug wheels on it.
So I wish somebody would enlighten me this salad bar inside joke that's going on.
Oh, it's just a joke going on between Sand Mountain and Mark. They're just razzing each other.
I saw where that girl that got that new test version of the Torque Storm, that 84R. I was telling you, I was talking to them guys about upgrading mine to.
Right.
They did a race this weekend, and they're still tuning and stuff, but just by changing the head unit, they picked up 3/10 in the quarter.
Nice.
And I'm like, damn. But then they're talking about the bigger head units that are supposed to be released later this year. But I'm going to try talking to them yahoos again before I put the truck together, because they said the 84R, which is the race version, will bolt up, use the same pulleys and everything as the setup that I have. So I figured, hell, if I could pick up 2 or 3/10 just by doing that change too, that'd be pretty cool.
Well, you can change a lot just by changing your pulley ratio of those Torque Storms too.
Yeah, I already got that. That's yeah, that's the one. Cool.
Mark talked about how good this stupid salad bar was while at the No Name Nationals, and he brought it up in a live earlier, and he was giving me crap about something, so he earned a new nickname.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, shit. Excuse
Right
me. I still think you need to put an LS on that wheelchair. I mean, fuck sakes, Williams putting a 440 on a Cushman, so why not? Flip and I are building the trans with a brake, 2-step suspension upgrades, and fuel injection. So are you going to stay with the C6, Jeff, or are you going to go to the 4R100?
So there you go.
That's the driven pulley that goes on the Charger, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because my setup came with a 3.25, and that's a 2.80, and it's a sure grip, so it's supposed to help with the slipping. We'll find out. It's going to spin it almost. I think doing the setup that they sent with the kit, it was only going to spin like 68,000 RPM at the head unit, and doing it with this one, it's like it's 79,000, and then you can go up to 80.
Yeah.
So it's going to be right at the borderline of it, but I figured, shit, that's almost a little over 10,000 RPM spinning the head unit faster, and it's supposed to make it bring the boost in quicker too, in the power band. So now, since I'm going to have the trans brake going in that transmission to where I can get on my converter instead of having to foot brake it, and also having that to where I can get into the power band faster, it should speed the truck up. So we'll see.
Sam Mount says a few more things I want to do to my Pontiac to complete it, and it's definitely getting painted, but I'm doing an SD scoop. Then I need to find a 4-speed setup and get some better gears. Right on. Yeah, I hear you on the 3-speed, Jeff. I mean, you can't beat the C6 for being tough, but I wanted to put the 4-speed, the 46 in my truck, and just it was a money thing, money and time thing. I built the 727, and I'd love to have the overdrive, but fuck, I got so much money in that 727, and it's a killer trans. I ain't gonna just shit can it. Once I get the rear end set up the way I want it to be, I'll probably end up having 2 sets of gears. I'll have street gears and track gears for it. As it is now, with the 28-inch tires on it and the 355 gears, it's 66 miles an hour at $3,000. Another gear would be really nice for the highway, but if I get a 32-inch tire on it, that'd be all right. But if I find a 32-inch tire in a slick or a street or a drag radial, I can find that. But the trick is finding a regular street tire that size. I want an OD transmission, but it's a space constraint. Trans tunnel is small, and I want to keep full interior and not put a bigger tunnel. Yeah, exactly. I got the room under the truck for it. I don't want to do it all over again.
Yeah. Jeff's got the pocketbook, though. He can go and get a gear vendor. Then he'll have overdrive.
Right.
Them things are putting major horsepower through them gear vendors, and they're living, so.
Oh, I know. There's no doubt about it. Gear vendor's a badass unit, but they're fucking expensive.
Well, that's what we were originally going to do on my truck. I was going to put a turbo 400 in it with the gear bender, but the way my cross members made up for the factory trailing arm, since I stayed with trailing arm, well, they're not factory, but they go in this factory location. If you put a 400 turbo, even a 350 turbo or a glide, the gear bender gets into that portion of the frame, and I didn't want to hack that up because some of the classes to run the true street, you have to have your rear cross members and all that's got to be factory. So
right.
He says, "Shit, I wish." That's why I had to put that big ass hump in my floorboard for my truck. Was by the time we went that 4L80 with the scatter shield on it, it would not go up. So
right.
Lucky for me, the C10s already have a high hump and a low hump. So all I had to do was buy it. Just got here. What did I miss? Oh, Tony gave free shit away, so you missed it all.
No, I didn't give nothing away. Brought 75 shirts. Fucking No Name didn't sell a single one. Gave some away at No Name. Almost want to rebuild my factory automatic and put it back in my car. There's no guarantee it'll hold up to factory 4-speed, and the first gear is like grinding gear. It paired up perfectly. Nice. 269 gear, and it got good gas mileage. Yeah, they do. I might be running a true streetcar challenge next weekend. That's badass, Jeff. Jack Stands and Cinder Blocks is in the house. Man, the old lady didn't let me do shit in the shop tonight. That sucks. Last gear, the same finishing gear as the Turbo 400. I'm still fucking not caught up on sleep.
Yeah, shit, I ain't slept worth the shit the last 2 days without having AC. That sucked, man.
Oh, man.
I had the one running, but not the central heat and air.
I can't sleep when it's hot and shitty.
Yeah, I'm a fat man. I can't sleep when it's hot and shitty either.
Yeah.
I need my
I'm
AC.
a fat man, too.
I'm bad for brand loyalty lives. Dean lost me on that one.
Y'all be on the lookout for 63, 64 Pontiac B-body 4-speed stuff. I need to put just a 4-speed in it. I need to just put a 4-speed in it. I will. I will keep my ear to the ground for you, brother. She got me on the phone and kept me drinking. Shit, no. I'm still sleep deprived from the week before. No name. I really wanted the truck to drive there. Right? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Last year my wife and I split the driving, in the car. And I did all the driving this year, towing the truck. She didn't want no part of that shit.
Damn. So she didn't want to try pulling the trailer?
No.
Did it pull okay?
It did.
That's good.
Oh yeah, that Cummins truck was a fucking animal. It didn't even give a shit.
Do you know how much that purple 60?
Oh, is he selling that? I think I did hear something about him selling that. Not Pontiac Dean, they just have a badge that says so. Right? Yeah, that's the later year shit, Dean. After about 1981, something like that, they started putting small block Chevys and fucking everything GM.
That first Pontiac Trans Am that I bought when I first got out of high school, it had a fucking Oldsmobile motor.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, they were doing Olds and Pontiac were swapping engines way back in the days, but in the early 70s you started seeing some of that. But
yeah, I didn't even know that you were there, Jack Stan, until I saw you put a video up interviewing Buck.
I didn't get to talk to half y'all. I did my best to introduce myself in person, but I didn't recognize many persons of their project. I'll make a cheat sheet for next year. It's hard. I pretty much knew everybody there, and I still missed a few. I'm the keep your Pontiac all Pontiac kind of guy. I'm on board with that, man. I hate all that crossbreeding shit.
Bad thing about mine, we pulled that Oldsmobile motor out of it, and I did build a 389 Pontiac motor for my Trans Am. And for the amount of money I had to spend buying parts from Butler Performance and other places for a Pontiac, I could have built shit tons of small block Chevrolets.
Oh yeah. Well, they're just like the Mopars. They're fucking expensive. But, and I still kick myself in the ass, years and years ago when I was a kid, when I was looking for my Firebird, my first gen Firebird. I turned my nose up at a 68, and I could have bought the car, but it had a 401 Olds in it. And what pissed me off was, and what stopped me from buying the car was the seller had the original 350 Pontiac out of the car, and she wouldn't sell the sumbitch.
Oh damn!
I said, I'll pull the Olds out. I'll put out. I'll do all the work. I'll pull it out and everything. You can have it. I want that Pontiac motor. Wouldn't. So I said, well, fuck you then. I ain't buying the car. And to this day, I kick myself in the ass for that. But I could have gone and found another Pontiac engine and put in the car. And I got nothing against the Olds engine. It's a badass engine, but it ain't what I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted the Pontiac to have a Pontiac in it, and that Olds just didn't belong. A later Pontiac, it would have been all right because they did do that swapping around shit from the factory, but in that 68, that wasn't all right. That is a fact, Sand Mountain. John DeLorean figured out what he wanted. He'd do anything to get it to market. Yep.
Now, did you ever find out who did win the bracket race?
Yeah, it was T's Good Time.
So it was that rust-colored car, I
that
thought?
Dart, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Roland won the overall, and he won the burnout contest.
And he won the overall the year before, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
I got a 455 I could build and put in my car if I really wanted to. That would be badass. What did I miss? Jeff says Raker too much for my pockets. I missed a comment from Raker.
Oh,
too
he's
much, you know how much that too how much that purple max wedge is. Yeah, too much for my pockets. Yeah. That car is worth some money. I'm sure he's, asking what it's worth for it.
damn.
Yes, I'm sure they want a lot, right? Looking for a little 63 Tempest. I think that's what the 455 needs, backed by a 4-speed. That would be badass, actually. I'd like to see that build come to light.
So next year, are you planning on taking the truck to race and taking the car for the burnout competition? Or are you just going to take one vehicle?
You talking to me?
Yep.
Probably just taking one vehicle. Depends on money. I mean, we're still stuck with Joe fucking Biden for another year, so I don't see this economy getting much better. And even when we do get rid of that motherfucker, it's going to take a while to recover. I was about 3 or 4 hours away from the track when I realized I didn't have a single phone number to anyone there. Right? Build one someday. I know where a 4-speed Tempest is. He just wants too much for it, but eventually he'll sell it cheap. Yeah, just be patient and just watch it, and they will come down. Longer it sits there for sale and not moving, the easier it is to get them to move.
Shit, I'll tell you what. There's people here in Texas. They'll tell you they're going to leave shit in their yard because they're going to get to it and build it later.
Oh yeah,
school, and they're still sitting in their fucking yard.
Oh yeah, I've seen cars sit around for 20 fucking years of that same story. I do away with the independent suspension, put a frame up under it, right? Sent an email to John with my phone number. He eventually sent me a text.
Some of that might have been the reception at the track too, though, Jack Stan. Shit, whenever Skip and them came over there and we had the first 3 people we drew for the drawing, I texted all 3 of them and none of them responded to the text. Silver, Mohawk Sun, and
right, because
one of the other guys running all over the pits getting people.
The service kind of sucked there. And that was weird because hell, I got the same provider, and hell, I had the same fucking phone I had last year, and I don't remember the service sucking like that. I actually had really good service. John had bought and paid for and brought in some really good Wi-Fi last year, and most of the time I didn't even use it because my phone worked well. And this year it was just kind of shitty. I think I need to build my Cobra 2 because I have a bunch of motors and no cars. So I think it's time to build it so I can look for some more projects, right? Yeah, hell, I might surprise y'all and bring a fucking Chevy next year because I have a couple of Chevy big blocks that need a home.
Really?
Yeah, I have 2 454s out in the shop that need built. I don't have any Chevys, and what I'd really and I've said this before, and it's not going to be a surprise to some people if I do it. I'd really like to find a decent S10 to put one of them big blocks in. Come after JB's trash truck. I'll even paint the fucker red and put a bent ass bumper on the front of it.
That's funny.
Your clone came to your clone did steroids and came to get you. Mine just has a mild 302 fresh engine, but about $3,000. It would be a nice driver. Nice. Can't do much with $3,000 these days.
I have a friend that just pulled a motor out of an LS because he's going to put that motor in a, oh shit, I don't lie to you. It's either a 48 or a 50 Chevrolet pickup. And he doesn't have much in the S10. I can ask him what he wants for it, but your ass would have to drive to Texas to get it.
Well, I'll be driving to Indiana sooner or later, too, because Patrick's got a parts car I need to buy from him for my Charger. Yeah, if it ain't before winter, if it ain't before the year's out, it's definitely before spring. I'm buying a fucking car trailer. I ain't playing this goddamn trailer game anymore. Yeah, I know they're fucking expensive, but I need one.
Damn.
Yep, 421. That was a good engine. You know, and those were overlooked a lot, especially, you know, in the later years, the 421s and the 389s, but they were good engines.
Yeah, Turbo Tom was a hit with his Model T.
Oh, man. And he was a cool dude, too. I still wish he would have raced that fucking Cushman.
That would have been funny.
Well, dude, we were comparing their time slips. It would have been anybody's race.
See, that's somebody else I didn't get to meet either. William drove by on that Cushman like 3 times, but never stopped. But
389s, granddad, people forget it, but man, do they run strong. Yeah, they do. I'd love to have a 389 powered goat.
see, that's what got me hooked on cars. My uncle actually had a 65 GTO, and whenever I was in junior high, yep, and I was in junior high.
Tri-power? Was it a tri-power car?
No, it already had some performance upgrades on it. The motor wasn't original for that car. He got it from one of his friends, but they put it in at our house because where he lived, he didn't have a garage. He just had a carport. So I was in junior high when that happened, so I got to help a lot, and I was kind of like, yeah, I dig that car. So that's what I wanted originally. And then whenever I got out of school, I couldn't find one of them. That's why I settled and got a Trans Am. And then after the Trans Am, that's whenever I got into trucks. And after that, I went straight into basically the Nova, Chevelles, and Camaros. And this one right here, I figured, hey, this is going to be the last thing I build. And I went right back to a truck. So my original truck that I had was a 65 because I couldn't find a 67. So I figured if it's going to be the last one I build, I'm building what I wanted, and that was the 67. So
right,
build it, and then I'll be done.
If I could find a nice 63, I'd like to build a 63. Because I already did build a 63 for a customer.
Talking about a Dodge or a C10?
A C10. Yep. I love that wraparound windshield.
Yeah, a lot of people like them.
And that was the last year for it, 63. Years ago, I had a 64, but it did not no longer had the, of course, the wraparound. 63 was the last year for it. But no, I did. Back in, what the hell was it? 2012. I did a 63 C10. I did a 396 stroker for it, small block, complete roller motor. Thing was a beast. built a 700 R4 to go behind it, and we bagged it. All custom suspension, bagged it and 4-linked it. That's what the customer wanted. I wouldn't have done the air, but that's what he wanted. And I actually, I got it to hook. I got it to work. That's difficult to do with air. But it was pushing. That engine was pushing an honest 550, 600 horsepower. That fucker got up and moved. I mean, I scared when I delivered that truck. When I was done with it, I scared the shit out of its owner with it.
We have a lot of people that had the 65s that had the trailing arm suspension on them.
Yep.
Even the 67, mine has the same setup.
Yeah, the factory 3-link.
They hook like a son of a bitch.
They do. Yeah, and I personally would have left the 3-link in it, but he was stuck on 4-link and bags. And, when the customer's writing a check, you build them what they want.
Yeah. That's what you ought to get.
And it did. It turned out nice. It did. It turned out very nice.
Find you one of them 63s, put one of them big blocks in it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I would do. That
would be cool.
Yeah. But I would leave the 3-link under it.
The Frankenstein C20 truck. Yeah. Did you talk to him?
I did. He was pitted right next to me.
He was over there talking to me, and he's like, man, he goes, driving down the interstate in that truck, 70 mile an hour. He goes, it's turning 1,500 RPM.
Well, did you see the wheels? He had 20s on the back of the fucking thing.
I said, how tall are them back wheels? They're 35 inches tall.
Yeah, well, they were 20-inch wheels. I don't know what size his fucking tires
were. He said they're 35-inch tall, and he had a 351 gear.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no wonder it ain't turning any RPM. And he was talking about figuring out what to do. I said, dude, you change the tires and drop down to like a 28-inch tall tire, your times are going to pick up drastically. And he was just like, yeah. And he goes, that rear end, I think he said, I don't remember what year it came out of, but it was actually a rear end out of a Ford Dooley truck.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, damn. So it's a beefy, rear end. But I was like, dang. But that guy right there, he was a nice guy too.
Yeah, he was. Sandmount wants to do a poncho with 6 2-barrels. If he could get his hands on the intake, that'd be sweet. The truth of the matter is anymore with carburetor technology, it's easier to get performance with a single carburetor, but there is no beating the cool factor of a multiple carb setup. I totally agree with you. Shit's just cool.
Damn. So if you end up getting an S10 and put one of the big blocks in it, which truck would you bring next year?
The S10.
Gotcha. That'd be cool.
I mean, I'm a Mopar guy through and through, and that truck's near and dear to my heart. You already know the story behind it. I've had the fucker since I was in high school, and it will continue to grow and be what it is. But if I come up with another project that I build for myself, well, especially if I do it on the channel, of course I'm going to bring the new project to No Name. And if the trailer situation allows, if I end up with a 2 or 3 car trailer, hell, I will bring them both. We'll see how Bidenomics treats me this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that, Jeff? Tunnel rams rock. You're right. How about a tunnel rammed 454, well, for a 468 in an S10? That'd be fun. Of course, I'd have to back half the fucker because I'd probably be I'd end up in the same damn boat I'm in now without any fucking traction.
Depends on how you set it up.
Well, I'd have, and I think I got problems now. You know, an S10. Hell, I put 350s in S10s and had hell getting them to hook.
I've had friends with S10s running on 28-10-5 tires that run into the 530s easily in the 8th mile.
Oh
And
yeah,
they
but
still run real hard on the street.
well, sure, but that's a back half truck.
Factory frame truck still. Cowl tracks and leaf springs, dude. Hell, even if you go watch, oh shit, who is it? The Speed Race channel, Billy the Kid. Go
Yeah,
look at his S10. That S10, I mean, a lot of the stuff you see on the street when they're talking about running low sixes and stuff, that's on the street at a track. He's in the fives all day long. And that one right there, and he doesn't even have a full cage in that truck.
right.
And they got an X bar in it, and same thing. I don't remember if they were running a Caltrax or a homemade bar setup, but I'm thinking they had Caltrax on it too.
Right.
But that little truck's pretty fucking fast. Even though it had a bottle on it, it was pretty fast. Now it's turboed. But there was a guy, my favorite car, there's an outlaw track in Cedar Creek, Texas. Well, it's called Cedar Creek Dragway. It's actually right outside of Maybank, Texas. But what got me turned on to going and starting to run the alcohol injected motors on alcohol, top hat Enderley setups.
Yeah.
I couldn't afford to buy a blower at the time, but I like to look at the bug catcher with the tunnel ram intake and everything just with, an Enderley top hat. So I went and converted to that, and fuel was cheaper, especially too, instead of buying C16. But he had I think it was a 78 it was one of those set which because it had the bumper on it, so somewhere between the 70 and the 81. Camaro, and he had a small block 350 with a blower on it, and he was running an Enderley top hat injected on alcohol. And that car ran on a 9-inch slick. And it was 560s, 8 all day long. I was like, dude, a lot of people say, oh, it's slow for what's in it. But shit, for a 9-inch slick and a heavy ass car that did have a cage, but it was all metal except for a fiberglass hood, I thought it was pretty impressive.
Right. Two Hack says the tunnel ram more readily available parts, but the cross ram has a better cool factor. The coolest fucking cross ram car I ever saw in life, and I was about 18 years old. It was at a Taco Bell car show, just a Taco Bell parking lot meetup type car show. It was a fucking T-bucket with a long ram inducted 440 on it. And a woman had built that car, and she was driving it. And the last thing I remember about that car was watching it go down Main Street on 2 wheels. That fucker was just badass. And Jack stands here, says Caltrax has some tech for leaf springs. Yes, they do. That's actually the direction I'm going to go with the Dodge truck. I always had planned on doing the Caltrax, but I'm going to go with the Caltrax along with their split monoleafs. That's how I think I'm going to solve my traction problems with that truck, is with their leaf springs and their Caltrax setup. I think it'll work. I mean, I could go to the ladder bar hassle or the 4-link hassle, but I really don't want to.
It's funny, I'm reading, and when I see it turn blue, I can see it bigger under you.
Sucks. Tunnel rams are so expensive. Sponsors, I'd like to try one. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to price, Pontiac is the other Mopar. Everything is out of sight. They have that setup for what you have. It's smart money over doing some 4-link. Oh, absolutely. It's not even the money. I've got so much money in that fucker now. It doesn't even matter. It's just what I want. I want to do it on leaf springs. I don't want to screw with a 4-link. I mean, yeah, the 4-links are nice because they're infinitely adjustable and this, that, and the other thing, but the Caltracs really are too.
Bad thing about 4-links, they're very temperamental. If you start turning shit and don't pay attention, you'll be fucking chasing your tail for a while.
Oh yeah. Well, you can get in that boat with the Caltracs too, because you can adjust pinion angle and everything with the Caltrac.
You know? But that's why I chose just to stick with what I had on the truck, because there's so many trucks out there that have worked with the factory style suspension. I mean, I didn't go, well, I don't know if you saw, I didn't use factory trailing arms. I got tubular that are good.
Right.
And
But
they got
they
adjustable
still utilize the factory mount points.
Yeah, they got the factory mount point, but they got anti-squat brackets. So I got a lot of adjustability. But I'm wanting it to be more of a drive on the street as much as I can and make a pass and go.
2X, I think we are running the same linkage, just mine has been assembled completely different.
Yeah, I'll tell you what was a bitch. A friend of mine that had a 3rd-gen Camaro called the Green Weenie. He had a big block Chevrolet in it with a tunnel ram, and he was running 2 of the Ron's alcohol-injected toilets on it. Those were kind of a pain in the butt to play with.
Right.
Because of the barrel valve adjustment and all that crap.
Ford dual quad FE 427 and the GT40 was a low riser tunnel ram that matched the independent runner quad Webers. I think Ford figured that out with the dual quad Dominators on the Boss 302 tunnel ram. Yeah, I agree with that statement.
Did you look at Don's setup on his car, the one I cat?
Yeah, his 5-barrel.
Yeah. Now, see, I didn't get a chance to pin him down and talk to him much. Is it on a progressive linkage to where
Yes.
he's only putting around with a 1-barrel?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering about that. So I thought that was kind of different.
His uncle did that. He chose to leave it. He did say he's going to change it. It's going to be dual quads next year on a different
really?
engine. Yeah.
Yeah, because I heard everybody talking about it from last year, and I was like, man, I really want to see that car. And when I saw him there, I asked him where it was parked, and he told me. That's why I went over there to look at it. But I saw that, I was just like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it is progressive, and it does primarily run on the 1-barrel. From what he says, it's quite the turd, but it's good gas mileage.
I didn't see many of the racing from the starting line, Sand Mountain. I saw it like right before your first marker at the 8th mile. So by the time I turned my head, I could barely even see what the cars were, and then I just saw the back end of them. So I wouldn't be able to say, yes, I saw you race him or not.
I did. I missed that race. Got my number from John. I'd love to see a pic of that. Road Toad versus the Mock Goat winning Sand Mountain Ballistics.
Now, that was a pretty unique car.
Yeah. A lot of cool shit with it.
And my thing is, I am a truck guy. I mean, I like trucks a lot. And I will admit, I already told you once, but that little red wagon stepside or whatever you want to call him,
Little Red Express.
Little Red Express. There you go. I like the hell out of that truck.
That thing was bad to the bone.
Did you see how he had the bed raised? And it had the wooden bed, but it was set up. It only had like a bed this deep instead of going all the way down. I guess he did it for tire clearance instead of having to do any hacking or something, or else he had something going on there. I didn't look under it, of course.
Shit, I'd give him your number, Jeff, but I ain't got his.
Did Brian make a pass in his car ever?
Dust Devil?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he never did. I think Jed only made one pass with the Barracuda. That thing was shooting ducks, man.
Uh-oh. Jeff is laughing about something. I don't know if he's like on a bad time delay.
He's laughing because he's laughing at what I said about the Barracuda shooting ducks.
Oh.
Pop, 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 pop down the track. I forget who ended up. Oh, didn't Jeff? Jeff got the duck back, didn't he? This year, who got the fucking duck back? I think didn't you get the duck back, Jeff?
What is it?
You would have had to have been there last year, but the duck, the hood ornament, the duck, the rubber duck hood ornament. Big chrome hood ornament from the movie.
Have a good night, Sand Mountain.
All right, Sand Mountain, take it easy, brother.
So they have a rubber duck hood ornament?
I'm having a brain fart. The movie Convoy.
Oh.
The chrome duck hood ornament.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. His handle was rubber duck.
Yeah, but he had the duck hood ornament. It's an ongoing deal from last year. Two Hacks Jeff brought the duck, and the duck went to. Fuck,
he said, "I sure did."
Yeah, I thought that's how he got the duck back. I'm forgetting the fucking whole story behind it now, but anyways, there's a chrome hood on rubber duck ornament circulating around. It started with Jeff, and Jeff got it back.
That's confusing. Dean, take a, oh my goodness, afternoon tomorrow, whatever. Good Lord.
Yeah, it's morning for Dean. It's tomorrow morning. Well, it's tomorrow morning for you too. Now I think.
Now, yeah, 12:15.
Yeah, you're 2 hours ahead of me.
I'm going to enjoy this AC tonight and tomorrow. I'm probably going to sleep in.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to work on fucking dump trucks tomorrow. So
I heard you say that. Is y'all's weather a little cooler there too? Because
actually,
our high today was only 96. I was excited.
Actually, it's been pretty damn warm here. It's supposed to start cooling off. I got to go start hunting firewood for the winter too. Spent way too much money buying it last year. Fuck that. That's how I heat the house, is with firewood.
Wood burner?
Yeah, I get 2 wood stoves.
When we lived in Missouri, that's what I had, was a Well, actually, there was a fireplace there, but they put a sliding unit for a wood burner. I liked it because then it had the electric fan. You turn it on and it heat the whole damn house.
Well, I like the wood. I like the wood heat. But we've got furnaces, but fuck, they eat propane,
Yeah.
and that shit's got expensive too.
I had friends that ended up buying some of them pellet heaters.
Yeah,
Them
they
motherfuckers.
work good, but the fucking pellets have gone through the roof in price too.
Yeah.
Mark's back. He had to pick up his wife at the airport. Right on.
Now, where is he located?
Minnesota, I believe.
Good
Minnesota, right, Mark?
Going to race.
I was going to Street Race Car Chronicles last year. I was going to race Streetcar Chronicles last year. We both broke before we got there. The winner got the ducks. Things we didn't race. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the best broken car got the duck.
So, who ended up with the duck last year?
I think it was Streetcar Chronicles, wasn't it, Jeff? And he gave you the duck back this year because your starter took a shit.
Oh, I didn't even know Streetcar Chronicles was there. Damn.
I think. I might be wrong. Gotta remember, I'm still sleep deprived. Shit, another buddy of mine calls me yesterday cussing the rats. Oh, what are you cussing the rats for? The fuckers ate all the wiring to his headlights on his Tahoe.
Oh, shit.
So I'm riding down the road in a water truck, hauling a load of water, talking to him on the phone, trying to tell him how to chase down perpetual projects. That's right, because he kept breaking his drive shafts. His snubber broke. He had a pinion snubber, and his snubber broke, and he was winding up so bad that it was binding the U-joint and busting the drive shafts.
Oh,
They fixed the drive shaft, and then he did it again.
shit. That ain't no good. And the ones running around putting the wigs and the eyelashes was Wendy, and who else?
Yeah. Oh, Dust Devil, Brian finally shows up. What's happening, man? Get that Moparser everything motherfucker put in his place.
Oh, is that what he went?
Oh, that fucker was talking all kinds of shit on Brian on that video.
Oh, got you.
Just everything tonight editing this video. Yeah, well, I ain't got much video to edit, so spent too much time bullshitting with everybody. So I'm relying on everybody else's videos. I hope some good video got taken of my truck going down the track. But my wife got some decent ones. Dust caps are up like pink dicks. What the fuck? I didn't even watch his video. I just commented. I didn't watch the video either. I just went and read the comments. I won't fucking watch the damn videos because I don't want to give the piece of shit watch hours. I watched 2 or 3 minutes of it, skipped through it, and he was ragging on Dust Devil pretty bad. Yeah, Dust Devil. I have like zero footage of the No Name. I was having too much fun there. Yeah, that's the same boat that I was in. Dean, this ignorant piece of side salad toss. That's fucking gross.
Oh,
He
goodness.
probably is a salad tossing motherfucker.
That's bad.
Kind of talks like one. Tossed.
Mm-mm-mm. No, I'll go
Yeah.
back tonight and watch John's live and see what all was discussed on that. I didn't know if it all went pretty good or not, or what all he was.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Now it's going to be a long wait.
For what? Oh, next year?
Yeah.
Oh, that time will fly quicker than you think.
Well, I figured what I'm going to do is I'm not going to rush. I'm just going to take my time and backpedal and go ahead and get this tranche brake put in, and then I'll go and do the brakes after I'm sure the tranche brake goes in. That way I'll leave that second line lock off and have it as a spare.
What the fuck is going on? Is that really you, Brian? You got a fucking white screen.
Uh-oh.
All right, there it is.
Yeah,
It was acting weird. I didn't know if it was spam. It was one of them fucking trolls.
Oh no, it's my damn internet. I'm editing this video. I do it on Clipchamp, so it does it through the internet.
Oh. Well, it came up as you, but the screen was blank, like that night that imposter
Oh
John
yeah,
Wilburn,
yeah.
and motherfucker came in tried to come in as John Wilburn. It was one of those porno fuckers.
Now, did you see? Well, let me get this over here where I'm looking straight. Did you see the comment that I left him though?
I did.
About this is my first time having a troll.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I leave $50 on the nightstand.
He fucking laughed about that. He didn't delete the comment. I'm like, God damn you. You know, if he laughed about that comment, dude's got a fucking sense of humor. If he wasn't just a fucking douchebag, I could probably be friends with the fucker. He's got a cool
Right.
car. He's got a sense of humor, but he's got to be a hater fucking douchebag, so I can't even be friends with him. That's what is
Right.
sad to me.
Right. Well, he's just one of those motherfuckers that thinks his shit don't stink, and you know he's better than everybody. And
He can think his shit don't stink, okay? Just mind your own business when it comes to other people's shit.
right,
If our event, if you don't feel like it's for you, okay. But just leave it the fuck alone.
yeah. No,
Just
I
leave
watched.
us the fuck alone and let
It
us
really-
do our thing. It's the same
Yeah,
thing
it
that
really-
cocksucker, oh, I hope I can say cocksucker, Mr. Will does on his
Right.
shit. He can't leave people the fuck alone.
Right,
But that's
He-
how he gets clicks. That's the only way
Yeah.
he can get views.
he
his
feeds on.
video
Yeah,
shit's
well,
fucking
and
getting
if you
views.
look, and you see how that's working out for him. Fucking Mr. Will still only got like 700 subs.
They both have less than me, and I am the lowest fucking from all the people who started at No Name Nationals, the No Name 500 last year. You know, the first year, I'm the smallest channel. But you know what? Everybody knows me, and I hope everybody in this community likes me. I mean, I could go on anybody's live like this, and they're like, "Hey, what?" You know, it fucking bothers me that these people can't just leave shit alone. I can understand if
Right.
it's a big fucking channel and you're jealous, because that's all it is with this Tony shit. He's jealous of Uncle Tony, so
Right.
he has to hate on him to get the 700 subscribers he's got.
Right.
I'm getting
Well, the
close to
same thing with
900, and I don't hate
everything
on anybody.
fucker, you know, he goes on, he calls Uncle Tony Uncle Phony or whatever, but you know, whatever. A lot of people like Tony. A lot of people don't like Tony. It doesn't, you know, he's a 250,000 sub fucking channel. Of course, he's gonna have haters and lovers, you know.
Yeah, and I watch some of his stuff. Some of his stuff I don't agree with, but you know,
Right.
when he puts out a good video, I comment, "Hey man, that's an awesome video. I'm glad
Yeah.
you did that."
Right. Jeff said he must have a really small pecker. Fuck, he probably ain't got a pecker.
That's just, I don't understand it, man. Why can't they just leave us if they don't want to come to our event and try it out? Why
Then
do they
don't.
got to feel the need? Okay, then don't go. Why do you got to feel the need to trash it
Well,
or say
yeah,
it
well,
needs
and that's
to
the thing.
change when
How
you
can
haven't even showed up?
Yeah, right. How can you sit there and talk shit or say something's bad when you never even tried it? You know, you can't say you don't like watermelon if you never fucking ate it.
Well, you also can't say you're gay if you never sucked dick. Okay, sorry I had to say that.
I think
You
the
can
weird
edit that
hour
out
is fucking shorted.
You can edit that out later. I'm in a mood. But no,
I
no,
don't
no.
give
The
a
thing
shit.
is, that this weird shit pops in my head and I say it. I'm sorry. You can edit that out. I don't.
I
Think
don't
you
give a
should
shit.
over that. But no. The whole thing is, it's like I totally missed Wilburn's live. Did he say anything about like the numbers? How many cars showed up? How many people?
He's asking the same thing I asked.
No, he didn't. He didn't
Okay.
nail any number down. He did say it was over 100, but that's about it.
I've
I
seen.
think
No, he didn't say it was over 100. He said it was more than last year.
I think
Well,
Jay
last
said
year was 125,
160.
wasn't it?
Oh,
Something like that, yeah.
I think. Well, still, okay. There's 125 fucking people out there, and I haven't heard a bad thing. And they're all YouTubers. They're all making videos on the shit. Haven't heard a bad thing yet about anybody who showed up.
Right. Well, Chris,
So,
Busted Radio, Chris went out of his way to make a video.
I fucking love that video, man.
That video is great, and if you don't like it, just unsubscribe from my channel now. I don't fucking need you. I don't fucking want you. That was an awesome video.
Yeah, it was.
That dude
Actually, that premiere, I missed part of that premiere. I had to go back while the premiere was going on, and I rolled it back.
I didn't see it as a premiere. I saw it later, but
well, I rolled it back and I saw that part and I grabbed the phone and called John. I'm like, "Have you seen Busted Radio's video?" And he's like, "No, I'm out here working." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you what he said." And John was just so happy that he said that. And the beauty of that video, though, the beauty of that fucking video was the way he fucking titled it. He titled it "The Truth About No Name National,"
right?
To where them motherfuckers were jumped in like, "Oh, okay, he's gonna say some shit," and then
right. And he said some shit, all right.
Yeah, he said some shit. But he said some shit straight to them.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been dealing with other people talking about it who wasn't there.
And he does.
I'm kind of worked up about it. I'm hoping. Oh, I know what's going to happen. It just happened. Everybody's talking about it. It's going to die down.
Well,
Mr. Will is still talking about it because that's all he's got to talk about. I mean, I didn't watch his live, but in the description, he was in his description talking shit on Scott from Heaven's Mopars. Come on.
Who was?
Have you met Scott out there? The nicest fucking guy on the planet.
I met Scott last year. Anybody that talks shit on Scott's just a duck with a paper asshole.
Anybody that talks shit on Scott has a special place in fucking hell. I'll tell you that right now because Scott absolutely is the nicest guy I know on the planet, including myself.
I completely
I
agree
aspire
with that.
to be as nice of a no, I don't, but I would like to be as nice of a guy as Scott. It's not in my nature. I'm a dick.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no. When I heard, well, that was Mr. fucking Will, wasn't it? That was talking shit on Scott.
Yeah, because he bought that Charger, and that Charger will never.
Oh,
be
that's
a car.
right.
So
yeah, what a piece of shit it was, and what an idiot he was for. Yeah. I didn't watch the video, but I heard all the bullet points about it. I won't.
You know, we
grace
don't all
the
buy our
motherfucker to
cars
watch
done
it.
and don't have to even get our hands dirty on them like Mr. Will does.
Yeah,
You know,
especially after I found out he was talking shit on Scott. Fuck that. I ain't gonna give
that
it.
really set me off, and I was gonna really go off on that on my live, but I decided not to. But you brought it up on here, so I did my little going off because I don't like the whole negativity thing. I don't like any of it. Yeah, I have
No.
problems with people. There's certain YouTubers I have major beef with. I just don't talk to them and don't talk about them.
Right.
So why can't these guys do the same thing? Shut up, make your videos, get your audience. Because you're
Right.
only going to get an audience of people who want to see the train wreck. That's the only audience they got, and there's like 700 people because they got the same amount of fucking subscribers, all of them. There's 700 people that just like watching somebody talk shit. But that's all you're going to get. You're not going to get real car guys. Real car guys don't want to hear that shit. Real car guys don't want to hear this shit's coming out of my mouth right now.
Well,
They
that's
want to
not
hear
what we're
about
here
cars
for.
and having fun.
Yeah, that's not what we're here
Sorry.
for.
No.
I think Dean's last few comments aren't really that much about a car either.
Oh, they're talking about being
I
homo.
kissed a girl and she ended up being gay.
Oh, I want to meet Dean someday.
Yeah.
Except I
He's
ain't going
cool.
out there. That whole part of the world has got shit
Because
that
they
wants to
have
kill you.
Raker hit the nail on the head. They got nothing better to do than run down other channels. Yeah, and they don't even know them. At the end of the day, Scott bought that car because Scott wants to fix that car up.
Or even if he doesn't want to fix it up, if he just wants to park it in his yard and look at it, okay, that's his fucking prerogative.
At the end of the day, if I have $1,000 in cash and I want to set fire to it, some people might think I'm a fucking idiot, but fuck, maybe I'm cold and I want to warm up. It's my fucking $1,000 to fucking set on fire. Right?
Yeah, It's like Blake, I don't know why he's a Chevy guy when they're far less of a car than a Mopar,
I like
but
being the underdog. I like being the underdog.
He can do what he can spend his money where he wants.
Well, that's like we were talking about a little bit ago.
Had to throw the little dig in there.
Oh, I'm good.
Never know. I might show up with. Never know. I might show up with a Chevy next year.
But but that's the thing, okay? Friends.
Brian didn't want to hear that.
No, I ain't trying. Well, you can lose. That's all right. But friends and people who know each other can dig on each other like that. That ain't the same kind of shit that those guys are doing at all.
Right. Much as I hate to say it, the Chevys actually really fucking brought it this year, though.
There was some good fucking shit out there. I mean, the guy who won the bracket race was a Mopar.
Yep.
Who won the burnout competition? That wasn't a Mopar this year.
No, that was Roland. That was that Camaro.
Chevrolet.
Yeah, that was that. And that fucking Mopars or everything asshole sit there and talk major shit on that Camaro. What a piece of shit it was, and that stupid fucking exhaust and this, that, and the other thing. Well,
get out there and race that car. That car's fast.
That car's goddamn fast, and that guy does everything. Roland, he does everything with every ounce of what's in him. He don't quit, And 2 years in a row, he's won the overall at the fucking No Name. He won the fucking burnout competition this year. Hell, he was in the finals in the fucking. He only lost the bracket to that dart to Tease.
Well, like I said, the guy is Mopar's,
and he's a good fucking dude.
He's got a cool fucking car. I would like to know more about. I would like to learn something on that car, but because of the way he is about shit, I don't want to watch his videos.
Right.
And there's a lot of people out there that won't give him the watch time.
Exactly. And
You know,
I'm going to tell you,
I
I'm
was
going to tell you
talking
right
to
now, the
Jed
only
earlier.
reason I watched what I did, a couple of minutes of his fucking video, is because this fucker over here calls me on the phone yesterday and he's telling me about this bullshit.
That guy right there.
Yeah, that
Really?
guy right there.
Wild Willie.
Telling
Well,
me
the
about
thing
this
is,
bullshit this
the
motherfucker
dude's
said, and I
channel
went and looked at
disappeared.
the
The
video,
dude's channel
seen him
disappeared for
ragging
3
on
months.
you. What's that, Brian?
The dude's channel disappeared for 3 months.
Oh, I saw that comment you made too.
And he was like, no, I voluntarily took it down. Well, I've had a channel
Bullshit.
for 3 years. I've never had a reason to voluntarily take my channel down. Jed has had a channel for I don't know how long. He's never had anything happen to where he would voluntarily take his channel down. William's been on YouTube longer than any of us. He's been on YouTube for 10 fucking years. He's never had anything where he had to take his channel down. And what the idiot doesn't understand is YouTube posts up what channels are banned and why.
Right.
His channel was under a temporary ban for hate speech.
Yep. Well, yeah, because that's all he does.
Wow.
Well, no, and I mean I'm talking like racist hate speech.
Yeah,
he had to edit the shit
actually,
out of the video. It's still up there. I saw the video that got his channel banned.
And right there, Mark's right. That Mopar's everything fucker actually did praise Mark's car.
He praised a lot of people's car. I told Jed earlier, I'm like, man, there was like 5 seconds of my life that I wish I wasn't your friend. And Jed's like, why? I go, because that Mopar's are everything. When you put a comment up, he was swinging all over your nuts. Well, I bought that engine from Jed that's only running on 7 fucking cylinders.
Right.
That was one of Jed's engines. So
I know.
You're sitting here praising this guy and then going off on me, but it's an engine I bought from the guy you're fucking praising. I don't blame Jed for that engine.
Talking about running on 7 cylinders was yours?
Yeah, I don't blame Jed for that engine. The engine's fucked up. It is. It's running on 7 cylinders. I don't blame Jed for that at all. There's no way I can. You know, Jed gave me a killer deal on a motor that ran fine when we pulled it out of his car. And I was just editing a video where I was putting together a bunch of, you'll see it. But I watched the first start video of that car and it wasn't missing then, and it's missing now. So there's something mechanically wrong that I'm going to dig into tomorrow. I'm going to run a compression test on it and then pull the valve cover and see what the fuck's going on. But I didn't want to do that at No Name Nationals. I was having fun. You know, I figured out that it was a mechanical issue and I'd have to pull a valve cover off. Well, I just got those fucking pieces of shit valve covers to seal up. I'm not going to dump oil on the track to go out and take the picture. So I was like, fuck it. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to go out, take a picture, because that's what I wanted to do. My goal was to get the car there this year. I didn't even have my car there last year, but I showed up because I said numerous times that I was going to be there. Well, I said numerous times that the car was going to be there this year, and you know what it was?
Yeah, you know,
I'll say it right now, the car's going to race next year.
Peckerwood says it could just be a collapsed spring. He's right. Hell, it could be a rocker arm too tight.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It could be a rocker arm or a bent quick rod.
It's got, actually, I can't say that the motor came from Jed. I can't say the motor came from Jed. Jed bought the car with the motor in it. And somebody put adjustable rocker arms on it, and it's got a hydraulic cam. And I'm just like, why? Why did you put what? There's nothing I could see why you'd need adjustable rocker arms on a hydraulic cam. They adjust themselves with the fucking pressure, the oil pressure, you know. So I'm gonna take those off and sell them for like $300. I'm gonna get a set of regular rockers, probably for free, and throw on there.
Hell, I've got a set of stock LA rocker arms if you want them.
Dennis says he's got like 1,000 sets of them. He's going to bring me a set.
He's closer.
Mm-hmm. But it's
but
just
I've got a couple of complete sets of LA. Those are LA heads, right?
Yeah, yeah. But it's just
The only real advantage to running adjustable rockers is when you start going with big ass cams and you got, you want to run off the shelf push rods and don't get the exact correct length push rod. That's where you need the adjustable rocker.
well, or if you're running a solid cam,
Or running a
if you're
solid
running
cam.
solid lifters, you need adjustable rockers. But I'm not, so.
Right.
And I'm sitting here thinking, oh man, okay, I can do this and do that to the car, but I really
Hey,
got
Rich GT's in the house. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Hey,
Come on,
Rich.
Dean, give the flat plane crate a chance.
I got to hold myself back from doing other things to that engine or other stuff because I really want to see what the car will do exactly the way it is.
Yeah, you just need to get it to hit on all 8 and go run it.
Yeah, but it'll probably be spring before I go run it now because I got the damn truck I got. I'm not taking the white knuckle 50-mile-an-hour ride again in my fucking piece of shit. I'm building that other truck as a tow vehicle.
Which truck? The 76?
Yeah, the black one. And I'm gonna go through it. I'm just gonna go through everything on it. I don't give a shit what it looks like on the outside.
And Rich, you brought up them flat plane engines. Them sons of bitches run.
You see
They
that
run
son of a
good.
bitch in the what was that, a Geo Metro with the 3800 in it?
Yeah.
God damn, that thing for a Geo Metro was fast.
It was rear engine too.
Mm. See, but we say shit's fast because we put that into perspective. We all built our shit, most of us built our shit in the backyard with Harbor Freight tools. You know? Well, and then that Mopars are everything. He came on Dallas's live, or Shane and Dallas's live, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know if I'd run down the track with those unsafe cars." It's like everything went through fucking tech.
Yeah. No, he was talking all kinds of shit. I got to go back and rewatch that because, like I was telling Blake here, about 2 minutes before that sumbitch came in and started his shit, I got a phone call, and I had to pause the video, the live I was watching, and I was on the phone for 20 or 30 minutes. The time I got off the phone, the fucking asshole was gone, so I missed all of that, and I want to go back and watch it. But I guess he was calling Dallas an asshole and a liar and all kinds of shit, from what I heard.
No, Shane said something about how the event, it was an event he wasn't worried about having his kids just going
Right.
free range, you know.
Right.
And the dude was like, "Oh, so you're worried at any other track about it?" Yes, I am,
Yeah,
because I
there's
go to other
foul-mouthed
races
assholes like us are there.
and driving, and you got idiots driving around doing dry hops in the pits, driving like idiots at normal races. That shit happens, and you can't have kids running around at a normal race. This one, we're all well behaved, and we're conscious of, hey, there's kids around here, there's older people around here, there's
one-legged Batman around here.
Hell, Thursday I wanted to fire my car up and start working on it, and I was up at like 6, 7 in the morning, but I was like, there's probably people still sleeping. I'm not going to be that guy that be the first one to fire my car up. And I'm sitting there and waiting.
You're camping at the racetrack and you're still asleep at 7 a.m. You deserve to get woke up.
Yeah, but still, but you know what? I was like that, and I sat there waiting for like a half hour to an hour, and nobody fired their car up until the first guy did it. Then everybody was doing it. But you got people who are, and I'm sure they were thinking the exact same thing I was. People are still sleeping. I don't want to wake anybody up. But yeah, if there's a bigger turnout than last year, that's all that matters.
Well, absolutely.
And if he didn't give the exact number, I'm sure those fuckers are going to go on like, oh, he wouldn't give the exact numbers. Well, you know what? It's probably more than show up for any race you guys put on. Period.
Right.
And that one guy does put on a race, a charity race every year. See, that's another thing.
Which
I
guy?
would,
David Pike.
Oh,
the
he
Curly
RC.
Joe looking son of a bitch. I would go to his race because it's a charity race. I would do that shit. You know, I would advertise his race and go to it. Because, you know, I've got a couple of subscribers. I might say, hey, I'm going to this race, and maybe one or two people, you know, that's one or two more people may show up to his race if somebody wants to see my car. If not, oh well, you know. But I would do it. I would promote his race and shit. But not now. I don't care how
Right.
big the charity is. I'm not promoting your shit because you can't shut your mouth about other people's stuff.
right.
And I'm sure there's a lot of us that would. I'm sure Mopar Joe, if it was something he could go to, would go to it.
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of us would. And that would bring in more people to his race. But the guy can't shut his mouth. If he would have just been a part of the community and been cool, he would have had another 125 people or more, 120 plus people helping him out with his race.
Yeah, but he'd rather talk shit. So fuck
Yeah.
him.
So he'd rather talk shit, and then now that hurts a trucking probably a good charity. I mean, Rich, you said it. You gave him stuff for his race, didn't you? Stuff to help promote because of the charity.
I donated stuff to it because it's a charity
Yeah.
race.
Yeah, because of the charity race. And before you knew what kind of guy he was.
I didn't know anything about any of y'all yet.
Yeah.
None at all. That's
Now-
what me and
now-
Tucker talked about. And that's
Now
what we-
you know you may think twice before donating next time. I don't
Well,
know.
my thing is, here's the drawback on me. The more people will get to know me and the more people will take the time to get to know me, if I tell you I'm going to do something, I'll fucking do it. I mean,
That's-
it's just
that's-
because it's my word. And,
Yeah, that's I'm the same way, and it means a lot to me.
Well, that's just like whenever we did the swag packs, I told Tony, I said, I'm only going to do 30 and we're going to give 30 gifts away. So any people that buy the swag packs, they're going to be able to win up to 30 prizes, you know, for free. And my thing is, we only had 10 people buy swag packs, but
I think you were in a bad spot. You should have been closer up to the front.
The reason we did that was, number one, he put the handicap accessible toilet that he basically, John got the handicap accessible porta potty because of me. That's why he got it. So he told me they put it in the back of the pits. That's why I was going to get as far back as I could. The grass where everybody's sitting in the grass, except for where y'all were, if you went on the other side of the porta potty, there was actually a dip, which means if I tried to get on the little 4-wheel scooter I have,
You should have said something. We'd have made room for you.
no, it's okay. It's so basically what I figured was, if I come over here, I'm out of the way, and also when we got there, I left about 3 spaces from anybody else because I thought more cars were going to be coming in as the day went on. So I was trying to be courteous, and I figured, well, we'll just announce we'll donate stuff to go to the tower, and we'll announce, hey, we're at the end of the track under the nitrous outlet canopy. And that way we figured, hey, people can find us pretty easy because, I mean, every time somebody came down the return road, we're right fucking there. But
Yeah, I think you'd have done better if you were in a more crowded area.
well,
next
if I had
year,
to truck
next
there-
year, I'll tell you this right now. Next year, if everything's the same, you got a spot over in our camp.
yeah, that's fine.
If you want it, you got a spot over there. You ain't gonna be intruding on nothing. You know,
Yeah.
hell, you're like me. You look like you look like you like to eat. Hell, we're cooking
Yeah,
up stuff
dude, I
all
do.
day.
You know what? I'm
come
disappointed
right
in
in
you
on all
fuckers,
of it.
Brian. Speaking of eating, I'm disappointed in you fuckers. You
I
didn't
fell
grill the
asleep.
fucking. You didn't
I
grill
fell
the
asleep.
fucking Slim Jims this year.
I grilled one for myself while I was cooking breakfast, but I fell asleep. Is what it was that
These
night. I
fuckers-
asked.
Blake, Blake,
Yeah,
these fuckers were grilling Slim Jims last year.
well, I thought he said that he had bought some to bring to do again. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
he
he had 2 boxes.
here's
Of
the main thing, Brian. I wasn't trying to. When I first told John, "Hey, I would have come, but if I come, I want to be able to give some shit away." So instantly, when he said that was cool for me to do, I started calling people that are affiliated with me and people that I am friends with, and said, "Hey, I'm
Yeah.
gonna throw goodie bags together. Just send me some shit, brochures, catalogs, decals, anything free is cool. Just send it to me so I can give it away." And that was spur of the moment. And the thing is, I even told John that with the truck not being there, I'm not going to draw near the attention as if my truck was there. So next year,
but that's the whole thing. You should have been over closer to us because we were drawing a little bit of attention. You know, hey Jed. I mean, if Jed's there, people's going to be around him. Just he's
Gotcha.
a 26,000 subscriber channel. And well, you know, I didn't even know you were there until that was the thing. I didn't even notice you there for a while, and then I walked over. I was like, "Oh shit!" And so I'm just trying to help you out. You know, next
Oh
year,
no, I
just
understand. I understand.
come part
I
next to us.
completely agree with what Mark says here. For John and Dallas, I hope the No Name Nationals gets bigger, but I've been more than happy with the people that have been going and showing up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and the thing is, John keeps saying he's not trying to make money off this. The man makes his own money at his job.
Right.
And I hate to say it, but John's got plenty of money. He's not trying to make money off this. If he does make money off of it, it's going to get dumped back in the bank account for next year.
Right.
So he could do more next year. But yeah, it's just. I hope it's at the same track. Which I said this last year too. It probably will be, but you know, you can't say anything for sure. We won't know anything until January.
Yep.
I talk to John probably at least 3 times a week, and he ain't gonna tell me shit. So we'll know. We'll know around New Year's, and
We'll know when we know.
yep. But we're still
No,
gonna
I
ask
told
him every
John.
time we see him.
Yeah,
John
I
will
already
talk
told
about
John. He keeps it
certain
about
things.
the same time. We'll be there. If it that's if I get into the next October sick week that they're doing on Route 66. If he completes with that, if I pay the $400+ to get in sick week to pre-register, and then he pops up the same date, I can't forfeit $485 to pre-register.
Well,
sick
that's
week.
the thing. He
So
kind of
I'm
moved the date. He kind of moved the date because last year it was on the same day as
well,
Duck
that's what he
Race.
told me. He's going to try to stay about the same area. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping. But
I'm hoping. I'm hoping it stays at the same place, even though I
another
will still
thing, the
travel
option is,
farther.
I figured that if I get the truck running and get some seat time, we got to get the cage still certified in it. If I can get a chance to run sick week summer, I might just do sick week summer, and then see about doing Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0, which is Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas. And then I wouldn't do the sick week at the end of the year in October. I'd just come to the No Name Nationals only.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you had fun at No Name, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's fun. The only thing that sucked sunburn, dude, because I'm on antibiotics. That's why I went to hits a lot. That's why I stayed under the
hot this year. It was
Well,
hot
It
this
was.
year.
It was a hot bitch.
It was nice last year, and at night it was actually a little bit too cold last year.
Yeah, I got fucking fried.
But yeah, I mean, I can't ever say enough good about this event. You know, and people can say that I'm a fanboy, whatever. But you know what, John, when he made this event, if it wasn't for him doing this event, my channel, I probably would have gave up on it.
Yeah.
My car still would have been sitting just like you're going to see it tomorrow, or whenever maybe not tomorrow. I'm bad about releasing videos, but my next video, my car would probably be in the exact same state that it was 2 years ago. I would say that this event made me do what I've done so far. and
Well,
it's
already got to go for the next year No Name Nationals, and that's because Le Mans, Punisher Le Mans made a statement about putting his car in one of the videos. And I told him maybe I can meet him next year because I get to meet him this year. And he said that'd be great. And I said maybe we could grab a lane next to you. So he's like, that would be cool. So that works for me.
Yeah, Ray's
But
good.
yeah.
people.
Tony coach there. I don't care if he's got the S10 or his truck, either one. I'll race whoever the hell wants to race, win or lose. I don't give a shit. I just want to have
And
fun.
the track prep and all that people are complaining about, but that wasn't on Wilburn.
No,
That was on the
Jeffers.
track. I mean, the damn track hadn't been run on for 3 months.
Well, the thing
You
about
know?
that is you always got to race your lane. So
Yeah.
that's it. Who cares?
But and I could see there was a lot of people saying, "Oh, it didn't look like there was as many people there." I figured that out like as soon as I saw it, because last year we were pitted in the exact same spot, and all the spots on the pavement were taken up. Okay, but if you looked at that tree line behind us, there was like one or two tents back there the first year. This year, there was space on the pavement, but that tree line was like 80% covered with people camping. Now, there's a lot more people camped this year than last year, and I guarantee a lot fewer people got hotel rooms because they figured out the camping was the fun part of it. So, and if you're camping with a tent, you ain't gonna set up on fucking concrete.
Oh, you put it over here. Good. It was scary in the right lane, 6 foot out. I don't know what's up. Hey, Bigfoot Mopars, what kind of 60 foots were you getting out of that car?
Yeah, that right lane was a snotty mess.
Dennis was the same way. His car never spins. Never. He says he had never. I've talked to him today. He said I'd never rattled a tire until that track that day. But it's
I
because they ain't
remember
run on a
saying
damn
that.
thing in 3 months. There's a lot of weather wiping away all that prep for 3 months, and you
Well,
can't
there
just
is.
prep it once and expect that shit to be perfect.
There is things they could have done to made it better, and they didn't. But, it's not like you said. That wasn't on John.
But it's still, if you take if you take a track and scrape it completely down, you're not going to have no matter what you do, you're not going to have the same prep as if you left it
Right.
alone. So I'm hoping
Nice.
they tried. They tried that the first year. They were doing a thing for I can't remember the charity.
I think it was St.
And
Jude's.
we raised like $2,000, and then John's like trying to give them the money, and they were like, "Oh yeah, well you could show up at this time," and it was like hard to give these people their money. You know,
Well,
it's
and I
like,
talked
oh,
to John
shit.
about that too. It's not that he's not going to do it anymore. He's going to find a different charity to give it
Yeah.
to.
You got to find a good charity, you know, somebody that's actually that may actually have somebody come out and show up.
But that's badass right there. He'll throw in the first grand. That's freaking huge.
Yeah, we'll find a children's charity. I guarantee you, John. You know, and if not, you could do something. You could do something on your own there. You know, that's the other thing about No Name. If you want to set up a booth saying, "Hey, donations for this charity," do it.
Oh yeah.
John ain't gonna stop you.
152. There's your answer, Blake.
Yeah, I
152 is best there. I ran 149, but need new slicks next year.
Yeah, I was hoping John's live went well and no haters came in.
It did. It
If
did. I
anybody
watched the
thinks
whole
that if
thing.
anybody thinks that the turnout was worse this year, they're wrong. Because it's all about perception. Like I said, you had so many people camping on the back, and there was a few people didn't show up. Barrows didn't show up, but
He had
his
something going
dad's
on with
health
his
has got to
dad.
come first. Your family's got to come first. And I completely understand that. I could say, yeah, my car's going to go down the track, but if I go to a test and tune the week before and blow the motor up, guess what? Okay, that's something out of my control. But I'm going to do everything I can to have that car going down the track next year. And I think it may actually impress some people because I got on it. I got
No,
on
it's
it
a
when it
piece.
was,
It's a piece of shit, Brian. It's not going to
yeah, it's
impress
a piece of
anybody.
shit, you know. And yeah, it's like I wanted to say that, and if I ever got to talk to the guy, I would I would say it. Yeah, you probably you've got more money than me. That's not my fault. I've made it. Well, it's my fault because I made some bad choices in my life, and
You know
I'm
what?
not as I don't have
I'll
as
tell
much
you
money
what
as you
I've
do.
learned through the years. Assholes like him that put on all these fucking airs and everything. All that nice shit he's got, I guarantee he's got a fucking credit card man fucking knocking on his door every month to fucking get money for it.
But you know what? It's like
People like that ain't
I would
got dick.
rather
They
have
never
made.
had dick and they'll never have dick. And they got to put on fucking airs to make you think that there's something they're not. I see right through that kind of bullshit.
But still, it comes down to he did stuff earlier in his life where he could better himself now. I would have I'd rather make all my mistakes when I'm young and dumb and be smart now when I'm older than being like him and making dumb kid mistakes and fucking shit, because I guarantee when it comes down to it, all of these guys at some point are going to realize, oh shit, I could have, I shouldn't have done what I did. I shouldn't have been an asshole to these people. It's going to come up to where something's going to happen, and they're going to be like, oh damn it, I shouldn't have been a dick.
Well,
They may not, ever admit it, but it's going to happen.
and there are people in this world that wake up in the morning and look for a way to hone their skills of being an asshole. Some people are just wired that way. Just
See, well,
mean
that's the thing
spirited
too.
fuckers.
My asshole skills are honed. I just don't use them on normal people. I use them on people like that son of a bitch.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Some people enjoy it.
I've been saying for 3 years that I want a troll. I'll show you guys what I'll do when I get a troll, and I've showed you right now. And I ain't done with the son of a bitch yet. He's my first troll.
Well, don't forget to leave $50 on the nightstand for his ass. He needs it to pay his credit card. Hey, he needs it to pay his fucking credit card bill.
About that. The fact that he laughed about that shows he's probably got close to the same sense of humor as I got. It's like, you son of a bitch. I could be your friend if you were just not such a douchebag.
No, it's not that he has the same sense of humor as you. He's just an arrogant prick.
No,
a couple weeks ago,
there's people out there that you could see, and you're like, God damn, I could really get along with that guy if he wasn't. Then that's what I'm seeing. I could get along with that guy if he wasn't.
A couple weeks ago, Mater reached out to me. He had a troll. He got a troll that was stealing his live streams, playing them back on his channel, and literally just dragging Mater's face right through the fucking coals. So I went on this guy's fucking stolen live stream as a different channel that I don't care about getting banned, my old mother trucker channel, and I just fucking raped this fucker in the comments, and he laughed about every evil, hateful fucking thing I said to him. That sumbitch was just a pure piece of garbage.
But you also have to think, okay, Mater has to think, how many subscribers is he picking up because this guy's replaying his live? No
None,
matter
because
what he's saying.
the
No
piece
matter
of
what
shit
he's
had
saying.
well, and that was part of what he was saying. Well, I'm getting you views, I'm getting you subs. The fucker had 49 subscribers. He
Okay,
wasn't
so he
getting
maybe had
shit.
3 or 4 people on his live. So why do you care? Why do you care what 3 or 4 people? I guarantee there's a lot
You
more.
would
There's a lot more than 3 or
you would
4
have
people
had
that
to have
watch.
seen it, and I personally probably would have just, I agree with John. I talked to John about it too, and John's take on it was just fucking ignore the son of a bitch, and I agreed with that.
A
But
lot of times you just gotta not give a shit.
it was pretty hateful what the fucker was doing, and I could understand why it bothered Mater. And
Yeah,
we
well,
came
and
up
I worry about that shit with
we
because
came up with a
I
plan, and Mater
consider
got the
Scott a
fucking
really good
channel
friend.
taken down for copyright strikes. But
I consider
he
Scott a friend, and I worry about the same thing with Scott because he is a nice guy. And now Mr. Will's going after him. I'm hoping Scott doesn't be like, oh, well, people don't like what I'm doing. I'm just going to quit. I hope he doesn't do that because you got one guy that doesn't like what you're doing, and it's one
right.
loud asshole. Okay. You've got, I don't know if
It's
Scott's
just
going to vouch for
and
that
that's what
yet.
I'm talking about. It's just a shame that you got these mean spirited fuckers that got to come out and do this shit. And to what end? And it's not even benefiting Will. His fucking channel ain't growing.
No.
That some bitch
But
has had
the
700
thing is, you
subs for the
also,
last fucking year and a half.
I tore into, I kind of tore into to Mopars or everything, but I could have just as easily just said, fuck it, I'm not losing any sleep over it. If
Exactly,
anybody
Dean.
hung around No Name, they
Exactly.
know I could fall asleep sitting right here. I'm not losing any sleep over anything.
Well, yeah.
I'm a
Fuck
sleepy
it.
son of a bitch.
When I went back to the hotel on Friday night, I was going to tell you fucking see you later, and your ass is sawing logs in the fucking chair.
That's 2 things I ain't gonna miss. I ain't gonna miss a nap, and I ain't gonna miss a meal. All right, look at me. That's why somebody said one time, because I got messed up teeth. I'll admit it. My teeth are fucked up.
So what?
Somebody was like, wow, you do meth. I'm like, hold on. Meth makes you not want to sleep and not want to eat. Look at me. Those are the 2 things I fucking live for: sleeping and eating.
Yeah, well, once again, it's somebody making fucking assumptions, and you know what happens when
Yeah,
you assume.
somebody trying to be an asshole, and you just fucking be like, yeah, okay, be an asshole. You ain't gonna.
Maybe you fucking like sugar. That rots your fucking teeth too.
Maybe
And I
you're
like
on
sugar. God damn
antibiotics.
it! Look, I got the empty ice cream things here to prove it.
Well, I
I'm
wasn't.
gonna
I
die
wasn't
next
throwing
year.
stones at you. I was just saying, there are other things besides methamphetamine that
Yeah,
rot your
yeah.
teeth.
Well,
No,
people
some
say
people
shit.
have fucking genetic problems. They're fucking born that way, and their
Oh
fucking
yeah,
teeth fucking
my
rot out.
son
I mean,
does. My son was
Yeah.
born with bad teeth, and it ain't because
yeah.
of
We
me,
had
I
because I
mean,
fluoride
had really good
deficiency.
teeth for a
fuck's
long
sakes,
time.
don't sit there, because I got some fucked up teeth, and fucking say, well, you do fucking meth. Fuck you, you cocksucker.
But you know what? It's kind of
Somebody,
fucked
if
up.
I had bad teeth and somebody said that to me, I swear to God, I'd whip my dick out right there and piss all over him and say, "Here, go test it, you motherfucker."
I don't give a
Don't
shit,
insult
because
me.
I know with the size of me, if I jumped up in anybody's face, they would fucking shut the fuck up anyway. 'Cause I'm not a
Right,
small dude. I got big hands, and they hurt.
right.
So
Yeah,
I
I
ain't
get
scared of
that all the
nobody.
time too, because I'm a big motherfucker. Somebody would be talking shit or whatever, and I'd get up out of my chair and, oh fuck.
Yeah, I may not be very tall, but I'm built like a fucking fire hydrant. But it's like people say shit. I grew up with it. I've been a fat kid all my life. You know, that's one person you don't want to pick on is the Gen X fat kid, because he's already heard it all, and he's already thought of every response in the fucking book, and he's gonna throw them at you.
$5.95 in the days before No Name 2022. 1 year later, 700 something. Big deal. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, being an asshole ain't getting you subs. Some people can get subs being an asshole. He's not even good at that. He's just one of them turds that just won't flush.
Oh.
Yeah, that pissed
And
me
I
off.
still gotta say it. I built a cool ass fucking car, all right? There wasn't a
I
damn
agree with
car
that.
there that looked like mine. Jed had to try to one up me bringing his goddamn blown, which is all right. Because he even said, "You building your car made me want to put this one together." And I was like, "That makes
I
me
tell
happy."
you what, if I'd have had room in the fucking wheel wells, that fucking knuckle duster would have been sitting on fucking jack stands.
Go do like I did. Spend $150 on some big wheels and tires.
I need to tub the truck, but that's
Trucks
and
do look goofy. If you had a
Oh,
truck sitting like
wheel
my car,
tubs.
it would look goofy as shit.
oh no, it's not that the truck needs to be tubbed, or I can't get any more tire under it right now. I got an ass load of room going in, but to hit the wheel wells, so I need to
Yeah.
get a set of fucking wheel wells and extend my wheel wells, and that's one of the next things on the list after I fix this fucking exhaust leak that decided to show up on it.
This guy said he would bring him some wheel tubs, but he told me no.
I said if I knew for sure they would fit and work.
You have a welder?
You know what'll fit and work? A 55-gallon drum when you cut it at half this way and half this way.
You know what else will fit and work is another set of Dodge wheel fucking wells grafted to the insides of those ones.
That's
from
what
the
it
wrecking
is.
yard down the road that's got a half a dozen Dodge trucks
You
in
know-
it, and I'll go in there with my DeWalt cordless fucking cutoff wheel and fucking.
You know what else would fit? Air. If you were to just cut them out and let them hang out at the top. Let it fucking
Yeah.
throw rubber up into the sky. There's plenty of people do that.
Yeah, how many back windows am I gonna fucking blow out?
None. They may get covered in rubber.
I didn't think about that. You didn't want my wheel tubs because they're out of a Chevrolet.
No, I didn't want your wheel tubs because I
I'm
didn't
just
want you to
teasing.
haul them and then find out they wouldn't work.
No, you know what's funny though? Did you look at Jed's car? I don't know if you had a chance to look at it very very close. If you look at the top of the tire, you see straight through to the other top of the tire. That
Right.
car has one tub.
Yep.
And I'm like, why don't other people do this? You know, that's a lot of work tubbing a car and putting wheel tubs in there. The guys who built that car the first time, it's the mono tub. It's just one tub, and it looks weird in pictures and stuff because it looks with those big tires on it. It looks like there ain't nothing holding that rear end. Looks like it's just hanging out.
Right.
I don't know why more people don't do that.
Yeah, no, that's all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the inside out of my wheel wells and go get another set of wheel wells
Mm-hmm.
and add them to it. You know, just like John Cope did with Mr. Haney. And, you know, that's what Travis is going to do with his truck. His is cut out with his wheels hanging into the bed. And Big Mike is going to give him the tubs or the wheel wells out of the truck that he parted out to build the Blue Goose.
You know, if I was going to do a Dodge truck, I would do, but it wouldn't. Yours is a long bed. Mine's a short bed. If I was ever to make my truck into a race truck, I'd put a step side bed on it and make the fenders on the step side bed a little wider.
Yep, flare them.
Yeah. You know, just basically like tubbing, but going out this way farther.
Right.
Hell, you can always find some 1-ton flares and put on there. Make it look like a 1-ton truck that's got big steamrollers in the back.
Right. And you said buy a set of wheels and tires for $150. You tell me where I'm going to find a set of wheels and tires for $150.
I got them on mine.
You going to sell them me for $150?
No, they're on my
Of course
car.
you're not. I didn't think so.
I paid $150 for those back wheels and tires, and I paid $150 for the front wheels and tires. I've got $300 in wheels and tires on my car.
Well, you should have bought a fucking Powerball ticket the same day, because that's a score.
The tunnel ram with the center squirter carburetors on it, I paid $600 for. The tunnel ram itself is worth $600. The center squirter carburetors are worth about
Fucking
$1,000.
deals like that don't exist around here, so
You just got to look for them. Everything on that car is a deal. I got child support. I can't afford to build a fucking car normal. You know, bad choices.
I'm just saying, these motherfuckers around here, they think everything's worth $1 million fucking dollars. So, you know, you just
most people around here do too, but you can find shit.
I'm not gonna go fucking give you $500 for something fucking used when I can buy a brand new one for $6. You know, it's me, that's just stupid. You know, if I could, I'd love to trip over a set of fucking wheels and tires for $300 fucking dollars like you did, and I'd be on it like stink on shit. But
I'm kind of lucky.
I scan the fucking marketplace daily for shit like that, and all I find is either Chevy shit or overpriced shit.
I don't hardly buy anything off marketplace. I go to swap meets. We got a ton of swap meets around here.
Yeah, see, we don't have fucking any around here.
I could probably hit 20, 25 swap meets in a year.
Yeah, see, we don't have any around here. It's fucking lame.
Now, some of them, though, you got to hunt for them. You might have some around you don't know about. Because, like VFW halls and shit, they'll have them, but you got to find out when they are. And
right.
It's like anything else. It's a game. I have fun doing it. I just wish that swap meet videos got more views, but they don't.
Right.
That, and I don't know, when I'm in a big group of people and filming and talking to myself, I kind of feel weird. So I need to get over that and just be the weird guy with the camera.
Right. Blake's more discerning. He knows the true Chevy, value of Chevy stuff.
No, Chevy stuff. Chevy has the aftermarket. Damn near everything is built around Chevy on the aftermarket.
Yep.
And, well, there's a reason for that. It's because they need it. They need aftermarket shit to go fast. Mopars can do it without it. And that's all right.
Hey, you know what? I think we should set a play date up.
No, your shit's fast. My shit's slow.
Check out.
Okay?
We're gonna do a good one right here, Brian. We got witnesses, little couple people in the chat. We got Tony, me, and you. You're gonna have your Duster at the No Names next year, right?
Yeah.
Let's make a wager. My truck versus your Duster. If you want to make it a match race, run the best 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, however you want to do it. Winner has to sport the other's logo. So in my case, I'd have to put a Mopar sticker on my truck till the next No Names. If I win, you put a bow tie sticker on your car until the next No Name Nationals.
If we can work out within this year's time, we're going to have to go on lives at least once a month. Okay. From here on out, we're going to have to go on lives. So anybody's live. If you see I'm on one, you jump in. If I see you're on one, I'll jump in. But at least once a month, we have to go on somebody's live and make a stipulation for the race.
Oh, I'm good.
Basically promote it.
That's fine.
Yeah. But no, it's going to be a stipulation. Like I could say 2 out of 3. Okay.
The Mopar Joe bounty.
But yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. But once a month we have to make a stipulation for the race. The other person has to agree.
And you can't put a Calvin Pisson guy on top of the Chevy sign.
Nope. I'll put a Dust Devil Garage sticker with a Mopar sticker on the truck, or you can put
Big
a
one.
sticker with the
A
bow tie.
big one.
You can't change.
It doesn't have to be a big one. It doesn't have to be a big one.
No, you can just use like one of my normal size. I don't care. But yeah,
We'll do that.
you can't change the logo at all. In other words, I can't make it a Tucson Mopar or this Chevrolet eats Mopars and shits Fords. I can't do that. It has to be your Mopar deal, just like you have to wear one for a bow tie. But
I'll have the guy.
I like it.
I'll have the guy make up the stickers. I got the guy to make up the stickers.
Well, don't spend your money on one because I'll be giving you mine.
No, but the thing is, it's going to be.
I don't think
it'll
you
be.
that, Tony.
It'll be your channel logo. Here we go. Your channel sticker. Okay, if you beat me,
the channel sticker ain't fair because I'd sport the channel sticker anyway, just because he's one of us.
Here's the thing.
It's got to be the bow tie or the Mopar logo.
It's gonna be above. All you got to bring is a channel sticker. I'll have the guy make the rest of the stuff up, and he'll probably do it for free. He's the same guy that made my logo on the. I don't know if you saw the
knuckle dusters.
He'll be in the next video, but it'll be the sticker will say "I got beat by," and then your channel sticker, and then either the Chevy or the Mopar underneath it. So whoever loses has to have that sticker on there.
That's cool.
Okay.
But we cannot deface it. We can't deface the sticker.
No, you can't deface it.
Yeah.
No pissing on it or nothing.
Yeah, no pissing on it, burning it.
Like I said, there's going to be, 11 stipulations on this race. Because once a month we have to come up with a stipulation.
All I got to do is this.
Because I know you're faster than me.
Well, no, dude, we can talk stuff about that too. I'm a fair guy.
We'll work it out.
We
won't do a pro tree. We won't do instant. Well, we'll set it up.
I don't know. He's got me scared on nitrous now.
I
don't want bad shit to happen to me.
Oh no, yeah.
I'm gonna be a lot more careful with that shit. No, it's just I'm glad you told that story and everything because it makes people think I want to be a lot more careful about that shit.
But what I'm saying, if you say, hey, let you have the move, and every time we race, we'll stage when the green light turns on. As long as you don't sit there for more than 10 or 15 seconds, because I don't want to burn up my fucking converter. But as soon as you go, I'll go. I'm good with that.
Well, that's all stuff I want to. That's all stuff I want to work out. Plus, I don't know how fast the car is. Yours ain't even done yet, so you don't know how fast. You probably got an idea.
I got a pretty good idea.
But we'll know more as we go.
And the other thing, actually, if you think about it, though, my shit's not built for the 8th mile. My shit's built to endure drag and drive and quarter-mile passes. So I got a 370 rear end gear in my truck.
Yeah, I've got 488s.
Yeah.
Everything around here is 8th mile, so.
What size are those?
I think that'll be fun.
Brian?
That'll be fun because I really don't care if I lose.
That's the whole thing
about No Name Nationals. That's the whole thing about No Name Nationals. You don't really give a shit if you win or lose.
Nope.
And I'll probably leave a sticker on my car as a badge of honor forever.
I won't modify the Mopar sticker if it goes on there and put slow car on it. Nothing like that. It won't be defaced. It'll live there forever.
Mine won't.
You're just doing it all now, you fucker. Slow par.
No, but it would be something fun to do if you want. Now, if you don't want to, we ain't got to.
Oh no, I think it'd be fun.
If nothing else, you'll be able to see that I'm playful too when people get to know me. But I'm also usually fair. Like if you're like, oh man, I really don't want to put a fucking bow tie sticker on my car, I'd probably say, oh well, live with it, bitch.
No, we'll do it. I like shit like that.
I think that'd be something different. And you can ask Tony. Tony's already heard everything. My truck's gonna have AC, everything.
You know what's messed up?
It'll be on dry radio.
Messed up. Here's what's messed up. You got all these, and this is the difference. between our community and any other community out there. You threw out that challenge to me, and I'm like, okay. And I put the stipulation on it, and the first thing that comes to my head is, I'm gonna get to know this guy a lot better. I'm gonna end up with another friend out of this.
That's fine. I'm cool with
No
that.
matter what, win or lose, I'm gonna end up with another friend out of this. So I'm gonna win anyway. I don't care. And
Well,
that's
that's what
the
I'm saying. It's
way.
just
That's the way
it's
a
a
lot
friendly
of people
wager.
in this community. That's the way a lot of people in this community think, and that's why we have such a good community. You
Because
know,
I'll tell you right now, when we first decided to, once I got my 500 and I knew I was going to come to No Name Nationals, I didn't know enough of y'all well enough to tease y'all and stuff.
Yeah.
Originally, we were going to get decals made up. And anybody I raced and won, we were going to keep fighter pilot scores on the door of my truck with the,
I'll do it.
through the channel names. But then I was like, I don't know enough people in this group because they might think he's an asshole. But that's why the first people I called out when I did get mine, I contacted all three of them before I publicly even called them out to be sure they were cool with me
That's
calling
the
them out.
best way to do it. That honestly is the best way to do it.
Yeah. And then I had people actually like, hey, you can't call out everybody. And I'm like, why not? I'll race anybody that wants to race me. I don't give a shit how fast they are. I really don't care because I just want to go and have fun and meet people.
You know, and you know the after the friend thing, I also what went through my head was, this guy knows how to go fast, and I bet I'd be able to get in touch with him, and he'd be able to help me out to go faster.
Possibly.
Because that's part of that's part of the community too. If somebody doesn't know something like me, who knows nothing really about fucking race cars and shit except for what I've picked up so much knowledge just from hanging out with everybody.
And I will tell you this: Tony can vouch for this. If I don't understand how something is or can't help you with something, I know my limitations, and I'll tell you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know quite a bit of shit. I know a lot more than I let on.
No.
But yeah.
Well, the truck, I don't
No,
know.
I think I the more I'm thinking about this, the more fun it's going to be.
That's fine. But I just
I'm
figured,
already thinking about fun stipulations.
Well, no, I can't get out of my truck and start the race and then get in it because I'm one-legged and that takes a while. If I had two legs, I'd offer
Well,
to
fuck,
do
that's how I was going to win. I was going to say you got to put a fucking 4-speed in it.
Yeah, no, it'll be the way it is. Trust me, dude.
Well,
I've had.
he is putting a 4-speed.
I feel bad about that. I don't. If I say something, I want you. If I say something that upsets you ever, let me fucking know, because I'm not saying it maliciously at all.
That'd be a 4-speed.
Yep, technically, I'd have a 4-speed. So
just seriously, if I say something that upsets you, let me know, because I don't want to do that to anybody.
I'm good.
I think about that shit. Good. I make fucking jokes with Jed all the fucking time that I'm like, ooh, I might have went a little far there, because he had cancer. He had skin cancer, and I fucking give him shit. But it's like, I have an odd sense of humor. I'm sorry. If anybody, if I say now, if I say something that offends anybody out there and doesn't offend him, mind your own fucking business.
No, I'm good. I'm just saying. I figured, hey, there you go, because that just gives me.
That'll be a blast.
When it comes to picking on Blake, he's his own worst enemy. Fucker picks on himself enough.
Yeah, pretty much. But no, I don't care, dude, because okay, put it this way. We don't even know what my truck's going to run, and one of the people I called out was Andy with Casper. And everybody's like, that's the fastest truck that's going to be there. Okay. Might be. We don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know that's the fastest truck.
Don't know that.
Fucking Dennis wouldn't have been on the verge of having a fucking stroke. Did you see what his blood pressure was? Some kind of crazy shit when he went to the doctor. You know, Dennis and Twisted Mopar left early because he was feeling bad.
Is that why he left? His blood pressure skyrocketed?
It wasn't even, and well, he's not in here. He goes to sleep early. He's an old man. After he was feeling bad, he said he'd been feeling bad and actually noticing it for about a week. and it just got so bad that he had to leave. He said he almost pulled over in a rest area and called a fucking tow truck to take his shit home. And he don't live that. He lives an hour, so he had an hour longer drive, farther drive than me. And he went to the doctor the next day, and they asked him like, "Okay, this is a blood pressure medicine. How long you been on it?" He goes, "I've been on it for 5 years." He goes, "They should have taken you off that shit a year ago because your body builds up an immunity to it."
Damn.
He goes, "You were basically on no blood pressure medicine." He was on the verge of having a fucking stroke.
Oh fuck. So they
So if
put him
anybody
on a
wants to give
different
him, if
med.
anybody wants to give him shit about red lighting twice, you fucking get your blood pressure up to where you're on the verge of having a stroke and go out there and race.
Yeah.
I think he's going to surprise a lot of people next year. I plan on doing a lot more shit with him, though.
I'll tell
going
you
up on
what,
the
his
race.
car was my wife's absolute favorite car at that whole fucking event. She loved that thing.
He put so much work in. Do you know that the motor that's in that car, he's owned that car 12 years. Took him 2 years to build it. He's been racing that car for 10 years. That motor has never been out of that car. The
Really?
transmission has never been out of that car. 10 years.
It can be done.
How many cars do you know that full-blown race cars that go 10 years without fucking something up?
Yep.
He's
Happens
getting a
when
new
you put 'em
motor.
together right.
He puts it together right. He doesn't run it on the ragged edge, you know.
That's how I am conservative.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to sit here and try to blow my horn too hard, but when we were dirt track racing, the guy I was doing it with, I was fucking around with a shop trying to help my sister and her piece of shit ex-husband get this shop off the ground in California. And he didn't want to bother me. So he pays some fucker in Phoenix to build him a couple of 408 strokers that promptly fucking blew up. And I went through those engines and about blew my fucking stack when I tore them down and found out he forgot the fucking galley plug that goes underneath the oil pump and the small block Mopar. You probably know about that, Blake, because small block Chevys have them too.
Yep.
That hidden galley plug. Well, I went down to that engine builder and raised all kinds of holy hell with the fucker. And I made him tear down the third engine right in front of him while I was holding the fucking camera and see that goddamn plug was gone, because you can look right down with a flashlight the hole where the oil pressure gauge goes on a small block Mopar. And if it's got a new galley plug in that galley, that sumbitch will reflect light back at you. I knew that sumbitch wasn't in there without ever tearing the engine apart. We went down there and I made that bastard about $6,000 worth of fucking parts. He said, "Well, I'll make it right. I'll build you another." I said, "You ain't turning a fucking wrench on a goddamn thing we own again, but you're buying a bunch of fucking parts is what you're doing, you asshole." And I built the fucking motors. And that motor ran until the fucking track closed down. We put 4 full seasons on it. And you know a dirt track engine takes way more abuse than a drag car ever does.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and blow my horn and say, well, I'm the only one that can build a fucking engine that stays together, because that's not true. What is true is that I put the fucking thing together right, took the time to clearance everything, took the time to make sure all the parts that belonged in it were in it, and some bitch stayed together. You know?
Okay, here's the deal.
And
if anybody tries to talk shit on you,
with Dennis, he took the time to build the fucking engine and car right so it don't break.
Here's the thing. If anybody wants to talk shit on you, how many passes did you make at No Name?
About 10.
Okay, 10 passes. How long was it before No Name, before you started actually even putting that truck together? It was
about
like
5 weeks.
Yeah, 5 weeks. You put that truck together in 5 fucking weeks. Came out and made 10 fucking passes, not a single problem except for traction. There ain't too many motherfuckers that could say that.
Drove it on the trailer, drove it off the trailer when I got home, drove it in the garage. It's got a fucking exhaust leak because I was too lazy to put the Remflex fucking header gaskets on both sides of it. So now I got to argue the fucking header off, put the other Remflex gasket on it. Yeah, fuck you, Blake. I see you laughing.
You know what I'm thinking? You know what else I'm thinking right now? He said they were talking about you had it and you only had a traction problem. Also offered to bring up a pair of drag radials. But we didn't know there was going to be a tire machine.
I didn't know there was going to be a fucking tire machine there.
But I was.
There's always a tire machine there. I could have told you that. Now, you guys want to hear something funny? You want to hear something funny? I put gas in the car. I put a couple gallons of gas in the car. All right. I had started it up at home and stuff. Nothing major. Started it up a few times and let it run when I was trying to figure out what was wrong with it there at No Name. I pull out to go up to get the picture taken and made it right to the end and ran out of gas.
Ran out of fucking gas.
And I'm like, what the fuck? I had to have William come up and fucking bring me some gas in the Cushman. I had to get saved by the Cushman. Now I'm sitting here thinking about this. Why the fuck is this thing using so much gas? Then at the end of the thing, I was actually on the drive home. I'm like, it's a fucking fuel cell with a rear sump in it. I bolted it flat to the trunk. The fucking car sits like this. I got to have 2 gallons or 2 or 3 gallons of gas in it before it even gets to the sump.
Yeah, you didn't level
because of the rake of the car.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
well,
I'm just going to build a couple of standoffs and level it out now.
Yeah.
But I didn't even think about that shit when I was building it.
Yeah.
You know, the rake of the car caused me to need like 2 or 3 extra gallons of gas. It's like, well, fuck, that's why some bitch run out of gas all the time.
Well, it's like
because it's got plenty in there. It's just all up at the front.
It's like me when I built that fucking engine, you know. I never gave a moment's thought to fucking hood clearance or anything clearance because those Dodge trucks, you can fucking camp out in the engine bays in them. And I get it all put together. I'm taking carb spacers out and we're trying to find a fucking air cleaner. Son of a bitch grew up. It grew out. It you know.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I
failed fucking engineering school on that one.
I had an '89 Dodge that I took the motor out, cleaned it up. It ran good, and I painted it and re-gasketed the whole motor and put a set of Edelbrock valve covers on it. Wouldn't fucking think about that. You know, a set of Edelbrock valve covers on a 318 in a 78 Dodge, they hit the fucking brake booster. Now,
well,
come on,
if it was an original small block truck, it had the big 11-inch booster on it too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was like, God damn, I never thought that would happen.
Mine fucking grew out so big that I barely got a manual brake master on it.
I just took the booster off of it, beat it with a hammer, and put it back on. It worked fine. Those things don't have to be round.
I guess I could have moved the master cylinder, but I didn't want to. Then I got to move the pedals, and you start changing pedal ratio and shit, and I just didn't want to deal with that, so I went with manual brakes. I probably will put a smaller bore cylinder on it to soften the pedal up a little bit, but it stops good.
What is it? Jed's got the same problem because he's got those fender well headers, and they go right underneath the master cylinder. Bigfoot's and Mopar's buddy. What is his name? Mopar Dan. He did a whole video.
Mopar Jeff,
whatever his name is. Yeah, he did a whole video on how to move the master cylinder up.
Yeah. And
I'm like, well, goddamn, it actually looks like it's something fun to do because you got to do a little bit of welding and shit. But it fucking works. I told Jed, I'm like, go find that video. That's the whole thing about this community. I say it all the time. This is one of the
Right.
best fucking communities. If you want to know something or have a fucking problem, somebody in this community has fixed that problem. And they're more than willing to help you, or they have a video on it.
Yeah, and I ain't got vacuum for a fucking vacuum booster anyway. That engine makes about fucking 8 inches of vacuum.
Well, you were going to do the Hydro Boost, weren't you? You still going to
I
do that?
was. I was, but the damn accumulator for the Hydro Boost comes down to the right, so it crashes into the valve cover.
Hmm.
I still have an option, and I from what I've read, it's pretty popular on these Dodge trucks. You can use the booster off a Chevy Astro, but then you got to use the Chevy
Then you
brake
got
lever.
fucking Chevy parts on your car,
You-
and it's going to go slower.
Well, isn't that what brakes are supposed to do? Is make you
Yeah,
go
they're supposed to help
slower?
No, it's your Dodge is going to reject the parts and be like, nah, I'm slowing down. That's what I'm worried about. After he beats me, I'm going to put that sticker on the car and I'm going to go slower.
Oh goodness.
You want to make sure I win? Tell me put the sticker on first.
Anyway, Brian,
Put a
that
Mopar sticker on your truck. It's going to go faster. I'm just helping you out.
I could go that route, but I chose not to and just go with the manual brakes.
Yeah.
And they work fine. And there is room for improvement in sticking with the manual brakes with a different master cylinder. And it's still a Mopar master cylinder, a Willwood. But no,
I think I'm
fine.
changing my master cylinder out. I think I'm going to get like a Dodge Dakota one, you know, the small ones.
Yeah, like the one that's on my truck.
Yeah, and but you gotta make a plate, or I don't know. They sell the plate, but goddamn,
They sell the plate. They sell the plate. I bought it's Mopar Performance makes the plate. The plate's not what actually my plate. Mopar Performance makes the plate. Mine is not a Mopar Performance one. It's a Jegs one.
Yeah,
It's Jegs brand. It's the same fucking thing. All it is a piece of billet aluminum with fucking holes threaded in it.
that's what I was thinking. I was like, I could buy one, but I'm a fucking
plate was
machinist. That's what I do for a
$30.
living. I put holes
What
in
was
shit.
expensive was the goddamn push rod. The goddamn push rod was $80 fucking dollars, and that is a Mopar part.
They make an adjustable one.
Yes, that's the one.
You can get the adjustable one through Jegs for fucking next to nothing.
It was I got it from Jegs. It was $85 fucking dollars, Brian.
Did you get the Jegs brand one?
The Jegs brand one was not in stock. I had to buy.
Well, okay. There's your problem with Jegs right now.
Yeah.
I would love to fucking support the shit out of Jegs.
Even the Jegs one was Jegs one was $50 though. It wasn't dirt cheap. It was cheaper, but it was still $50. But that Mopar one was $85 fucking dollars, and it's a great part. It fit like a glove. It locks into the master cylinder, don't fall out. Fits right on the. I did have to. I got some. What I ended up using was. I didn't film any of this shit, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back through the truck, and I'm not gonna disassemble shit. But I'm going to go back through the truck with the camera and show shit and explain what I did and shit like that. Because I had a lot of people I'm surprised they didn't fucking unsubscribe from me because they were really digging this truck build and they really fucking wanted to see it all. And I didn't give them dick because I was thrashing to get it fucking done. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to make a lot of videos and take a lot of time showing the individual aspects, especially some of the custom shit that I did, and make the videos. But, here's a little teaser, as far as that master cylinder push rod goes, the stock one is, like a 1/2 inch wide. And the bolt that goes through the master or the pedal has got that shoulder on it, for the rod. Well, that Mopar Performance manual adjustable rod is real thin. It's only like a 1/4 inch thick, so it was sloppy on the bolt. And I really don't think it would have caused a problem, but I didn't fucking like it. So I got some nylon oil pan drain plug washers out of, just out of my drain plug washer kit, because I have shit like that from having a shop. And as it turns out, those fucking drain plug washers are actually the correct part number for a Dodge Omni. So they're still Mopar. But I put one on each side to shim it up to center that pin so it couldn't slop around on the bolt. And
you are kind of a perfectionist when it comes to shit. I can't believe you got the damn thing done in 5 weeks.
Yeah, I
I
am a perfectionist. And I am fucking picky about shit because I don't like things breaking. And when you half-ass shit, things
I'm just
break.
like, slap that motherfucker together and send it.
Yeah, but you know
If
what?
If it breaks, you get to work on it again and have fun working on it. I know
one
I have
place,
a lot more fun working on shit.
One place you don't need to cut corners is with the fucking brakes.
To an extent.
I hate doing rework.
And I only say this because I've gotten in arguments with people. When you got it, the only reason my car has disc brakes on the front is because that's what it came out with. If it would have came out with drum brakes on the front, I would have left them there. Yeah. Because drum brakes actually stop better than disc brakes, especially in the drag race when you're only hitting the brakes once.
Right.
You ain't got to worry about brake fade when you're only hitting them once.
Right.
But the bad thing about that is if you're running an NHRA sanctioned event, after you go so fast, you have to have disc brakes. And if you're running a power adder, you're going to have.
And that's actually that's actually stupid, but
that's
you're right.
Bullshit,
it is a rule
because you've got fucking semis out there running around, hauling tons of fucking weight, having to panic stop, and guess what? They use drum fucking brakes to do it.
Yep.
Drum brakes are actually better, especially for fucking drag racing. I had to argue with.
And when you stop and think about it, with you're talking about semis. Prospectively looking at it, they ain't that big. An 18-wheeler has 10 drums on it. 10 drums that are 15 inches in diameter, 6 inches wide to stop 80,000 pounds.
Yeah. Well, I was arguing with this kid, and it's a young kid, and I was like, because he was like, oh, I'm going to spend this money, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you don't really need to spend that money. He's like, oh, you're cheaping out on safety. I'm like, no, drum brakes work fine. And I was like, I drove my satellite for like 15 years on drum brakes. And I'm like, I've got experience doing this. He's like, well, how many panic stops have you had to make on a car with drum brakes? And I just told him, I said, more times than you have ever hit the brake on any car you've ever driven in your life.
My 71 Charger.
Make panic stops with drum
my
brakes.
71 Charger still got its original drum brakes on the front of it. And the only fucking thing I don't like about those damn drum brakes on the front of it is the way the drum is fucking concaved into the flange. It's real finicky about the wheels you can get to go on to it properly. But past that, they work fine. And those wheels that are on the back of the truck right now with the 275 6015s on them, that set of wheels I actually bought for the Charger, and they fit on that car, and they fit on the front drums properly also. And those wheels will end up back on that car. It's just what I fucking had. It was what I had, and it was close enough to make work to get the truck to no name. I'll probably end up buying a set of fucking drag lights or something, spend thousands of fucking dollars on goddamn wheels. Yay me. But
I got fucking drag lights.
Yeah, have you priced those motherfuckers lately?
$300 for a whole set with tires on them.
Yeah. Go to fucking Jake's and look and see what they cost, or Summit, or Speedway, or anybody that sells them motherfuckers. Them goddamn
I don't buy
wheels,
new shit.
15 by 10s, 15 by 12s. Them goddamn things are fucking $500, $600, $700 a wheel.
Not mine.
The 3 and 4 inch front runners, those goddamn things are fucking $500 a piece.
I found
Well,
my real
that's another thing about that. That's another thing about drum brakes
Craigslist
versus
and
disc
Facebook
brakes.
Marketplace is fucking littered with them if you run a fucking 4 3/4 inch Chevy bolt pattern.
Yeah.
Oh, I
got-
see them all
don't.
the time. See, the thing is, you got the what I like is that ours is the same as Ford's, and all these guys run around here with Fox body Mustangs. They're always trying to get different fucking wheels. So
Yeah, but a Fox body Mustang natively has a 4-lug wheel on it.
yeah, they switch them all over to 5-lug.
Why?
But-
Most guys do, because you can't find a decent wheel in that fucking 4-lug bolt pattern.
No, but about another
take a
thing about the
5.0
brakes.
You take a 5.0 Mustang, and the axles out of a Ford Ranger fit right in it. And
Mhm.
same with the front disc rotors. You know, a 5.0 Mustang is stupid easy to change over. I had one, and I grossly missed that car. I wish I would have never got rid of the fucker. I had nothing in it, and you know, it had a 302 in it, a 4-speed. It was a fun little car, and it was given to me. I built a 351 Windsor for a guy I used to work with, and he was, you know, for a Fox body Mustang, and it was an extra one that he had. He'd actually bought it for his girlfriend, and she didn't want it. But anyway, long story short, he moved away, and he fucking, on his way out of town, when he moved down to Phoenix. He stops by my shop, and he gives me the title of the fucking thing. He says, "It's yours, man. It's out of my dad's. Go get it." 82
Cool.
fucking GT. And when I closed down the shop, I didn't have anywhere to. I lived in a fucking housing development HOA piece of shit at the time. I didn't fucking have anywhere to put the car, so I put it on the fucking street corner up the road, far enough away from the house where the HOA fucking Nazis wouldn't fucking know it was mine, with a fucking for sale sign on it. You know, and I sold it pretty
I
quick.
would never
pretty
move
cheap.
into a place with a HOA. That's just.
Oh, I never
I think
will
that's
again.
just asking for fucking trouble.
I never will again. You know, those fucking assholes were. This is no shit. There was a middle-aged lady that worked for CarQuest. She was one of the drivers, one of the parts delivery drivers at the time, late 50s, early 60s. She had previously lived in that same homeowners association that I did. She called the woman that ran that place a cunt. When a woman uses that word,
you know what?
know.
These guys, I
You
just
know.
realized that all these troll guys, they're missing their calling. They just need to be HOA presidents, where they can
Get right
stick
in.
their nose in all their everybody's business all day and leave us the hell alone. They
But
just
you
need
know-
to move into place with the HOA. Why don't they just do that?
You know
they get
that
their
shit's
jollies
bad
off
when
all
it
day
makes
long.
another woman use that fucking word. Yeah, we couldn't get out of that motherfucker fast enough, man. It was horrible.
Oh,
Dude,
you know what else? You know what else? I learned this from Shane Polito, and I'm probably gonna do this. If you want,
That dude right
like,
there
I'm
is
gonna
a
want,
wealth of information.
yeah, I'm gonna want like brighter headlights on the Duster, because I plan on doing some nighttime racing. You know, racing at night
Mhm.
and stuff. He said, go on Marketplace, look for a set of newer Jeep headlights.
Yep.
He goes, the factory ones are out there everywhere because all the guys are got to change them over on those Jeeps, and they sell the whole
LEDs.
factory shit with the wiring dirt fucking cheap, and they fit right in, and you just got to rewire them. And I'm like, that's a damn good idea. I'm gonna do
Dude.
that.
Those headlights that I put in my Dodge truck. All right, we'll go to the backstory of that. I fucking hate it when you're driving down the road and you got some asshole with those cheap fucking ass Chinese goddamn LED headlights that put light everywhere but on the fucking road. Now, when I was running my semi at night, they always fucking wanted us working at night. And the older I get, the worse I see at night. I fucking hate driving at night anymore because I can't see. And I used to love it. That was the time I wanted to be on the road.
Yeah.
But I can't fucking see at night anymore. And so I went out and I spent the big fucking money on the DOT approved drop-in LED headlights for my Freightliner. $300 fucking a piece for these bastards. And they turn night into day. But when you stand in front of that son of a bitch, it don't blind you. You can see the cut line and they go to the ground. Well, they make that same headlight in a 7-inch round, like for our Mopars and like my truck and shit. And that's what I really wanted for the truck. But now the goddamn things are $500 each. And it's like, fuck, I wasn't going to spend that. So the ones that are in the truck now, and so far I like them. I haven't really completely spent a lot of time with them. And hell, I haven't even got them aimed right yet. I just stuck them in there. But they're knockoffs of those ones that I got in the semi. I got them off Amazon for $106. And they're fucking bright.
I'm thinking, but see, I'm also thinking that I might want to do something. I may buy a set because I'm not going to drive the car on the street, so I don't really have to worry about blinding somebody with it.
Right? Yeah, you could buy the cheap Chinese knockoff
I
piece of shit.
I think I want the purple halos. You know, they got the halo around it. I think that'd look cool on my car.
It would.
Even though it doesn't fit the era. See, I want to get another set of wheels. I'm probably going to end up spending, sooner or later, I'm probably going to end up spending a bunch of money on another set of wheels for that car because I don't think they fit with the theme of the car. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I will either, now they make 14 by 15 Kragers now.
Right.
14-inch. Well, you can buy 14-inch wide Kragers, and they're not Unilug.
Yeah.
They started making them again,
and they're stupid money.
Yeah, they're like $500 a piece, I think. But god damn, wouldn't that car look cool with a big ass set of fucking Kragers on the back on it?
It would.
It might be worth the money. And if I could find a set of
go buy your fucking Kragers, and then I'll buy those ones from you.
If I could find a set of 14-inch wide slots, that would be my major.
That would be, yeah.
But goddamn, the price of those now.
Oh, to get new ones, yeah.
Well, you can't get new ones. You can't, or you can't order new ones. You gotta find
American Racing makes a pretty close match, but they're
only thing I've found is 10 inches wide, though.
Yeah.
Go and look for 14-inch wide wheels. You can't find anything.
Yeah, there's not a lot to choose
anything
from.
that looks even close to nostalgic, except for Kragers.
Yeah, and I'll probably.
That's the thing, though. The Krager wheels are heavier and all that other shit. It's like, goddamn.
Well, Mark's car runs pretty good, and it's got Kragers on it.
Yeah, but they're not 14-inch wide. Because you got to think, on Kragers, that's the fucking steel part. The center part of a Krager is the light part. The actual rim, the outer rim, is the fucking steel part. So they're going to be a lot fucking heavier on a 14-inch wide than
a
10-inch wide. I don't know.
I think I actually would like to put a set of torque thrusts on the truck. And a lot of people
those are old man wheels. What do you put old man wheels on shit for?
Because I like them. I like them.
They look good on Calvin Nelson Studebaker, the torque thrust.
Don't they?
They look good on square body Chevys is what they look good on.
Especially the way he painted them on that Studebaker. They look really good on it. And, no, I don't want the fucking The new style fucking
old man
flat
wheels.
faced fucking dumb looking ones. I want the original fucking torque thrust style.
I want the ones that almost look now. If you could, but yeah, have fun finding them. The ones that almost look like Coke bottles. You know, they almost look
Yep.
like a flower.
Yep.
Those older ones, those would
Yep.
be cool on some.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're next to fucking impossible to find. And try to find some over 8 inches wide.
Yeah.
You could get the 5-spoke star wheels. I don't know if Jegs make, because the Jegs brand is pretty cheap, but I don't know if they make them. I don't know how wide.
Yeah,
you
like the ones like the ones that Cope's got on Mr. Haney.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know
actually a
how
good
wide
looking
you want to
wheel.
go though. I don't know how wide they make them.
The Jegs and Summit brands only go up to a 10-inch.
Yeah,
And I don't know. I think I need more fucking tire than that.
you can say you got to do some suspension work too. You got to get the some bits to transfer. Right?
Yeah.
Am I right or am I wrong?
I need to get the son of a bitch to separate is what I need to get it to do.
On a radial.
Because if I could get it to transfer and I could get it to squat on slicks, and that would be great. But then when I put street tires on it, radials, and drive it on the street, it would be a piece of shit to drive. So I want one setup. So whatever I do, it's going to be based around a radial. So I'm going to want separation. And yeah, I'm going to have to spend more money on fucking drag tires because I'm going to have to buy drag radials instead of slicks. But, you know, that's part of having a street strip drag and drive type vehicle.
Yep.
Yeah, but now from what I understand, the radios actually will 60 foot better than a set of slicks.
They will.
This is what I understand.
They will.
They actually hit a lot
But
harder.
they will not if you set them up. If you set your suspension up to transfer and squat for a that's what you want with a slick because it's a bias ply tire. When you think slicks, you think bias ply setup. When you think drag radials or street radials, you got to think radial tire. So you want separation. I don't want it to squat so much as I want it to lift. They call that separation.
Yeah, that's what the super stock springs do. That's why I love. I'm hoping that my car launches like everything I've seen with super stock.
Well, the super stock spring,
super
stock spring, Brian, is only part of the equation. Your shock setup is more of the equation. And that's the other thing I'm going to have to spend a bunch of fucking money on is goddamn double adjustable shocks that are $500 fucking a piece. But that's the only way I'm ever going to get that thing to hook. I could put the biggest, fattest fucking tires in the world on this son of a bitch, and it's
that's
wheelbase.
That's a thing that people run into. They think in order to get something to hook, you got to put a big old fucking fat tire like what I got on my car. You don't have to. There's guys running 10.5 no prep fucking events, and they get their shit to hook.
Yeah.
And those no prep events are a hell of a lot worse than the track we just fucking ran on, and they get their shit to hook.
Yeah, but see, that's where the Caltrack split monoliths are gonna really shine.
Well, you put Caltracks on your truck.
I'm gonna put Caltracks, and I'm gonna run their split monolith springs.
And they got those sliders too.
Yeah,
the rear sliders.
And I could set it up with a set of sliders, and I may or may not. At first, I won't, because I want to try and maintain, keep the original spring hangers and shit. Because there's no reason to move them. There's a mile of fucking clearance. I can get 14 inches of tire inside the fucking fender, no problem.
Well, and if you needed to move them, it would be just the exact same thing as on the cars when they do the spring relocation kits. Except I think on a truck it'd actually be easier because you just take the hanger from this side, the hangers from this side, and move it to the inside on the other side. You take the hanger from that side and move it to the inside of
Well,
the
it's
other
really
side.
not easier on the truck because the hanger is mounted on the outside of the frame, and the frame is a C channel. So you would have to box the frame, which isn't a big deal, but you'd have to box the frame in order to have it mount. Because if you mounted it to the inside of the frame, then the bottom of the C channel would be in the way of the spring. Yes, Raker, it is a second gen B body rear end under the car or under the truck. It's 3.5 inches narrower than the truck rear.
So it's the same rear end as in your same rear end width as in your Charger.
No, my Charger is a third gen. If I'm not mistaken, the third gens are an inch wider. It would be the same rear end like what's under Jezebel or Williams'
Oh, okay.
car.
Because I thought, well, then the third gen probably would have fit even better if you were just doing a stock swap.
Yeah, but the
right?
rear end being narrower is fine because
Yeah, that's good for you.
it's good because I need, I want to put more tire under it, so that's why I went ahead and did it the way I did it instead of narrowing the 9-inch Ford.
Well, yeah, that and you don't have Ford shit on your car. I'm kind of a stickler for that.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, Raker, but I put a set of slapper bars on it for now because I am gonna put Caltrax on it, both of which negate the need for a snubber. But that was the original plan. I was gonna do a cross member and a pinion snubber.
I probably need to do that on mine, or just do. It depends on what I got time to do. Because I would like to just turn my car into a ladder bar car and just say, fuck it.
Yeah.
Ladder bars and leaf springs, and then there you go. But if not, I probably would.
The slapper bars, they did help. They did help a lot because it does separate. It doesn't squat. When it does launch, it does separate.
Well, on a truck, the slapper bars will help, right? Even a Dodge.
Well, on anything, it will. They will when you set them up the way I set mine up. I don't know if you looked at it, but I've got that big fucking aluminum spacer on the end of the slapper bar, so it's actually preloaded up against the eye of the spring.
Yeah, damn it. I'm getting tired. Today, I actually finally caught up on all my sleep. I've been dragging ass all week.
Oh, you and me both. I've been trying to catch up on it, but now I got to get up early. I'm fucking got to catch up on customer work this weekend, so.
Because all week before No Name, I was getting up early, working on shit, then going to work. Getting up early, working on shit, then going to work. And then whenever you go to No Name, you can't sleep late because you got too much cool shit going on.
Well, fuck, when I wasn't working on customer shit, I was working on the truck. And when I was working on customer shit, I was still working on the truck. I was working on the truck till 4 o'clock in the fucking morning every day. And then I'd fucking come in and go to bed, and I'd be right back up at 8:30.
Well, I'm a second shifter. I'm used to waking up at the crack of noon.
Right.
So that whole fucking
you're kind of in the same boat, just different hours.
And then you kept getting interrupted on the phone by somebody. Don't know who
you weren't the only one.
I finally got my damn coffee cup. Somebody refused to send to me for fucking months.
You would have had that call. All I needed was a fucking address, you jackass.
I did it on purpose.
In the house. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Just got home. Shit, it's
I'm not
early morning
I'm
where
not
you're
just
at.
giving my address out to every weirdo on the internet. Come on.
Well, then you don't get to bitch about having to wait till no name to get
Oh
your
yeah, I
fucking
did.
coffee cup.
I thought it was pretty funny.
I don't see that coffee cup or that cool LED light that John Cope gave you.
The base messed up on it
No
on the
way.
LED light. I'm gonna order. I gotta order one tomorrow for it.
How'd it mess up? What happened?
It's got a little charging port on it
That's how
because those
mine's
are.
hooked up.
Yeah, well, my charging port busted off and is rattling around down on the inside.
Ah, fuck.
But I looked and you could buy like a pack of two of them for $12 on Amazon, and the exact same thing. So I'm just gonna do that. And I gotta build a shelf back here for it anyway. It's going in a place of honor.
Yeah, mine's been working fine. See it sitting there behind me?
Those fucking things are so cool, and the fact that he did that for everybody. Well, not for everybody, but for
No,
certain
he didn't
people.
do it for everybody. He did it for his friends.
Yeah.
That was.
And that sucks. I'm 4 hours away from him. I need to schedule some time. I'm gonna go up there and hang out with him one weekend.
Yep.
Now that I don't have as much to do on the car, I don't have to concentrate on building the car from fucking scratch.
Right.
I just got to fix what's wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to concentrate on getting the interior shit done on the truck, which kind of sucks. I did a bunch of work on the dash, and I'm going to have to do over, but I need to get the other dash back from that fucking asshole that's supposed to be painting it. Get it in, get the AC done. I want to put a new carpet kit in it because the carpet's fucking shot. I want to reupholster the seats.
That's the thing with my when I build this when I start working on this, which really I'm gonna have a timeline on it too, because I want to get it done so I can tow to a few events this year. And
I've got a brand new rubber kit for the whole body, all the weather seals and everything. I just didn't get a chance to put it in, all the window channels, and I got a whole kit from LMC. It was like fucking, I don't know, $350, $400, something like that. But I got all new rubbers for it, and I want to, like I said, I want to put new carpet in it, and I'm going to focus on getting that rear suspension to behave. And
well, the thing is,
if I happen to trip over an S10, I'll build one of them 454s and put in the fucking S10. But other than that,
headers. Goddamn, headers are expensive for a big block S10.
oh, I know.
I was gonna do it. I had a square body. I had sitting in my garage at one time. I had a square body S10 and a 454 that had just been rebuilt, and I was ready to do it. And I started doing all the research, and the headers were like $900, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Fuck, a decent set of headers for anything's fucking $900 anymore. Those goddamn hooker headers that are on the fucking truck. I bought those brand new 7 years ago. So the issues I've had with them, I can't even bitch because, they've been sitting for 7 fucking years. But, on the run stand, I couldn't get the goddamn left side one to fucking seal. It kept, I got those fucking dead soft aluminum gaskets. I tried the fucking copper SCE gaskets. I've used those on everything for years. They never fucking leak. They wouldn't fucking seal. And last ditch effort, I got a set of Remflex gaskets, and I put a Remflex gasket on the left side, the one that was giving me hell when I put the engine in the truck. So far, it's holding, but yesterday afternoon when I fired it up, I had a goddamn exhaust leak. The fucking other side's leaking now. So
I used copper gaskets and some high temp silicone.
Yeah.
Because I hate.
Well, I've got the other. Those fucking Remflexes were like $70 fucking. They were expensive, but everybody says they're, including Shane Polito. And it was funny because after I decided to buy them, the week that they showed up, that that week on Shane's Live, he was talking about those Rimflex gaskets. That happened twice with two different things I did on that truck. It was almost fucking creepy. Like, dude, are you like fucking? Are you
I'm
like
kind of
spying in the
upset that
garage or
I'm
something?
kind of upset that
It was funny, but
with his
anyways,
videos he's going
Shane
to go
loves
back to
them
slant
too.
six shit. I'm
What's
upset that
that?
he's going to go back. I'm upset that on his videos he's going to go back to doing slant six shit. I don't care about slant. I ain't going to build no slant six. I want to see you build V8 cool fast shit. But that's what his channel's about. And that's what he wants to do. So
Yeah, it's Slant Daily Garage, and Slant Sixes can be cool.
no, they can't.
Yes, they can. 25 years ago, I had a 64 Dart with a fucking Slant Six in it that I used to embarrass fucking big blocks with. It was a fucking sleeper. It was primer gray. It was the kind of car you scrape the bird shit off once a week and re-fucking spray it. I had Doug Thorley. This is how long ago it was, when Doug Thorley was still doing custom headers. I had Doug Thorley build me a fucking header for that car. And I had dual cutouts, and back then he didn't have any of this fancy electric shit. It was the cable on the dash. I ran that fucker through a single stock exhaust, and it would load up so fucking bad because it couldn't breathe. And it'd just be belching black smoke and sounded like fucking shit. And I'd roll up at the street drags and fucking lay down $1,000, $1,500. Let's go, motherfucker. Pick the biggest, baddest bastard there. Get up on the fucking starting line, fucking open them cutouts and clean it out. You'd watch the other guy's fucking eyes get about this big, like what I just get myself into, and then just wax his fucking ass with that car. Take his fucking money. The fuck you got in that thing? And I pop a 6-cylinder. Bullshit. Pop the fucking hood and they'd cry. Yeah, don't tell me a slant six can't be cool, because buddy, it can be.
I say it just like I say Mustangs are girls' cars. Slant sixes are not cool.
Whatever. I don't play with them anymore, but you know that car, and it became fun. It was almost like fucking crack, I guess. You know, when I did it the first time, I couldn't stop doing it. It was fun for me to fuck with these motherfuckers.
Well, and that's the whole thing. I can sit here and say, "Hey, I don't think I don't like slant sixes," but anybody else can love them. That's fine. That's completely fine with me. People can like 67 fucking Mustangs and drive around in a girl's car.
Yeah, whatever. But
You
you know,
know?
I'm just saying, I had a lot of fun with a fucking slant six and a little Dodge Dart. And you know, it was the ultimate sleeper. I'm not shitting you. I go to the fucking hardware store and buy 2 cans of fucking Krylon primer and a putty knife and scrape the fucking bird shit off of it on the weekends. Fucking spray it again. You know, it was that kind of car. And I had a lot of fun with that motherfucker.
Well, and I don't know. I don't know if Blake knows my stance on Mustangs. Anything in my mind, anything 70 or older, 1970 or older in a Mustang is a girl's car. The ones after that, 70 all the way up until even new shit, are fine. But in my head, that's a fucking girl's car, and I'm gonna call it a girl's car.
Well,
Even
yeah.
that one you guys kept telling me, oh, that's a fucking blah 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 boss. Yeah, okay, it's a fast girl's car.
Well,
Because
yeah.
I like those. I like the 71, 72s where they had the big long nose on the Mustang.
The Eleanor
I want
style
one of
cars.
those so fucking bad. I just don't know a damn thing about Ford engines or how Fords fucking work. Now I will say, Brian Bealey makes a good point. A slant six. If I want something to get back and forth to work, and I want to know it's going to go out there, and I turn the key, and I got to go to work every day, yeah, slant six will do that. In my, They will fucking, and they run forever. Like a 318, they will run forever.
Well, you remember back in the 90s that fucking infomercial that circulated around TV forever and ever. One of those fucking Pro Lube, Power Lube,
It was
Slick Lube.
Slick 50. It was Slick 50.
No, it wasn't Slick 50. It was Slick 50's fucking competitor. I can't remember the name of it now. But they always showed that 6-cylinder engine running with no oil pan on it. It was a fucking slant 6.
Yeah.
And
They'll
we
run
always
with
laughed about that. You know, you false advertising motherfuckers. We already know a slant 6 will run without oil in it.
I have seen with my own eyes a slant 6 running with a fucking with a connecting rod hanging out of the side of the block.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't kill them. They're stone reliable. And that's why and you know damn well that's why they chose that engine for that stupid fucking commercial.
Well, they could have also chosen a 305 Chevy because you can't hardly kill them motherfuckers either.
Oh, I've blown plenty of them up. But I've
had 305 Chevys that I've put through the fucking ringer. I've owned Chevys.
Well, I'm not saying you can't put them through the ringer, but I am saying they're not fucking destruction proof.
I like them. For something like getting to work.
Say that again, Brian. Let me get the recorder out. Wait, we're automatically recording.
Sound clip.
Yeah, I like them. I like Chevys.
You don't know how bad I want a fucking C3 Corvette. You have no idea how bad I want a C3 Corvette. Like real fucking bad. I want a C3 Corvette.
I'm just giving you a hard time because you're always fucking ragging on using Chevy parts on shit.
Or a fucking El Camino. Oh my God. I'd love to have another El Camino. I've owned so many El Caminos in my life. I love them fucking cars.
That would be a prime candidate for one of these big blocks I've got too, because my wife loves El Caminos. I would love
a 70 model El Camino. I like the shit out of it.
I would love to build her a fucking badass El Camino.
I had a 76 El Camino, and I had like 2 or 3 different 78 El Caminos. And I love those fucking cars.
Yeah, El Caminos are cool. Yeah, if I could, but fuck, those things are through the roof too.
Oh yeah,
they're almost as bad as a fucking '69 Charger.
And you're gonna shit when I say this, but I fucking love Ford Granadas too. I just love the way those cars look. For some reason, you get a 2-door Ford Granada, but I also like Dodge Muratas. Yeah, shit, I like those cars too. So
I love the Nelson's fucking Fairmont. That thing's badass.
There's a few cars from all of them I like. Hell, I like the RX-7s. I think those are cool.
A 4-door Fairmont, Tony? I have a friend that's got a 4-door Fairmont, and he's already got the tubular K member, upper and lower control arms, and everything for it.
You know the one I'm talking about. It's on Nivlak's channel.
No, I'm just saying, would you want a 4-door one?
Would I want one? I didn't say I wanted one. I said his is badass.
Bubba has one. Put the big block Chevrolet in a 4-door Fairmont.
There you go.
And Pintos and Mavericks. I fucking love Pintos and Mavericks.
If I'm being honest, if I was going to build a Fairmont, I'd put a fucking FE engine in it.
See, you start talking about the different Ford motors, and
I'd build a 428 like the one I built for the Rat Rod and put in a Fairmont. That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah, the Mercury Comets, those are fucking cool.
When it comes to the Fords, I love those FE engines.
I just found out, I could have swore that, and I don't know, somebody may, I've heard.
That's fucking cool, Raker. You see Raker's comment there? Let me highlight it. He had a 68 Chrysler Town and Country wagon that was built into an El Camino. We called it the Chryslero. That's cool.
God damn it. See, now you're going to make me say shit. Because I also really like second and third gen Camaros. I fucking love those cars.
Like,
It's all the shit. It's all the cars that were cool when I was growing up.
right.
You know, there was second, third gen Camaros everywhere when I was growing up, and you can't find them now.
Yeah.
We just sold one to the guy that was with me at the No Names for $800. Had a motor and everything in it.
And
It
see,
ran
that's
like
why I never wanted one, because fucking everybody had them.
Well, when everybody was driving those around, I was driving my 71 Satellite around, so
Right.
and nobody had one of them. I was the only one. And I'm gonna get it back. That's another reason I got to get this truck done by spring because I'm going to get that car with my truck.
Yeah, well, whatever I build for next year or do is gonna have to not be near as expensive as it was this time around. Because I'm buying a fucking truck and trailer, not playing the fucking borrow it game and get fucked over at the last fucking moment. I'm gonna tell you, I told on the phone before No Name, I told John Wilburn that fucking story. He told that story in his live tonight. That fucking that I took stuck with him. It really fucking stuck in his craw, man. That's when you know you got a friend, when it fucking pisses your buddy off, your friend off, worse than it pisses you off.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know.
Yeah, he regurgitated that story towards the end of his life tonight, and you could tell he was still bugged about the way that fucker did me.
Don't get John Cope or John Wilburn talking about my fucking Satellite. Oh, you heard it. You heard some of it.
Oh yeah.
God damn. They're 100 times more pissed off about that car than I ever will. I'm not even pissed off. I don't even think I'm getting screwed on anything. If they think I am.
Well, I don't really think you're getting screwed because you made a deal with Ryan.
I made the deal.
You made the deal with Ryan. However, I can see John and John's point.
But that's also because people.
I'm not going to say I'm going to jump on the bandwagon and say Ryan's an asshole or whatever, but
people think about shit different than I do.
But right,
okay.
But you have to admit, you can see their point. If you came up with parts,
why would it matter? I've already talked to Ryan about it. If I came up with the parts, he'd leave the parts on that car.
Right.
That's all right. That's what's going to happen.
That's all I'm saying is you can see. I can see their point of view also. That's all.
I know where to get. I also know where I can get better parts than what's on that car.
The Raker gets it too.
And also a lot of people don't think like I do. I'm actually gonna be a little bit upset when I work all the bugs out of this fucking Duster and it's, quote unquote done. I enjoy working on shit.
It's a race car. It's never fucking done.
Well, it could be done. I could stop. There's plenty of people that do that. Say, I want to run this time. I want to run this time, and that's it.
That's just not what racers do.
Well, I'm not a racer.
You're gonna be.
This is what 100 people don't fucking understand about me. I'm not a racer.
You're gonna be.
I have 100 times. I guarantee you, the fun that I've had putting that car together will never be equaled. I don't care how long I fucking race it. Racing that car will never be as much fun to me as fucking building it.
You just wait.
You can say that all you want, but I know better.
No, you don't, because
I've put together a lot of projects in my life. I've done a lot of shit, and I have a hell of a lot more fun building cars than I do ever driving them.
Now you sound like Uncle Tony.
That's one of the things that I agree with Uncle Tony
Yeah.
on.
Oh, I
I've
know.
said it. If my kids were into cars, I'd be happy as fuck because I'd be able to build the two of them a fucking race car and keep building cars. I have a lot more fun
No,
working
I
on this
agree.
shit
I agree with that, and
than ever will driving.
that's why I have the goals I have for the truck to be more streetable than race because I want to enjoy the truck. I don't want the fucking thing to just be a trailer queen and sit in a garage 11 months out of the fucking year, you know?
But that's why you spend all this money and say you want shit super fucking dependable. I want it to break so I can have more fun working on it. That is truly the way my mind fucking works. If I break something at the track, I'm like, oh boy, I get to work on it again. I don't like spending the money, but turning the wrenches, that's where my happy place is.
I get it.
It's why I also cannot be a mechanic for a living. I tried it. It sucks. Because when you have a job and you have to do something, it always sucks. I don't care.
Mhm.
People who say do something you love, you never work, no
Well,
bullshit.
when you're doing it, being a mechanic for a living, you got to work on all this shit that fucking sucks to work on. That shit's not fun.
As much as I complain when that fucking charger ate up 3 different starters, I was still happier changing them fucking starters out.
Because it was a cool car.
It wasn't even a cool car. The fucking charger was a piece of shit. But
What charger are you talking about?
my wife's charger, that blue one, that was just a 6-cylinder fucking
Oh,
drive
yeah.
around fucking charger. But
To this
and the
day,
starters were a bitch to change on those
yeah,
cars.
they are. To
But
this
it's still
day, I
fun
still
to me.
don't. To this day, I still don't think those cars deserve to wear the Charger badge. But Charger was never supposed to be a fucking 4-door.
Nah, I like them.
I didn't say I didn't like them. I just think they're
And
improperly made.
and if you want to go by that logic, the newer Chargers have had a longer run by like triple than what the old Chargers had.
I don't care.
So those are actually now the what a Charger really is because they've made more of them. They've been around longer. They've been around for more years. But see, this is something that and nobody's talking about, but a reliable source was on one of Uncle Tony's lives. It was Steve Mignante, and I'm sorry, but he's a reliable source when it comes to car shit.
I know, and he said your car was cool.
No, he did say my car's cool, but no, I'm not even talking about that. He said because everybody's saying that the Hemi's gonna die, and that's not true.
No, it ain't true.
They're not gonna quit making it. They're gonna stop making the Challengers, and they're gonna have 2 Chargers. There's gonna be a 2-door version and a 4-door version, and you could get either one with that new fucking straight 6 that's supposed to be a badass, or the Hemi in it. But nobody's talking about that. But and Steve Mignante is the only one that has said anything about it that I've heard. But I trust him more than anybody on the planet when it comes to that shit. Unless it was somebody who is actually like a designer for fucking Chrysler or something who would say no, then I'd have to be like, eh. See, when I was a mechanic, I was a mechanic for a living, and I understood, and I really started realizing why my dad hated it. My dad never got into fucking race cars or anything. It's when you gotta do it for a job and you have to do it, it becomes work. I don't have to work on my duster.
See, I like working on the old shit. I hate working on this modern shit.
I like working on the old shit a lot more.
I hate working on jacked up fucking trucks that you gotta fucking climb up into them and stand on your fucking head and you can't get to nothing because they're buried. The engine's buried in emissions bullshit. You got to have $50,000 worth of fucking diagnostic equipment to even work on the goddamn things. That's not fun for me.
What's messed up now though is your average fucking mechanic can't work on the old shit. They gotta
Barely,
have their
Rich.
fucking. They gotta have their fucking code reader to tell them what's wrong with stuff. If I was to bring my duster into a mechanic shop right now and say, hey, it's got a miss in it, most of those mechanics would not even know how to fucking
They wouldn't have the first
diagnose
clue how to
it
fucking figure it
because
out.
there's nothing to plug in so the fucking little computer can tell them what's wrong.
I got a buddy who runs one of the most successful shops in town. And to this day, he fucking calls me when something comes in with a fucking carburetor on it.
And it's like,
Or,
I grew up working on
or
that
if it's got a distributor in it, or, something old school, like that, he'll say, hey, what can I do to fix this fucker, He bounces shit off of me, and he's a good fucking mechanic. And he gets it, but he still, he cut his teeth on the fuel injection and the modern shit, and
it's just all in what you learn,
exactly.
That's
And
why
he's a good fucking mechanic. He can fix anything.
That's why when you get these old school guys like Uncle Tony saying, well, fuel injection ain't worth shit. No, it's because it's not what you learned.
Right.
It's not what you're used to. And the fuel injection guys say a carburetor's a piece of shit. No, it's not. They both do the exact same fucking thing. But you know how to work on your shit. I know how to work on my shit.
Rich had a nap, and we're still at it. Smart guy right there. I got to get up in the morning and work on fucking dump trucks.
I talk a lot of shit about other kinds of cars and what other people like, but when it comes right down to it, if it's what you like, it's what you like.
Yeah, the new gives a shit.
Understand. It's what you know and understand. That's why my car is wired the way it is, and everybody thinks I'm crazy because of the way I wired my car. But I watched a fucking video and it clicked, and it's the way I understand it. So now if anything goes wrong in that wiring, it's in my head. I understand. I'll know exactly what's wrong with it.
Yeah, it's something else I got to do is clean up the wiring under the hood on the truck.
Oh, my wiring looks awful right now. I got to buy some loom.
Mine doesn't look bad. I mean, I put the time into doing it right, but I didn't have the fucking wire loom material. I hate that fucking plastic shit. I bought a couple of rolls of that nice braided stuff. Now I got to take it all apart and put the wiring in the fucking looms. But
you know what I had that I was going to use, but it was so old in the package that it looks like shit now. I had some of that plastic wire loom that was like chrome.
Oh yeah, I've seen.
I was like, shit. I'm gonna use this shit because people fucking hate it, but the shit was flaking off. I'm like, I'm not putting that ugly shit on there.
Yep, exactly, Rich. I like carbs because I grew up with them.
I'm telling you, wait till I start working on this truck. I'm a fucking goddamn. I'm gonna fucking trigger people.
Well, you talk about fucking fuel injection. Hell, Travis got fucked by his fuel injection this weekend.
See, but that's kind of the thing, though. Okay, you hear a lot of these guys say, "Oh, the fuel injection's fucking it fucks up," but guys that know the shit and know how. Oh, okay, this happened. I could fix this with this.
Well, the system itself didn't fuck him. The goddamn fuel pump failed on him, and he couldn't fucking get one.
That's a problem I see. That's why I say.
I asked him what's he gonna do. I asked him what he was gonna do. He fucking towed the truck home, and he fucking called Holly and chewed their ass out on fucking Monday. But So they'll send him a new fucking fuel pump, but his fucking weekend got shit on because of because of that fuel pump failing. And you can't just go to goddamn O'Reilly's and fucking buy one.
See what I'm gonna do with the satellite. I don't think a lot of people are gonna agree with, but I'm gonna put fuel injection on it. I'm gonna get the whole fucking harness and everything out of like a 95 Dodge truck and do all of that fuel. Everything is gonna be 95 Dodge truck fuel injection. It's gonna have a 360 in it. And it's
If you're
all
gonna
going to
do
be
it,
that.
if you're gonna do it, go 96 and up, so you at least got the OBD2.
I don't want the OBD2. That's my whole thing. I don't want that. I don't
Why?
want it.
If
Just
you want the
because
fuel, if you want the fuel injection, you want the serviceability, you want what's serviceable, and the pre OBD2 stuff is harder to find parts for.
You can still get parts a hell of a lot better than if you're using the Holly shit. If
Yeah.
if I could go and I'll be able to go into a parts store if something goes wrong and say, hey, I need this for a 93 or 93 to 95 Dodge. I just don't want the OBD2. I don't want to deal with it. It's too much more to deal with. I've had plenty of OBD1 V8 Dodge Dakotas, and they never fuck up on me. The only problem I've ever had with them is transmissions.
I had that very same conversation with myself when I built my engine, Rich, and I bought the Demon.
But that's the whole thing, though. Like the Holly setup. If you're driving on a fucking road trip and something fucks up, where are you going to find parts for it? You're not.
Exactly.
I'm going to use all the factory shit to where I can actually have a lot better chance of going into a fucking O'Reilly's and them having
Who
a
here
part
can
for
set
it.
up a dual point distributor? Raker says I can. Well, so can I. Can you?
I can't.
No.
I was after points. I like the Chrysler electronic ignition. That's a lot more simple than points to me. It's fucking bulletproof. And you can hook an MSD box straight up to a Chrysler ignition.
Yep. And vice versa. You can hook an MSD Pro billet distributor up to a Chrysler ignition also.
Mm-hmm. My car was going to have the orange electronic ignition box if I wouldn't have got such a good deal on the box that I got.
Hell, for all that, you can also fire any of those ignitions with an HEI module out of a Chevy distributor.
My problem with that is all the Chevys that I've owned, that module has gone bad on me so many fucking times.
It's a heat issue. It's a heat issue, and they also once you hit about $6,000, they like to start scattering. But not saying I'd want to run one on a race car, but I actually use an HEI module to build the ignition system on my run stand, and it's a permanent part of my run stand. I can use a Ford Duraspark distributor to run Ford engines. I can use, of course, a Chevy, because it is Chevy, to run a Chevy engine. And I can use either a Mopar electronic distributor, an MSD distributor, in any of the engines to run.
Oh yeah, the fucking
and the fucking thing's this big, and it's integrated into the wiring on my run stand.
The Chevy HEI. I just wish they didn't look so bad on all other engines. But I love that. I love it's all right there. Boom, you run 12 volts to it, and you're good.
Yeah, well, you can get that with a Mallory Unilite. You can get that with a MSD makes a ready-to-run distributor, and there's some knockoff versions of it too. That's actually pretty cheap.
What I'm probably going to run on the truck is the FBO box.
Yeah, that's a good setup right there.
I'm gonna run it as close to factory as I can and just run the FBO box.
That distributor that's in the 428 and the rat rod, it's a TSD or a TSO or some. It's a knockoff of the MSD distributor, and he fucking bought it. It was fuck. He only gave like $100 for the thing, and it works great.
I've got one of those. If I had Tall John curve a distributor for me.
Oh, nice.
That's what's in the Duster now, and it's a factory distributor. But I had bought one of the knockoff fucking MSDs. I think I paid $40 for it.
Yeah, they're not that expensive.
And from what I heard, they work just fine.
Yeah, I've never seen any trouble with them. Mine is a real deal MSD Pro billet, but I have dealt with the knockoffs. Like I said, that's what's in the FE Ford and the Rat Rod. It's a knockoff one. You know, I didn't buy it. You know, the customer did, but you know, either way, I would buy one because I've dealt with it and I haven't had trouble with it.
Well, you know, MSD didn't make a distributor for Chrysler's for a long time because it's basically the same fucking thing. It's basically the same fucking thing.
The only real advantage the MSD has is ease of tuning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's basically a Chevrolet style weight system in them, and then they've added the bushing, you know, for limiting it. They're stupid easy to to work on.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna do the whole FBO thing on that truck just because those boxes, the electronic ignition boxes that FBO puts out, have actually been proven to last. And the ones you go buy at a parts store now can be bad before you even put it on.
It's a great product.
I run that, what is it? That Crane High Fire box. It's the same as MSD box. It's the exact same thing. It's
just a multiple spark discharge. There were actually several of them through the years, and MSD was the one that survived.
The Crane one just looks cooler because it's gold. To me, it looks cooler. So that's why I put it. And I got it cheaper than fuck. So I think I paid $35 for it, and it works just fine.
One thing I really like about the 6AL box, and a lot of people don't know this, it's kind of an Easter egg, but you can set it up to where when you turn on the key, it'll sweep the tach and tell you what your rev limiter's set at. It's like I said, it's kind of an Easter egg. There's a trick to turning that on and off. Easy. You just ground out the tach wire for 7 seconds, and that turns it on or off. There's that, and then if you're running the electronic ignition or the magnetic pickup distributor, if you ground the white wire through a toggle switch, it functions as a kill switch. And same as if you're using the white wire with points to fire the thing, you short the 2 wires that would otherwise go to a mag pickup, and it works as a kill switch. Couple little Easter eggs.
That would be a way to get around. I don't know why people haven't thought of that.
For what?
Well, you got to have the switch in the back, and it's got to kill the.
Right.
Well, mine, the way I've got it wired, if I have a diode in one wire.
Sure.
The hot wire
from the alternator,
the regulator, because if you don't have that in there, it will actually keep the car running through that wire.
Right.
Well, couldn't you just wire the like an MSD box, the red wire that goes to the MSD box? Couldn't you just wire that to the switch in the back and it would kill everything?
It wouldn't kill everything, though. It would only.
It wouldn't. really kill everything, but it would sure, the tech guy wouldn't know that it didn't really kill everything because you'd flip the switch and the car would die.
Well, I suppose it would work, but except, when you really need it to kill the fucking fuel pump, when you're really upside down spewing fucking fuel everywhere.
But the thing is though, you could still have it wired to kill the fuel pump and stuff.
I mean, that's the whole thing, the whole idea, behind that safety, having the kill switch is you want to kill the whole car because you don't want the thing to catch on fire.
Well, the way I've got mine wired up,
There's more to it than just shutting off the engine. But I get what you're saying. I just think it takes more effort to try to circumvent the rule than just obey the fucking rule.
Well, that's like Uncle Tony was saying that he's got a switch on his alternator.
Yeah.
And when he goes through tech, he just flips that alternator switch off, and then when you kill the back, it kills everything. I'm like, but that doesn't really do what it's supposed to do.
And the other thing about that is if I had a switch like that, I would have that switch turned off when I'm going down the drag strip anyway. If I'm going,
that is true. Effort. That is true.
If I'm going for max effort, I don't want the alternator pulling horsepower anyway.
Well, see now that's something that I want to wire up. I got to figure out. I got to watch this video and figure out how. But Tall John
has a badass breaker.
Tall John has a great video on. He uses like the nitrous micro switch and a solenoid to kill the alternator.
Yeah.
So instead of, if you got a switch, I can just
that wide open throttle. He's got it set up at wide open throttle to cut the power to the alternator.
And you're not going to forget to hit the switch that way.
Yeah, so when you're sitting in the staging lanes and all that shit, you're still charging, but when you hit that throttle.
Yeah, that's when you want the power anyways, when you're a wide open throttle.
Right. That's a good idea.
Seemed like a pretty trick little idea that he came up with. Yeah, I don't know if he came up with it, but he uses it. He made a video on it, so I'm giving him credit.
I wouldn't doubt it if he came up with it. That dude's smart.
Son of a bitch.
I was just gonna say I think Blake fell asleep, but then I see.
No, I'm sitting here reading something that's right here in front of me. Still trying to figure out how to get my chat up on the other deal at the same time.
Yeah, it may have been around for years, but Tall John's the only one that ever did a video on it, so I'm giving him credit.
It's just one of those old school tricks, and those old school tricks that work. We fiddle fuck around with all these goddamn electronics and this and that, trying to, make shit go faster and everything, and just these simple little old school tricks that not only work, they work better.
But see, now that's another thing too, though. Before YouTube and the internet, everybody wanted to keep all their little tricks a fucking secret. So your average guy would not even know about that old school trick. And average guy doesn't know about the old school trick until somebody like Tall John who says, hey, check this out. I've been doing this for years. There are no secrets anymore. I don't care what anybody says. There's no secrets anymore. Not since the internet came out. You can't do something and be like, oh, okay, yeah, this is my secret, an engine building.
Well,
no, they're all out there.
We all know a guy that showed up with an extra 100 cubic inches and kept it a secret.
I'm talking about engine building secrets. The shit that they used to sell.
I know. I just had to be a smart ass.
I mean, you got David Vizard out there telling everybody everything. If you could stay awake through one of his videos, he's a smart son of a bitch. But
I love watching David's videos.
I can't. He needs somebody to narrate that shit for him or something. I just like,
I watch that shit and I soak it the fuck up.
No, I can't. I'd love to be able to. I'm not saying he ain't smart.
And I love what he's doing. You know, he's an old man. He knows he's an old man, and he knows that when he's gone, that shit's everything he knows is gone. And he wants to share it while he still can. And that's just
But that's the
awesome.
thing, though. That's the thing, though. Okay, he wrote all those books.
Yep.
I can sit and read a book and absorb the information. But when it's him talking about it, like I said, it just puts me to sleep. If he needs somebody there that's gonna not, I don't know. But it's better that it's out there.
There's your two good books.
Yep.
There's the other half of it. And these are way back from whenever they first started doing the classes to the public in the, like 99, 98, 99.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I think that Andy Wood is trying to help with that.
He is
coming in on a lot of his videos,
and he's doing all of David's editing.
Well, that and David kind of.
It's kind of like he's mentoring Andy.
Yeah.
But it's also when you got somebody who knows that shit. I don't know if you've ever fucking had, and you probably have, an in-depth conversation with Shane.
Yep.
Jed had a problem. He showed the problem on his video. All those bent push rods on his motor.
Yeah.
Where he thought he wiped that cam out. Well, I was talking to him on Discord when he found that shit out. And he was like, oh, fucking junk comp cans, push rods, junk shit. You can't get nothing right anymore. And he was sitting there trying to figure out what he needed to do. And I was like, hold on a second. I fucking called up Shane. And I was like, I told him, I was like, look, my buddy Jed, it's a fucking stock bottom end motor, stock bottom end 440 motorhome motor. I said he put a cam in it and a set of aluminum heads and a 671 blower. And he goes, was it a specific blower cam? I said no. I go, he's got a few bent push rods. And Shane Polito goes, all the push rods on the exhaust valves, right? And I said, yeah. And then he went into the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he goes into the explanation, I kind of check out because it's like, God damn, you're just telling me a bunch of shit.
Yeah, I already know what the explanation is too. It's the boost.
Yeah. But it's like, God damn, you're going super fucking technical, and give it to me in layman's terms.
Yeah, the push rods simply weren't strong enough to overcome the cylinder pressure.
Yeah. And the blower grind cams actually bleed that cylinder pressure off.
Correct.
But the whole thing is, he goes into the super technical explanation kind of the way David Vizard does, and a lot of people kind of check out. You got to kind of put that.
Yeah, I eat that shit up. I got into a conversation with Shane like that at No Name. We just started talking and ended up going down a rabbit hole talking about shit. I can.
We've done that too.
I can sit there and talk to him like that for fucking hours.
The thing I love about Shane, and he explained this to me, he was a machinist first before he was an engineer.
Yeah.
And I think every fucking one of them should be.
Right.
Because, okay, engineers can say, yeah, this works on paper. But I run into it every day where in the machine, no, this ain't fucking working. It can't be done like that. And I got to come up with a way to fucking fix it. But he said he was a machinist first. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you just earned all my fucking respect. Because you actually think about it. It'd be like if somebody was a mechanic before they were a car designer or an engineer.
They all should be, because most of them fucking suck. Can't tell you how much of this modern shit I work on and just bang my head on the wall. Who the fuck thought of this stupid shit?
But also, that shit was also done for a fucking reason. All that shit, all this modern shit, the way these cars are fucking put together. It was
done to get you to take it back to the fucking dealer.
Yep, that's exactly what it was done for. Because an older
all
car
about
people
extracting your money from you.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why when you open a hood on a car, there's a big piece of fucking plastic covering the fucking engine. They say, oh, it's to make it look better. No, it's not to make it look better. It's so if a guy who knows a little bit about cars pops a fucking hood, he don't see anything that resembles an
You
engine
know
under
what
there.
it's really there for is sound deadening.
No, it's not. It's so you
No,
take it to the
actually
dealer.
it is, and I fucking hate it for that. And that is one thing I fucking loathe about these fucking modern cars is they are so fucking sound deadened that when shit goes wrong, you can't hear it.
I still
I
don't
have
believe that it's
never
for
in
sound
my
deadening.
fucking life driven a goddamn brake pad till it fucking fell out of the fucking car, Brian. And I fucking did it on the way to No Name Nationals. Never heard a fucking peep
Oh yeah,
out of that
they've
brake.
done that. The fucking inside of a car gets so goddamn quiet you can't hear if there's a cop behind you.
Yeah. And that, to me, that is just fucking bullshit. I want to hear if something's fucking wrong. I want to fucking hear it. To not be able to hear the fucking brakes cutting away at the fucking rotor and their own selves until it falls out of the fucking pad or out of the fucking caliper bracket and fucks you. That's bullshit. And to me, that's piss poor engineering.
Yeah.
Because you got to have it so goddamn creature comfortable and fucking quiet that it becomes literally a fucking time bomb death trap on wheels. I could have been killed.
That's why we just need to go to electric fucking cars. They need to hurry up and get that technology right.
Shove them things right up your ass.
I still say a self-driving electric fucking car that monitors all that shit so I don't have to. Because I'm sorry, but when the technology's right and every car on the road knows where every other car on the road is, I trust that more than I trust half of the idiots that are on the fucking road right now.
I will take back my previous statement. You don't need to shove it up your ass. If you want to embrace that technology, more power to you. It ain't for me.
I would just much rather, for everyday driving, going to work and back every day, going to the store, be able to go unplug the car just like I do my cell phone, hit a button, say, take me to the fucking store, and I can take a nap on the way.
Rich.
Now, the technology is not there for that, but it will be.
Rich is on the same page I am.
Oh,
See,
I say no electric shit either.
Yeah. If, like I said, if it's for you, great, but it's not for me.
It's going to be for everybody sooner or later, because once the self-drive, well, okay, here's the thing. The fucking electronic tire sensors in your car. Now, listen to me. Hold on. The electronic tire sensors in your car, when that goes bad, a shop cannot just put in a regular valve stem. It's against the law because it's a safety feature. Self-driving cars, once they're out there, you are going to be paying so fucking much for insurance.
Exactly, Rich.
Drive your own car that you're not going to be able to. Nobody's going to be able to afford to drive their own fucking car. Once that technology gets proven and is out there, and it will happen in our lifetime.
And you know what that is?
I personally think it's a lot better because I don't trust.
You've opened this fucking can of worms now. It's more goddamn government fucking overreach is what it is. It's the goddamn government telling you how you're going to live your fucking life. That's not the government saying it, though. That's going to be the insurance company. No, it is. When you just said it's against the fucking law.
No, it won't be against the law. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. The self-driving cars, they will never make them against the law. There will never be a law saying you can't drive your car. It's going to be the insurance companies saying if you want to drive your own car, you're going to pay me $10,000 a month for insurance.
Exactly, Rich. What are we going to do with the old batteries? It is like nuclear waste. Those fucking batteries are more polluting than fucking 10,000 diesel trucks.
that's the whole thing, though. We're still on computers that use the same fucking batteries. You still
No, Brian. And I agree with that. I will run this fucking cell phone until it will not charge anymore. I am not that
Mhm.
guy that has to go get a new one every fucking 6 months because that is polluting and wasteful. But the other thing where you're dead ass wrong is the battery in this cell phone is about the size of these two fingers I'm holding up. The battery in that car is the size of my fucking manager's desk sitting here.
like I said, all it's going to take is the technology to catch up. It's all in the technology catching up, and it's gonna happen within at least I know my
Amen,
lifetime.
Rich. Yeah. And like I said, if you're for it, that's fine. If it's for you, that's fine.
I'm
But
saying I'm
it
not.
is
I'm
it,
being a fucking realist here.
it
You're
is
not
it
gonna
is
have a choice.
Oh, I'll have a goddamn choice. I'll do like Thumper and I'll have a goddamn cornfield and I'll be making my own fucking ethanol to run my internal combustion fucking engines.
But
And
how
they
are you
want to
gonna
throw
pay
it and
for
they
the
want to throw a
insurance?
goddamn EMP at me. Well, that's fine too, because I have that
How are
dual
you
point
gonna pay?
distributor that I
No,
know how to
the
set up on ice to
gas is
put
not going to get more expensive. Gas is not going to get more expensive.
it's gonna go
Gas
away.
prices are going to go down.
I get what
When
you're saying. It's going to go away. It's going to quit coming available, and that's
it's
when I
no, it's
decide
not even
whether or
that.
not
It'll
I'll
still
grow
be
corn.
available.
I'll grow fucking corn and wheat and grain and make my own goddamn
It's
fuel.
not the gas that you're fighting. It's not that. It's the insurance companies.
Well, they can
It's going to
kiss
be
my
the
ass
insurance.
too.
Well, then when you get pulled over because you're driving your own car and a cop says, "Oh, he's driving his own car. I got to see if he's got insurance." You're going to lose your driver's license if you don't have insurance.
Catch me with your fucking EV, motherfucker.
It's a lot faster than anything you got.
It ain't got the fucking range I got.
It will.
Fuck, it will.
I'm telling you, you'll be they'll make it to where you can drive halfway across
But
the
every
country on
single
one
one of
charge.
them's pulling a fucking semi-trailer size fucking battery behind it. It will.
Plus, your average car has a 300-mile range. Guess what? The battery's got about a 300-mile range in them now.
Then I'll put a bigger fucking fuel tank in it. I will not comply. I
Well,
will
that's
not be controlled by the goddamn government.
you already are.
No,
You don't own
buddy, I'm
anything.
not.
The house you live in, you don't own that. You don't own that. Government can take that house away from you tomorrow.
Come
Government
and
take
try
my
it.
house away
Come
from you
and
tomorrow.
fucking try it. I goddamn double dog fucking dare you.
You'll either be dead or in prison.
Then
I'm
that
just being. I'm just.
I
I'm
will
not. I'm not
die on
saying
my
it's right. I'm
fucking
not saying
feet
any of it's
before I
right. I'm
live
just
on
saying
my
that that's.
knees. Like I said, you
I'm just
open
being a
this can of
realist.
fucking worms, man.
I'm just being a fucking realist. You say come take it. Okay, they got more guns than you.
Well, then they can fucking murder me for my land.
And that will be what happens. Look at what happened at Waco. Those people said, come and do it. I can do whatever I want. Come and take it from me. Guess what? At Waco, they took it from them.
I will be dead before I will be a goddamn slave.
Yeah. No, because you're already a slave. You're already a slave. I'm a slave. He's a slave. Everybody in here's a goddamn slave. They've already done that.
Fucking
We're all
Blake.
slaves, and you don't see the fucking cage because you got this screen here and this little screen here, and people arguing about Black Lives Matter over here, and you got the left over here and the right over here, and we're fighting and arguing when they want us to do that because we're fucking slaves. They keep us fucking distracted.
Blake's just sitting there shaking his head.
I'm just
Oh, yeah,
I'm
they
just
come here,
telling
they
the
ain't taking my
truth.
shit either.
I am just
What's
telling
that,
the
Blake?
fucking truth.
That's it. They come here, they ain't taking my shit without a fight either.
Yeah.
And the other thing about the whole thing with electric cars, if anything ever happens in the future in our lifetime, and you start having a situation where it's in the aftermath of a World War III, drive your electric fucking car then, because we ain't even gonna have power to charge the motherfuckers.
That's the only time we will be
Oh,
free.
Rich said that a few comments ago. The infrastructure ain't there. You know,
It will be.
you're
I'm not
outvoted,
saying it's going to
Brian.
happen like they say.
Blake's on my side. Rich is on my side. Raker's on
It's
my
all right because you're all wrong.
side.
Well, really, you're not wrong. It's just you're not seeing what's going to happen. And there's nothing that you or me or anybody can fucking do about it.
I do see how you believe it could happen.
No, it's
But
going to happen. There's no belief.
I also see the fight that it's gonna fucking bring, and there are
Really, with who? Do you really
the
think my
people.
kid? Do you
The
think
fucking-
my kid's gonna fight against it? No. Do you think fucking the whole EV thing? Do you think half of these kids out there right now are gonna fight against it? Kids don't
Maybe.
even want to get driver's licenses anymore. They would rather call a fucking Uber. Kids don't want to do this shit anymore. It's already been bred out of them. There's very few. You can't say all because there's very few
I've been
that
saying that.
actually want
I've been
that will actually fight, and there's more of them than there is of us left.
I've been saying that exact same thing for years, Rich. Like states like California and their fucking brownouts, they can't even keep their fucking residents' AC on, and they think they're going to have the damn infrastructure to
And
put a 200.
that's a
to put
10-year problem.
to
That
put a
problem can be
two-
fixed in
a,
10
a
years.
10-year problem. They ain't going to put an additional 200 amps of
You don't
service.
think they have the technology
your
to
home.
do that?
They
You don't think they have
can't
the
even.
technology to
They
do
can't
that?
even feed a 30 amp fucking AC unit, man.
It's because they don't have to.
No,
It's because
They
they
don't-
don't have to.
they don't have to allow you to charge your fucking car either. That's
They're-
how they gain.
but it's
that-
because they
don't have.
want
They don't.
that.
That's how they gain control, Brian. See, that's the part that you're missing. That's how they fucking gain control. You're always listening.
They've
to Tom
already got
McDonald.
control.
Listen to some of the shit that he says. It
They've
makes
already
sense.
got control. They
Listen
already
to Tom
have
McDonald's
control.
song "Brainwashed." That is exactly the lyrics from that song that I'm fucking talking about
And
right
if
here.
you
That is
listen to
how they
all Tom
gain
McDonald's
control.
shit, all of Tom McDonald's shit isn't don't let them get control. It's they've already got control. Do something about it. Nobody's going to do anything about it.
Well, then it's on those who don't. But
Yeah,
those of
well,
us,
it is.
those of
Most
us
of us
who do will choose liberty before
are
death.
outnumbered. It's already, if you look at, if fucking George Washington was to go forward in time to
Oh,
right
Jesus,
now,
Jesus Christ.
what
George
do you
Washington
think they would think
rolling
about
over
the
in his
fucking taxes?
grave.
Hold on. If George Washington or any of the founding fathers were to be able to go forward in time to right now, what do you think they would think about our taxes?
They'd blow a gasket.
Yeah, but you know what? It already happened. You're not going to change it now. They change shit like that incrementally. They get one generation to get used to it. Then the next generation gets used to something more. The generation we got now will fucking love an EV.
That's exactly why this country is on a crash course for fucking failure, too.
I don't necessarily
fucking-
think that.
What's that?
I don't necessarily think that.
I do. I do. It's the same crash course for failure that brought us to 1776. And it's a goddamn shame that I don't think this country will see its 300th fucking birthday.
We will, unless we get attacked. Because, like he said, if the aftermath of World War III, that's the only time we will be free again, because the government won't be around. But 75, maybe 80% of the people will be gone. They won't be able to survive without all the things that we got now. and it has nothing to do with how you vote. It has not a goddamn thing to do with how you vote.
Well, anymore it don't, because it don't fucking matter how you
No,
vote.
it don't. You can vote for Donald Trump. Do you know? Did you see what Donald Trump was saying about Nancy Pelosi earlier this week? How she's a great fucking person. She should be Speaker of the House. She's a smart lady. If she doesn't get the votes to get Speaker of the House, he'll drum up Republican votes for her.
I didn't
That's
see
what
that.
he said. Those were his exact fucking words. Everything's already bought. Both sides are already bought. You don't have
After everything that bitch put him through, he would go and say that.
You look it up.
I didn't say I didn't believe you. I just said that makes me sick.
Everything's both sides are already bought and paid for. It don't matter what side you're for.
That's been a given.
You would have to, in order to get this country right, you would have to take all the money out of politics, and that is an impossibility right now.
Oh, you're right, Rich. They can't change the Constitution, but they damn sure ignore it.
They don't ignore it; they skirt it. They skirt the hell out of it.
I think it's a little
because
bold.
honestly, Social Security is unconstitutional.
Social Security is a goddamn farce, if you ask me. Social Security is fucking armed robbery, if you ask me. If they'd quit stealing that shit from me, I'd let them keep what they already stole. You know, I did the fucking math. The money that I've paid into Social Security incrementally over my lifetime at my age right now, if I would put it in something as simple as a basic fucking index fund, I'd be worth 14 million fucking dollars today. The Social Security Administration tells me if I fucking work at the continuous rate that I'm working now until age 65, they'll give me a whopping $1,200 a month. I can quit working today on those investments and live the rest of my life on $1 million a year fucking salary without ever touching the golden goose that's laying them fucking eggs. I don't want to get started down the Social
Here's
Security
the thing. You've got, and it's one thing that I could say about the company that I work for is they actually did a good thing.
Fucking A-raker. Damn right.
You got people working in factories and machine shops and places like that all over this country in union jobs that fucking bitch when my company they froze the pension and they said, here, everybody's going to get a 401k. We're going to put 4% of everything you make into the 401k. They're not taking it away. They're just putting that money in the 401k every year.
Right.
Okay. I did the fucking math. 4% of what I make every year is a lot more than what that pension would ever fucking give me. But all these people are bitching because they took the pension away. It's like, that's dumb.
Well, and a properly invested pension with a properly run company investor will turn returns. Pensions only suck because the goddamn companies always go tits up before they ever have to pay out.
And I would rather my money be in a 401k than be able to have that happen.
Yes, I agree with that because you have control of the 401k. If you leave that company, that money comes with you. You take control of the 401k at that point.
Yeah. And the people at my work just don't fucking understand that. They think that the pension is the only good way. And the union is telling them the same thing. You got to have the pension. You got to have that. No, you don't. Them putting money in a 401k for you is fucking awesome. If you run it right.
I'll take if I was in those shoes, I'll take the match, but I want control. It's my fucking money. I want control. Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's not even a match.
Take the money.
It's not even a match. You could put nothing in. You could put nothing in. They don't match it. They're just automatically putting
Well, and that's
in
and that and that
the
and that's
equivalent of 4% of your of what you make. So that's awesome.
and that's great. And that's
And
great.
you can
That is
put
a
in
good
more
company.
if you want to. I plan on putting in more
Yeah,
because
Rich.
I'm
Until the
retiring at
bank.
62. I got 12 years and I'm fucking out of that goddamn place. I'm retiring at 62. Same reason that Dennis retired at 62. Because as far as Social Security goes, you are never going to get out what you paid in,
Fuck
so you
no.
might as well
No,
do take all you
it's
can.
about a negative. It's about a negative 4% return on your money. When a basic fucking index fund, the safest fucking bet you can make, will give you 7 to 8%.
They set it up to where they expect people to live this fucking long.
Damn right I do, Rich. Damn
And they,
right I do. A lot of
yeah,
people
but
got
still
hurt really
2008. See,
fucking
everybody
bad.
bring when you talk about 401ks, everybody brings up 2008. If you really look, people lost the gains that were in their 401k, but hardly anybody actually lost the straight money that they put in.
Well,
So the money, you didn't lose money. You put
the
in money,
one
you didn't make any money after
the
that.
ones that lost money were the ones that got spooked and jumped out, or the ones that were invested poorly and the banks they were invested with sank.
But still, even most of those people didn't actually the money. The
Well,
money they
yeah,
put
a lot.
in, but no, I'm saying just the basic first, say you put in $50 a week. Well, that $50 a week was still there. It was all the gains that you had made over time. Yeah, you lost a bunch of that shit.
A lot of people did, Rich. A lot of people did.
You lost 75% of what you had, but you didn't lose 75% of what you initially put in, is what I'm saying.
No, that's not always true either. You okay, let's just pretend Tony's Hot Rod Garage is an
Rich, I lived
incorporated.
through 2008. I'm fucking
Let's
50
just
years old.
pretend Tony's Hot Rod Garage is a publicly traded company, okay? And I'm selling shares of stock for $10 a share. And you buy 10,000 shares of that stock at $10 a share, $100,000. The banks tank, the economy tanks, and suddenly my stock is worth $2 a share. And you cash out of it. Well, you only get 10,000 shares at $2 a share now. You just lost 80 grand.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. You don't cash out
yeah,
when shit like that happens.
Well, what if I
can't.
completely fail? What if Tony's Hot Rod Garage completely fails and the shares become worth nothing? Then you just lost 100 fucking grand. Yes, you can and will lose, and it sounds
You
like
can,
Rich was
but
one of
my
the
thing
unlucky
is
ones that
people
lost
didn't.
hard. I feel for him.
I lost my job in 2008. But then in 2009 I was making even more money because I started fucking inspecting HUD houses. There's always money to be made. You just got to find it. When the economy came back, I was pissed because I lost that job when the economy came back. But I was able to go back to work doing fucking machining and shit. So
But
shit's gonna happen. But my whole thing is if all that money would have been in a pension, okay, say
all that
say
money would
say
have been
say
in a
Tony's
pension,
Hot
it
Rod
would have been
Garage, say Tony's Hot Rod Garage had people and he was paying them a pension.
yeah.
Well, and already had people that were retired and collecting on that pension. When you go tits up, they don't get their money anymore.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Yeah. So the 401k is a lot safer bet than a pension ever fucking will be.
unless the 401k is a 401k is comprised of mutual funds. Mutual funds are indexes of funds, indexes of stocks of other companies. That's how that works. And if those companies fail or their stocks go down, that's when the 401k loses value. 401ks are not
And the
100%
pension does
safe.
the same
It's
thing.
still the stock market.
I know guys that worked at the Chrysler plant out here that were supposed to have the one of the best pensions in the area. Well, after a certain amount of time, Chrysler started losing money in 2008, and they, I don't know how they did it for sure, but I know guys who were getting less on their pension because of that. They fucking use the excuse, we don't have the money, when the money should have been in the pension fund. Just like Social Security, the money should be there, but it's not.
Well, the problem is the money lost value. The funds, a pension isn't just a bank account somewhere that the company has. A pension is also an investment. And if the investment loses its value, so does the pension. If the company loses its value, and even if the company went away, if the investments were still good, the pension could survive. But when the other companies, that the pensions are invested with in the stock market takes a shit.
The whole thing is you're screwed either way you go. Unless you just want to work your entire life until you die. Which is part of why everyone's a slave. Just that's 100%
I'm
fucking true.
I'm gonna tell you exactly, where my opinion on the whole thing is, if I had my way, I would have stacks of fucking gold bars
Yeah, but who can do that?
in my own possession. That is the only thing that could ever be safe, is to have a tangible, valuable resource. Any kind of investment at some point is vulnerable. And when the economy sinks into a depression or a recession, or worse yet, a depression, and things devalue across the board, across the markets, and all the companies fail, things happen to those investments. And it sounds like that happened to Rich.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm not
money
saying you
tied up
didn't
in
lose in
investments, and the
2008.
investment tanked,
Believe me,
and
I
he
am
was
not saying
stuck.
you did that you didn't lose in 2008.
And
And I
we're
will
going,
also tell you,
and we are
that
going down that same fucking rabbit hole.
Mhm.
We are going down that
It's just
same
not with the
fucking
housing
rabbit
market right
hole.
now.
No. I'm not talking about our specific conversation.
Mm.
The country is going down the same fucking rabbit hole that it did under Barack Obama, that caused 2008.
Yeah, Barack Obama didn't cause 2008. Bush did, but it really wasn't Bush. It was. See, everybody tries to blame the president. The president doesn't have that much power.
We're on that same
What
crash
happened in
course.
2008? I know exactly what happened in 2008 because I was part of the end result.
What
And it was
happened in 2008 is
the government
bank
caused 2008. Everybody says, "Oh,
the
the banks were
government was
greedy," and
the government was subsidizing loans, and
yes,
people were buying real estate with money they didn't have and
yes,
payments they couldn't afford. And when the banks foreclosed on everything lost value, and the economy took a fucking dive. And that is directly to blame the
yeah,
Obama administration. He is the
no,
one that
no,
fostered all this
it was
subsidized
not
government
Obama that
lending.
started that. It was not Obama that started that. It was Bush. It was during the Bush presidency when all those subsidies started. It was basically the government telling the banks, "Hey, lend these people the money, we'll cover it." That's like it's like what the government did was like I say, hey, Tony, lend Blake $5. If he don't pay it back, I will. And I'm going to give you an extra dollar just to do it. That's exactly what the government did. So what's a bank going to do? Hell yeah. They're just people. If I made that fucking deal with you, there's nobody on the planet that wouldn't make that
And
fucking
where
deal.
was the government going to get all this money?
Where does it ever get the fucking money?
They just print it because they got rid of the gold standard.
And yeah. But now you say you'd have stacks of gold. There's other things besides gold, though.
I was just an example.
Yeah, that's an example.
You know, I was just making an example. I didn't.
To be real honest,
I didn't suffer major losses because I didn't really have anything to lose.
I lost the coolest job I ever fucking had. I'll
But
tell you that much.
all I'm trying to do here is
I'd be in a
explain
lot better
economics
position
to
if
the
I was
best
still
of
working
my
at that point.
knowledge. I spent a lot of years studying it, trying to learn how I can better my own financial situation. I wish I would have known 30 years ago what I do know now, and there's a lot that I don't know. But unfortunately, if I did know 30 years ago what I know now, I probably would have lost a fuck ton of money in 2008 also.
Yeah. Believe me, I'm not saying people didn't lose money. I'm not saying that. I'm just, I use that as an example because a lot of people who were on a pension lost fucking money too. Because there were a lot of fucking pension companies that went tits up and weren't able to pay anymore. And the people on pensions that didn't lose money, still, that's what it was. That was part of the government bailouts of the auto industry, saying when they bailed out Chrysler and they bailed out General Motors, they said you have to cut back somewhere, and where they cut back was in the pensions. That's what happened. I remember now. Just like any other company, they're going to screw the people.
Well, sure, and
They're going to screw the people before they take a screwing.
there was a lot of chicken shit layoffs that avoided paying pensions, and in the 29th year, and all kinds of shit, all kinds of underhanded bullshit that happened.
But it's always going to happen. That's like when all these people on the left say tax the rich. That's kind of fucking stupid because you've never gotten a job from a poor man.
No, if you're gonna make people pay fucking taxes, it should be equal across the fucking board.
Yes,
Tax system is the most unfair fucking form of extortion there ever was.
And it's another thing that keeps people a slave because how many people wait for that fucking tax return check every year?
Not me.
How about you just don't take that money out of my fucking paycheck and I'll spend it where I want to spend it instead of waiting for you to give it back to me?
Exactly.
How many single moms out there on fucking welfare, or maybe not on welfare, but working just enough, because there are women that do it. They're single moms. They work just enough to where they could pay in, and they pay in like $2,000 over the year, but get a $5,000 tax return. It happens because
how many 60 and 70 something old ladies are working at fucking Ace Hardware to buy fucking groceries because their goddamn Social Security don't cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I just met one a couple weeks ago when I paid $8 fucking for 6 fucking screws for the dash of my truck.
Well, yeah, but that's also because they think the minimum wage has to be $15 an hour now.
Well, when the fucking dollar ain't worth dick anymore, yeah, it's got to be.
That's one thing I always argued against. Minimum wage jobs are not
stop
meant
printing
to.
money so you can send it to foreign fucking countries and maybe, just maybe, inflation wouldn't be so fucking bad, huh? Imagine
Well,
that.
my whole thing is
You
my
know,
whole thing is
decades ago, we had something called the fucking gold standard. For every American dollar in circulation, there was gold in Fort Knox that backed its value. And when they did away with that, it was like the fucking golden key to the crapper. Just keep, well, you
well,
need
but
more
the
money?
thing
Just
is,
fucking print it.
even back
Just fucking
then,
print it. Just fucking print it. And suddenly it ain't worth monopoly beans.
but even back then, a minimum wage job was not something you were supposed to fucking live off of. And everybody out there's crying, "Oh, I work a minimum wage job and I can't afford to live." Well, you're not supposed to live off a minimum wage job. You're supposed to better yourself. You know, they say, "Well, I got to work 3 minimum wage jobs just to live," or you could learn a skill.
Yep. Absolutely. Fuck taxes. Bank that killed the world. Yep. I think you're
Well, I don't
probably
know how many
the
other
only.
people are in here, Rich. How many other people we got
There's
watching right now? Hell,
9.
it is 3 in the morning.
There's 9.
One of them's
Rick.
me.
One of them's me. One of them's Blake. One of them's Rich. So there's 5 others somewhere.
The other 5, Rich, the other 5 people are probably asleep. They probably fell asleep in front of the computer.
Fuck, I wouldn't blame
If
them.
we yell a little louder, we may wake them up.
This discussion kind of turned to shit in a hurry, I think.
I don't think it turned to shit.
Matt Raker's still alive.
I think what people don't get.
Breaker's still here.
I think what people don't get is people can disagree on things and still get along. And half the shit we fucking disagree on is just because we think about we're thinking the exact same shit in a different way. If you
Well,
really
I promise
look at
you, I
it,
don't think shit about an electric car ever being in my possession.
well,
Right.
Just saying.
I'm just being a realist about it, and because I guarantee when the cars first came out, there was motherfuckers saying, "You ain't never gonna take my horse away from me." And guess what? Their horse got taken away from them.
I got horses all around me.
Rich says they're all a bunch of thieves, and you know what, Rich? They're the worst kind of thieves because, as far as I'm concerned, it's downright strong arm robbery. It really is.
But you know what's going to
Taxes are
happen?
Strong arm robbery, and we can circle back to the earlier part of the conversation. If you don't pay the taxes, they're going to come and try to take your shit, and it's going to.
They will come take your shit.
At least, well, if you try it here, it's going to turn into a fucking gunfight. But at the end of the day, it's strong arm robbery.
That's why I say you don't own that house you live in.
At Circle K and a motherfucker comes in and wants to rob me, I'm going to fucking draw down on him. I will fight for my life and I will fight for what's mine. I might not fight for the fucking Circle K's money, but I'm certainly not going to fucking lay down either. You stick a gun in my face, motherfucker, you better be ready to pull the trigger. I got
if I was working at a Circle K and somebody came in and said, "Give me all the money in the register," I'd be like, "Go right the fuck ahead," because it ain't my fucking money. Now, if they try to take money out of my wallet, then I'm gonna be fighting.
Well, you come into Circle K, say, "Give me all the money." That's one thing. You come into a Circle K and you stick a fucking gun in my face and say, "Give me all the money." Now it's personal because you stuck a fucking gun in my face, motherfucker.
You just happen to be the guy there.
If I walk up to you
the whole
on the
thing,
street,
the whole thing, the whole
If
thing
I
with
walked up to you on the street, you didn't know me from Dick, and I called you a motherfucker, wound up and fucking punched you in the nose, are you just gonna lay down there and fucking take it? Or are you gonna fucking kick
no,
my ass?
no, but my whole thing is I'm not gonna. If I'm working at a gas station, somebody sticks a gun in my face, I'm gonna give them the fucking money because that motherfucker's money ain't worth me dying for.
Oh, I'll give him
And
the
I'm
money
not
too.
gonna take
I'll
it
give him the
personal.
money too. And while he's counting it, I'm gonna blow his fucking brains out.
I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna say get the fuck out of here because you say it becomes personal. It really doesn't become personal. You
Well,
just happen to be
you
the
just
guy there.
okay. Okay, well, just say I'm gonna do my good deeds and fucking save the fucking next Circle K from having to fucking deal with it. Because when you let the son of a bitch walk out the door, you think he's done? He's just gonna hit the next store and fucking do it again.
That's what we got fucking cops for. Now, if somebody comes into my house,
The
then yeah, they
cops
make
that
it
are
personal.
afraid to do their fucking jobs for the goddamn scrutiny they're gonna take.
But that's not my fault.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll get in my house, but good luck getting out. Fucking A.
Now, my house is different. That's my property. That's me. That's my shit. The guy at the gas station, that
All
ain't
right,
my
maybe
shit.
the guy at the gas station was a fucking bad example, but you get my point.
Yeah, my house is my shit. My car is my shit. Where I'm at, in my car is my shit. If somebody comes into my work, we got fucking drills and we go through this whole active shooter thing at work. And it's like, I'm out the fucking back door. I don't give a fuck. And that's what they tell you to do. And there's a guy who's like, oh, I'll go out and get my gun and go back in. I'm like, why? Just get the fuck out.
If
Be
you gotta
safe
go
and
out,
fucking
if
safe.
you gotta go out and get your gun and go back in, you're already in trouble. You should already have your gun.
Oh no, we're not allowed to have guns on the premises. I kind of understand that. To a point. I understand that because there's a lot of
Yeah.
people that can get pissed off while you're working, and people don't think things clearly. I don't want half them
Cop.
motherfuckers
Yeah.
in my shop to have guns. Believe me, I don't want them
Well, that's a difference too, and we all lead different lives. I work in my own world, and you come into my world, and you're trying to cause trouble, and you're probably not going to get out of it in one piece.
to. And to be honest, if
That's
someone
why I
comes
won't
into
fucking.
if
That's
someone
why I
comes
won't
into
fly.
to be
That's why
real
I won't
honest,
fly on a fucking commercial airline because you fucking disarmed me when you put me on that fucking airplane. Now I'm fucking vulnerable. Now I'm unable to defend myself against that asshole. All these fucking shootings that go on in these schools, them goddamn teachers were fucking armed and knew how to fucking use their weapons. How many kids wouldn't die?
there's an easier way around that. There's such an easy way around that. Around here, I don't know if you guys have Quick Trip gas stations. You guys
Yeah,
have
we do.
Quick Trip?
I do.
Okay. You walk into a quick Trip, you know what? It's a police substation. It says it on the fucking wall. That's why Quick Trip
They're
doesn't
not
get
like
robbed.
that here, but
That's why in Missouri and St. Louis, that's why Quick Trip does not get robbed. It's a police
the thing of it is,
substation.
though, the cops are a fucking joke anymore.
But still, nobody's going to rob somebody and with a cop standing there. They're going to go to an easier place. That's why
Think
there's
so?
school shootings because there's nobody there that has a gun.
These
If they made
motherfuckers
every
they
school
shoot
a
the
police
cops 'cause they
substation,
know the cops won't shoot back.
no, that's not true. That's 100% not true. You're over exaggerating that right now. If somebody pulled a gun on a cop, he would blow them the fuck away, not think twice about it.
You're a
Okay?
Texan, Blake. You're a Texan. You remember a few years back that cop that a good Samaritan shot the fucking bad guy off of him.
Yep.
And that cop was one of the good ones. That cop took that man to the gun store and bought him a gun because he had to take his gun into evidence and he wasn't going to leave him disarmed. I'm not saying every situation asshole's going to shoot at the cop, but it happens.
You know, we get troopers shot here in Texas a lot too.
No, cops
just
get shot because that's
walk
another
up to the car
thing.
and
People
shot.
will just that's another downfall of being a cop. If somebody is gonna do something at that spot and there's a cop there, the cop gets taken out first
These
because then you don't
cocksuckers,
have to worry about it.
these cocksuckers, they get high enough on whatever it is they snorted up their fucking nose 10 minutes ago, and they don't give a red rat's ass. Cop, judge, lawyer, piece of shit politician, what the fuck ever. They don't care.
I'm just saying quick trips don't get robbed because they're police substations. And the shit fucking works. So if you made every school a police substation, you would not have any school shootings. Those people only shoot up schools because they know there's no guns there. People get robbed outside of Busch Stadium here because they know that these people have to walk from their car to the stadium, and you can't get in the stadium with a gun. So they know that they've got that whole walk down the city street where those people don't have guns.
You know what you
Because
can
Missouri,
get into
Missouri
you
is
know
fucking.
you know what you can get into the stadium with? You know what you can get on the airplane with?
What?
A fucking 3D printed fucking gun.
But still, the whole thing is the criminals go where criminals are like electricity and water. They take the path of least resistance. So if you put up resistance at a place, they're going to go somewhere else. If you got a store that says no guns allowed, motherfucker's going to rob that place. I guarantee they look for those.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're at, Rich, but open carry is still legal here in Arizona. I'm not for or against open carry. I choose to concealed carry. It's also legal here without a permit, although I do have my CCW because my CCW protects me in other states. It's, we have Arizona CCW has 38 state reciprocity. But
I would prefer concealed carry, and it's only because there are a lot of people out there that do get freaked out by guns. You know what I mean?
I don't so
So
much.
if
I
you can
don't.
conceal carry just as easy as you can open carry with the holsters and everything they've got now, you can. Why not be concealed? But Missouri,
Hell yeah, I agree with that, Raker.
if you can legally own a gun, you can legally conceal carry. You don't have to get a special concealed carry permit.
It's the same way here.
Yeah.
But there are states. There's actually about 30 states in this nation that are not that way, but do.
Oh, yeah.
But they do respect and honor my Arizona CCW.
Illinois ain't one of them. I think Illinois only honor
Illinois
Illinois.
is not one of them. California is not one of them. A couple of states in New England aren't one of them. But the Arizona CCW has 38 state reciprocity. Even the states that do not have just a blanket open or concealed carry, constitutional carry, we call it, they will honor my Arizona CCWs. That and it's just easier to go buy a fucking gun. If I want to go in a gun store, go to the gun store, fucking give them the money, show them my fucking CCW, walk out with a fucking gun. It's that simple.
But that's one of the reasons that No Name Nationals is in Sykeston.
What's that?
That's one of the reasons No Name Nationals is in Sykeston. I guarantee you, I can point you to two, because where I'm at, within 100 miles of me, there's like 4 or 5 fucking racetracks. And there's a couple over in Illinois that are nicer tracks than Sykeston and would actually be better for the event, but it's in fucking Illinois. And I totally respect the fact that John Wilburn doesn't want to deal with that. You know, because Illinois is fucking Illinois. If people don't realize how bad Illinois is just as bad as California, but we don't have the good weather. That's why we're losing 50,000 people a year. The population of Illinois
I
is dropping.
spent quite a bit of time
50,000
hanging out with you at No Name, Brian. Could you tell me without a shadow of a doubt whether or not I was carrying a weapon?
I know you were just because it's you. Because I know you. If I didn't know you, no, I wouldn't even think of it. I wouldn't think half the people there were if I didn't know them. But that was probably the safest place on the planet to be for those 3 fucking days.
And see, that's the most dangerous. That is the most dangerous environment for a fucking criminal.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying.
80% of the people there were fucking armed at all times. Fuck's sakes, mine went down the fucking track with me.
But that's kind of what I was saying. You know, the criminals go where they know. There wasn't no criminal going to go rob that fucking. They don't go to racetracks because they automatically think people got guns at racetracks. So
what I'm getting at is a group. Well, it did not necessarily be in a racetrack, but that group of people, very unsuspecting group of people, could have been a real good target for a fucking criminal. Because none of us advertised that we were fucking carrying a weapon.
No, but the whole drag racing thing.
I'm saying if it wasn't a drag race, it could have been some other sort, you know, of that number of people, some other sort of get together.
If it would have been like a picnic or something, no, the criminals wouldn't know. And they'd have just been surprised and really fucking dead. But you go to something like a drag race.
Right, Rich?
There's not a whole lot of liberal drag racers. I'm not saying there's none. But there's not a whole lot of liberal drag racers.
Oh, there's one. They are out there.
They are out there.
There's one in our crowd.
We got a couple. Well, the one real bad one that I know of he didn't actually show up, but he makes car videos and shit. You know.
The one real bad one that I know of did show up.
No, the one, and I'm not saying bad, but I'm saying far left or farther left person. No, he didn't. It's
I'm not, and this person I'm talking about, I'm not saying is a bad person either, but he's extremely liberal and extremely outspoken about it, and you know who I'm talking about.
I'm not sure. I know. Oh, what's his name from Blown Budget Garage? He's really fucking liberal. He fucking measures shit.
Rich. Exactly.
He measures shit in fucking millimeters. You ever watch his shit? Oh god, it aggravates the fuck out of me. But yeah, he's really far left.
I'm not sure you're talking
about. But he built a semi-cool car. He's the same guy. See, he measures in millimeters. That's why he had to, when he built his shed, he had to cut his fucking thing on his garage door to make the door wide enough to get his car in.
Fuck no, I wouldn't do some. I wouldn't do some anyway. I ain't that kind of person, but yeah, absolutely. If you knew everybody was carrying, fuck no.
That's why I'm saying if you would just make fucking schools all police substations, the fucking school shooting shit would end. The only reason they're shooting up schools has nothing to do with them wanting to kill kids. It has to do with that's where they know there's no fucking guns.
No,
they know for a fact there's no.
The only thing it has anything to do with is they're evil motherfuckers, is what it boils down to. Anybody that's gonna shoot up a school full of kids is just fucking evil.
Yeah. That's 100% true. but
you
they
know,
would find someplace else.
I have the utmost respect for the cops and what they do, but I have zero faith in them anymore because 90% of them are afraid to do their fucking job. And the ones that do actually do their job end up fucking fired.
Or in jail.
Yeah. You know, the only saving grace you have is yourself.
I know quite a few cops that I don't think that many of them are actually scared to do their job, even in Illinois.
Well, they're either
A
scared
clean
to do their
shoot, a
job
clean
or their
shooting
hands
is a
are
clean
tied.
shooting. A clean shooting is a clean shooting. No matter what they want to fucking protest or whatever, a clean shooting is a clean shooting.
Just like a lot of these people you see that are saying that it wasn't a clean shooting and their kid was a well-established person in the community and went to church every
Well,
Sunday.
yeah,
And find out they got a rap sheet 18 pages long.
that's the whole reason you don't hear about Michael Brown and Ferguson anymore. That's why you don't hear about that shit anymore, because that turned out to be a completely clean shoot.
And there's a lot of cops and people. Shit, I've got friends that got out of the gun business just like I did, just because of the way our politics and our government's doing shit right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because nobody wants to be the one that gets pinched.
Oh, you want to
Well,
talk
I know a
about
lot of people getting out of the hot rod business because of it.
I have tons of ex-customers from Fort Hood here in Texas whenever I was building guns, and cops, and whenever all this stuff first going around, the first thing we said is, whenever they start going around trying to confiscate guns, are you going to come take guns? And they're like, nope. So
No, because
I've got a lot of friends, either active or retired armed forces too, that won't.
did you guys hear what happened in Illinois? Fucking the governor signed the fucking assault weapons ban, and fucking what I think it was 70% of the counties in Illinois, all of the sheriffs in those counties sent a letter to the governor's office and posted it up that they are not going to enforce that law because it is unconstitutional.
Well, I suppose they still believe an AR-15 is fucking assault weapon.
Oh
too.
yeah, they say it went way too far. And you know what the fucking governor had the audacity to say? Well, I'll just get sheriffs that will. Motherfucker, sheriff's an elected fucking position. You don't hire the goddamn sheriff. You can't do that. But a lot of the people in Chicago believed that, oh yeah, okay, that's what he's gonna do. They don't fucking think that, oh, that's an elected fucking position. He can't fucking do it.
Chicago.
You're not sheriff anymore.
that's just
Chicago
like
runs the whole state of Illinois.
You need to correct your pronunciation. Chicago.
Oh. If you actually go back and look at what just happened a couple of months ago, Google it. Why is our newly armed IRS people that have been hired under the Biden administration going out with ATF officers and raiding gun shops and taking their 4473s, which are background checks for people buying guns legally? What the fuck does that have to do with the IRS?
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
No, once again, you come into my fucking
That's what I'm saying.
or my place of business wielding fucking weapons, you're gonna have a fight, motherfucker.
That's why it's to the point that it's getting scary, and I agree with you that it's getting scary. The IRS 5 years ago had no affiliation with any other department, with any other part of the government. You could fucking be a goddamn drug dealer and tell the IRS, yes, I made this money selling fucking drugs, and all they cared about was getting their goddamn money.
Yep.
Enough said.
But when you bring the fucking IRS into shit like fucking making sure you have health care and having the IRS enforce shit like that, then it becomes a fucking problem. Because, like I said, I know somebody that worked for the IRS and they had drug dealers calling in and saying, "This is how much money I make." When they say, "How'd you get that money?" "I got it illegally selling fucking drugs." And they're like, "Okay, we don't care how you got the money. You're paying your taxes on it. That's good." Because they didn't want to go to jail for tax evasion. They could beat a fucking drug charge, but they weren't going to go to jail for tax evasion. You can't beat that because they can prove, oh, you got this amount of money, you got this much stuff. All this stuff wasn't given to you. You're driving a brand new fucking car that you paid cash for. Where do you get the money for that?
Fucking
Same thing
prove
they got.
it.
Same thing they got.
They still have the burden of proof.
It's a lot easier to beat a drug charge than to beat a fucking
I understand what you're saying,
IRS
but
charge.
fucking don't fucking ask me where the fuck, prove it, motherfucker.
I'm still saying that there are a lot of times they don't have to prove it. I'm not saying it's right.
If they do ever start going door to door asking for guns, they won't start in fucking Texas because it'll end really quick.
Start going door to door asking me how I acquired my fucking belongings and try and accuse me of not paying fucking taxes. Well, fucking prove it. And you have to prove it. If you can't,
that's the
prove
thing,
it,
though.
you can't legally charge me.
Most people who legally attain their money, you pay your taxes on it. There is the proof is already there. The IRS already has it. Which is why I don't understand why the fuck do I have to fill out my tax forms every fucking year. They already have all of that information. They have every bit of that information that you put on that fucking tax form. Why do you have to fill it out every year? I work for a living. I get a paycheck. That's where my income comes from. That's all the money I got.
That's fucking ridiculous, ain't it, Raker?
Mm-hmm.
California is the same way. All them fucking slime balls are coming over here, expecting it to be that way here.
That's the problem. People move out of California but vote the fucking same when they move into the new place. That's what's going on in Texas.
Yep. Overpopulated.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt Texas as bad because Texas had a fuckload of people to begin with that all felt the same way, so they're not swaying any votes. I
don't believe half the fucking votes that happened or supposedly happened in Arizona were fucking legitimate. They audited the fucking election and proved as much, but they didn't do anything about it.
I still want to go to Austin.
To where?
Austin, Texas. I want to go visit there because that's where Joe Rogan's comedy club is, and I really want to go there. I really like Corpus Christi, but I can't go back there.
Yeah, so is ours now, Raker. How the fuck do you win an election that you controlled? As far as I know, that's a conflict of interest.
It's like what's happening now. Have you guys heard about what's happening in Oregon? Or not Oregon, Washington State, I think it is.
To be honest with you, I don't even watch the news.
This isn't on the news. Half of fucking Washington State has voted to
Damn right, Rich.
split off and become part of Idaho.
Not yet.
Because of this half of the state is all liberal, this half is all conservative. The conservative half wants to split off and be part of Idaho, and the liberal part is thinking it's a good idea too, because then they won't have all this pushback from the conservative part.
Hmm.
So it may actually happen. And if that happens and sets a fucking precedent, Illinois is going to do the same fucking thing. Half of this state is going to be, I'll be living in Missouri.
Well, I'm about to be going and living in my pillow.
Which I think is kind of sad, because used to the two sides had to just work shit out and shit got done. Now they
Yeah,
just
they
want to
can't seem
fight
to
and
do
nothing
that.
gets done.
Well, and they lie, cheat, and steal to get their fucking way.
And it's because they can get away with it.
It's, because like you were saying earlier, the fucking other side's just as bad. They're bought off.
Because I would much rather than right now. I would much rather live in the Clinton era than right now. Because shit actually got done back then, even though he was a fucking. I actually kind of liked him, but
Half the bullshit that's going on now started with the Clintons.
here's the thing: a comedian fucking said that really made me think.
It was just all behind the
How is
fucking
Monica
scenes.
Lewinsky still alive? How the fuck is Monica Lewinsky still alive? Right now, people can't look cross-eyed at Hillary Clinton without getting fucking shot. How the fuck is Monica Lewinsky still alive?
Protected.
Oh, goodness.
That
Guys,
one dude,
it's 4
that
o'clock.
one dude they
I'm outta
found.
here. I'll talk to
They
y'all
found
later.
Yeah, it's time to go to bed. I gotta fucking work tomorrow.
It's only 4 a.m. Did 7 hours though. Is that a record?
No, I think 7 hours and 15 minutes is.
Oh,
I think. Let's go look. It was 7 something.
you're fucking falling asleep. I just keep saying shit to rile you up. That's the only reason this live went as long as it did. You're welcome for the watch hours.
Gotta have a wise ass.
What? I just want you to know that I agree with like 90% of what you fucking say. Even though it don't sound like it. I just don't think there's a whole lot we can do about it. Certain things.
Well, we just gotta fight for what's ours.
I also think that a lot of this shit will self-correct too.
7 hours, 16 minutes.
Oh, come on, you can do another 10 minutes.
I've had to take a piss for the last 4 hours.
You can wait 10 minutes. We can end it on a good note.
7 hours, 16 minutes, 38 seconds was the record.
See, Raker will stay here. I don't know how Raker fucking does it. Peckerwood does it because it's the middle of the afternoon or something over there where he's at.
That's it, Rich. Stealing everything they can fucking steal. Good night, Rich. Thanks for being here, man.
See, 7 p.m. What the hell?
He's on the other side of the country.
I know.
Or the other
I bet
side
he
of the
misses
world.
a lot. Well, not a lot of people do shit early morning, so he probably don't miss it.
Pain keeps me awake.
It does me too. A lot of times I don't want to wake up, but I do. That's the bad thing is I wake up at like 8 in the morning, and then come over here and be like, well, fuck, I'm awake. Sit at the computer and I'll fall asleep sitting right here. Did I tell you about that? You remember when I had Two Hacks Jeff on? I did the interview with him.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking gave him the link like a half hour before the live, okay? I got in the studio and was sitting here like this and fell asleep. He fucking came in, saw me fucking sleeping, and had to call my phone to wake me up to start the fucking live.
That's funny.
That's why I say I'm not going to lose any sleep over assholes on the internet. I hope that's not his fucking intention
What's that?
to make me lose sleep, because that ain't going to happen. I don't know. He didn't answer the last post that I fucking put up. I don't think he did.
I wouldn't say you're a pest, Rich.
No, you're not a pest.
Joe Biden's a fucking pest.
I can't believe. Do you think he's actually going to run again?
I don't fucking know.
I think that I don't even think. I think he's the only one that wants him to run again.
Yeah, me either. I will not give up my rights. I will die on my feet before I live on my fucking knees.
What about this 30-something-year-old guy that's what's his? I can't pronounce his fucking name. Do you see anything about him?
I don't know. I
He's a-
haven't. I actually haven't been paying as much attention lately as I should. I've been busy with other shit. All it does is fucking pisses me off. And and after what you said earlier, if that was out in public, Trump fucking saying that shit,
Yeah, he said it.
he just lost the fucking election for himself.
No, I think it was either the smartest thing ever or the stupidest thing ever. Because there's a lot of people in this country, including me, that just doesn't really give a shit who's fucking does what, because you're not going to get one side completely controlling it no matter what you do.
He's fucking demented, all right, Breaker.
But I wish they would just work together like they used to.
Yeah, but they don't. See, that's the
Well,
thing.
With Trump saying that, he's saying he's someone who would work together.
Well, I
get
realize
shit done.
that, but she is just the most destructive kind of evil there is, and
Well,
everybody
and he
fucking-
also kind of did the. He also kind
everybody
of did
fucking
the.
knows it. There's the brainwash that fucking follow her, and everybody else knows the kind of evil she is. To sit
Okay,
there
but
and
now
say
what
shit
can
like
she?
that's I'll tell you
Here's
what.
another
I
thing.
hear
Hold
I
on,
hear the
hold on, hold on,
motherfucker
hold on.
say that, and he just lost my fucking vote. I mean, I ain't gonna vote for a goddamn Democrat, but I ain't gonna vote for him either.
But here's the thing, though. That's
Not if he's
also
gonna
another
support
play.
Pelosi.
Look at the play, though. What can she say now about him bad that doesn't make her look like a fucking stupid bitch?
All she's done is said bad about him for the last 7 fucking years.
Yeah. So what can she, if she says something bad about him now that he said that, she looks petty.
Well, she does that anyways.
Yeah, but no, I'm even saying, even to middle of the road people, and there are more middle of the road people than there are far left or far right. There's more middle of the road in this country. He says that. She says something bad about him. Most of your middle of the road people are going to be like, yeah, okay, she is a fucking petty bitch. She can't say anything bad about him now. He fucked her by saying
I
that.
get that, but
It's a game. It's a fucking game. And like I said, it was either the smartest thing you could ever do or the stupidest thing you could ever do. Because just now you saying you're not going to vote for him, bullshit. You're still going to vote for him. Because you're going to have Biden or him. You really going to vote for the libertarian? Nobody is. I would, and I know it wouldn't do any good.
yeah, just like Rich says, I lost faith in all of it. It's all about stealing as much money as you can, and he's right because
It is.
I don't believe that the fucking election when Biden supposedly won was fair and honest. So it don't matter who you fucking vote for. Cocksuckers already got it signed, sealed, fucking delivered, and at the fucking midnight hour, 2 million fucking boats are gonna fucking show up out of the fucking sewers.
Well, and really, what's going to happen if Trump wins again? They're going to just slam him through, drag him through the mud for another 4 fucking years, and nothing's going to fucking get done. And any good things that he does, because he did do a lot of good, and a lot of people don't see it.
He got a lot done.
He got a
hell
lot
of a lot
done.
And, can you only imagine what he would have got done if the fucking assholes would have quit riding his ass?
Mm-hmm.
But,
But the thing is, your average person in this country, all they see is what's on the fucking news. And what was on the news? He's fucking bad. He's destroying everything. Blah, 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 blah.
Orange man bad. It's all a fucking brainwash.
Yeah. So if he wins again, the same shit's going to happen. I honestly think he would have been better off just endorsing somebody and letting them win. And maybe they'd have a better chance of, hey, I'll do some good shit. But who are you going to find to endorse that's not fucking bought and paid for?
That's it right there.
Everybody hates rich people, but they're the only people who we could put in power that can't be bought and paid for.
That's why they hated Trump.
Yeah. That's why that's why they would hate this 30-year-old kid. This kid's fucking 30 years old already.
Well, if he's only 30 years old, he's ineligible.
No, I think he's like 30, 39. But still, you put the 3 in front of it, and a lot of people think he's too young. But he's already made his millions. He started up a company, made millions, if not billions of fucking dollars, and is going to do just like Trump did and be like, hey, I want to help people. I've got enough money. I want to go help people. And he's already in politics.
Well, he's already lost the game then, because that's being in politics is the problem.
I mean, he's already he wasn't like a complete outsider like Trump. He's already been in the game. But that's what I tried to explain to my son earlier today. Poisoned. No, he's not.
Politicians are fucking poisoned.
They're poisoned because of the money. This dude's already got the money. He don't need their money.
I didn't say they're poisoned. I said they are the poison.
No, but they only are because of the money. The money is everything. But I had to explain to my son today, the founding fathers, fucking George Washington and fucking Thomas Jefferson and all these fucking early presidents, they all were successful businessmen in their own right. And the only reason they went into politics was to help. So they go in and help, and when they feel like they've done all they could, they left and somebody else came in. It wasn't always go into politics and get rich. You're not supposed to do that. You know, you're not supposed to go in for fucking 8 years on a $200,000 a year salary and come out with $1 million or multi-million-dollars.
They come out with more than that because they fucking
Yeah.
steal it.
Well, they don't just steal it. They fucking steal it. Yeah, they fucking invest in shit and they do this and just like fucking Pelosi and her husband.
I think I've had about enough of this.
All right, you broke your record.
It's beating a dead fucking horse.
Wake up and go to work on your car.
I won't be working on my car. I'll be working on somebody else's fucking dump trucks.
Yeah, you'll be making money though.
Yeah. For the government to steal.
Nah. You still make enough.
Oh well.
They gotta leave enough. They gotta leave enough for us to survive because a good parasite never kills its host. So you'll always have you can live with that knowledge. You'll always have enough to survive because a good parasite never kills its host.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, but what's that pallet of money really worth?
Less and less every time Biden starts the printing press.
Yeah. What has he got? Another year? Another year or two? How does that work?
He'll be out in January. Well, the election ain't till 2024 November, so it'll be a year and he'll be
A
out
year
in
and however
January
much. Yeah.
25. Biden's got a suspicious lump under his rug. Yeah, no shit. I think he's got a suspicious lump on what's left of his fucking brain, too. All right, guys. Appreciate everybody being here, everybody that took part in the chat.
Everybody but me. I made him sad.
Even you, Brian. Thanks for being here, man. We are
All right,
at
we'll see
7
you
hours.
later. And
21
you broke your
minutes,
record. Now you got
45
another record to
seconds.
break next week.
Oh, fuck off.
You got to do 8 hours next week.
Yeah, we'll try.
All right, we'll see you later.
Night, everybody.